Please leave a comment where in the world you are listening from. 44, male here. I've been off the scene for close to 5 years. I worked on myself, and the work paid off. I'm very comfy with life, as is for me now. But, of course, I'd like to welcome someone into my life. I got on FB dating, and had some success. Matched with some girls, sent messages, and even exchanged phone numbers with some. I finally worked up the courage to ask a girl out. We agree for me to pick her up, but she changes her mind. I'd rather meet at the place. Awesome. No problem. She's being cautious. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. In fact, I liked the idea better. We agreed to meet at 7:30. I arrive at the place. I get a text. I'm running late. Okay, what time you thinking? 7:45. I wait 15 minutes. Another text. Let's meet at 8:30 instead. I almost canceled then, but I literally live within walking distance. Okay, fine. I go back at 8:30. She's there. Great. We meet. I was catfished. Not horribly, but I definitely felt deceived. Okay, whatever. It'll still be a good meal. Maybe good convo. I'm not going to go into details, but here's the gist. She's in the middle of a divorce. She's living with her ex. She has 4 kids. She has no job. No prospects. She just moved in her nephew that has a meth problem they're trying to help him with. All the while she's telling me how handsome I am and how good I smell, and kept trying to hold my hand or make physical contact in some way. We finish our meal, and I say I have work and better get going. It was 10:30. She tries to invite me to her place. Nope, not even close to going to happen. I read the news. She tries to invite herself to my house. Nope. I open her car door for her. She steps in kind of facetiously pouting. I get in my car and drive away. On my way home, I see her car behind me. Okay, her place must be on the way to mine. I take a turn, she turns. That's weird. I take another turn. She turns. Nope. Afkem? I start heading to a store near my house and pull in. She fucking follows me to the store. Pulls up next to me. Hey stranger, she says. Oh, I. Anyways, I say I needed some shaving cream. I'm not good on the spot like that. I tell her to get home safe. She leaves. Thank JWD. Today, I'm working. I at fucking work. And I've already received 24 texts and 9 phone calls. What? The actual monumental fuck? I thought it was done after that night, but nope. The texts kept coming. By the time I left work, it was up to 35 texts and 12 calls. I didn't even bother reading most of them. A couple stood out though, one saying she had a dream about me and another asking if she could drop by my work to bring me lunch. Nope. 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 I blocked her number when I got home. Figured that was the end of it. I was wrong. The next morning, I found a note on my car windshield. A handwritten note that said, I just wanted to see you. Call me. No signature, but I knew exactly who it was from. My stomach dropped. How did she even know which car was mine? Then it hit me. She must have followed me home or scoped out the parking lot while I was at work. I started to feel paranoid, peeking out the blinds every so often, checking my locks twice before bed. I even considered getting a Ring camera, but I told myself I was overreacting. Then Saturday morning I saw her. She was parked across the street from my house, just sitting in her car, staring at my place. I thought maybe she was waiting for someone else. Maybe it was a coincidence. But no. After about 20 minutes, she got out and started walking up my driveway. I froze. My heart was racing. I didn't know what to do. She knocked. I didn't answer. She knocked again, louder this time. I grabbed my phone, ready to call the cops, when she finally turned and walked back to her car. I watched as she sat there for another 10 minutes before driving off. Since then, I've been on high alert. Changed up my routine. Parked my car down the street a couple times just to throw her off if she came back. But it hasn't stopped me from feeling like I'm being watched. I have had 3 years of crap I've dealt with from different guys and dates. Maybe people can relate. I'm not used to the dating scene. I'm not used to going in and out of short-term relationships. Up until around 8 or 9 months ago, I was always in long-term relationships that lasted between 2 to 4 years. 3 different relationships since the age of 17. I'm now 26. But when I decided to leave my last long-term boyfriend due to being completely unhappy and spending the last 6 months of that relationship feeling miserable and alone, I thought finding someone new would be the best choice. I didn't think I'd be entering 8 months of utter disappointment and heartbreak. Guy 1. I met him through a mutual friend online. He lived around 10 hours away from me, but we had a really great connection. Talked all the time, video chatted, played games together, etc. We made plans for me to take a trip up there to meet him and stay with him for a bit. When the time got closer, he started acting distant and weird. Then when I confronted him about why he's acting so strange, he basically freaked out at me and completely ghosted me. Since I never met him, I wasn't too upset about it, just confused and kinda annoyed, but oh well. Guy 2. I met him on Tinder. We talked for about a week or so before deciding to meet up. Our first date was at the beach, then we had food and went back to his place. No sexy time, just hanging out. He immediately wanted to make plans for a second date. Long story short, I saw him 4 times within just a little over a week, just to completely ghost me after he realized I was serious about not wanting to rush the physical aspects of the relationship, which I made clear multiple times. Whatever, he was a jerk, didn't care about me as a person, just wanted to get laid. Got over it. Guy 3. Met on OkCupid, later matched on Tinder. We talked for a couple weeks in voice calls and played some games together before deciding to meet up. We had an amazing first date. He invited me over to his place 2 days later. Completely okay with going on my pace, etc. After that we became official. 6 weeks of pure bliss. Him telling me he felt lucky to meet his perfect woman, his second time meeting someone on the app. Just for him to one day break up with me out of the blue because he realized he just wasn't capable of being in a relationship. He couldn't handle the commitment that came with it, and mentally didn't want to be intertwined with someone for too long. Little backstory. He was 28 and never had a girlfriend before. Never bothered trying cause he never felt the need. His friends basically pushed him to finally try. I was the trial relationship to see if he could actually feel normal and want/be in a relationship. Yay me. Guy 4. Now this is the one that totally broke me, and that if you look at my profile you'll see a post that I made on here about a week ago regarding this man. Like the former, met on Hinge, chatted, had 2 video call dates before deciding to meet up. Had an amazing first date. It lasted 9 hours. Instant chemistry. We saw each other 2 days later. Amazing time, was like fireworks. He wanted to make it official, so we did. 4 months of total magical bliss. My God, I thought I met my soulmate. The way this man treated me, the things he did for me, the stuff he said to me. Telling me how he's never been happier in his entire life. I was everything he's ever wanted in a relationship and a partner. Backstory. He went through 2 long-term relationships that were toxic, neglectful, and had no emotional or even physical intimacy. To make things short, he told me he was in this relationship for the long haul, told me things that indicated we were going to have a long-term future together. We spent so much time together, like a real, genuine, loving couple. I treated this man like gold. I was so sweet and loving, affectionate, supportive. We never argued, we always compromised. A week and a half before the breakup, he wrote me a love letter about how I was the missing puzzle piece in his life. How he never had to worry about his future anymore, because he knew I would be in it. 1 week before the breakup, he gave me flowers. I hung out with his friends, I met his family and spent time with them often. I spent Thanksgiving with them, Christmas Eve, Christmas Day. On Christmas, he made me something that signified we'd be together forever. We made New Year's Eve plans with his friends. Then, 2 days later, out of nowhere, he breaks up with me. Then he turned completely cruel and cold towards me after that. It's like the man I knew never even existed. Treating me like I murdered his kitten or something. Put up with awful relationships for years, and leaves a loving relationship that he expressed was so damn amazing in 4 months. This was 1 week ago, and I'm still feeling heartbroken over it. Even knowing he wasn't the man I thought he was, I still miss the illusion he played for me. Guys, I thought these last 2 men were the real deal, but in the end they just played me like a fiddle and didn't look back. I have no interest in looking for another relationship anytime soon, but part of me feels afraid to look again. I'm someone who loves deeply and puts too much trust into people, and I see the good in them while ignoring flags due to rose-colored glasses. Sometimes I wonder if I was better off staying with the long-term guy I was with, but deep down I knew he wasn't healthy for me. Anyway, if you made it this far, thanks for reading. I know I'm not alone out there, and everyone has gone through terrible situations at one point or another. It just all really sucks. I made this post nearly 2 months ago, and since then I've made yet another mistake by following my heart instead of listening to my brain. But at the same time I feel like I was used and taken advantage of, So I figured I'd add guy number 5 to the list now in case anyone else ever stumbles upon this post. This post is like a relationship journal to me at this point, lol. Hard on himself, and I just wish he'd see himself the way that I see him. Guy number 5, I ended up meeting him through Reddit. Ironically, it was due to this very post. He messaged me and reached out to show sympathy, and to say that he totally understands where I'm coming from. He explained a little about himself and stated that he was looking for someone to talk to and hang out with every, or most, nights, and since we're both gamers, he asked if I'd be interested. Recently broken-hearted and lonely, me said sure, since it would be nice to have a new friend to spend time with, especially since most of my close friends don't play games. Long story short, we really hit it off, and he pushed for a relationship. I really did like him. In my head I knew I should have said no, but my heart was hurting, and I knew I would probably say yes to him eventually anyway. So yeah, I guess it was technically rebounding if you want to label it as that. But once I started mending my feelings from my breakup, I truly did really like him, and the more we hung out and talked, the more I started to feel for him. Anyway, let's move along to over a month later. We planned a trip for me to meet him as he lived a couple hours away from me, and he gets cold feet and breaks up with me. I should have ran after this part, but the way he initially broke up with me was fucked up. He couldn't find the courage to be honest about his issues, so he tried to lie and say that he had to take his younger sister in because her life was in danger as she was being stalked by a dangerous man, and his whole life would have to be put on hold. He dragged this lie out pretty well, tbh. Then I texted him something supportive and kind, cause that's how I am. And I guess he felt like a POS cause he called right after to come clean about everything. He took full blame for everything and apologized a lot. He told me he wished he didn't rush things with us, and that he should have been honest about his commitment phobia, as he's been like this for years and thought it would be different this time. However, he swore he was going to seek a therapist and get help, not only for his fear of commitment, but due to his very bad depression and self-loathing. 11 days later, after continuing to hang out and talk, he just completely ghosted me and deleted me on everything. He was getting kinda mean and weird anyway, saying shit about needing space from people. In reality, it was just space from me, even though I wasn't really hounding him or anything, and he was the one who always wanted to hang out and talk. This dude went from being up my ass 24/7 for over a month, calling me every morning, every night, on his way to work, on his way home from work, running errands, during his work hours when closing, always wanting to video chat, always gaming. He did a lot of big talking about wanting to meet up so badly, have me move there, wanted all my attention, told me I'd be an amazing wife and mother, wanted to get me pregnant for crying out loud. Was a fetish for him mainly. Went through the trouble of planning a whole trip for us to meet up. Then had a breakdown, freaked out, lied, hurt me, then wanted to stay friends, still hang out and game, to then blocking me. LOL. Meanwhile, he said it was terrible how I was treated by past guys, and he wasn't like them, and he'd change my life. Then he ended up being even worse than them. Plus, he knew I've been going through a very bad time in my life. My grandfather is near death, and my life has been rough lately, and he just decided to hurt me a second time in the middle of all of this. I know this has nothing really to do with me, and everything to do with him, but that doesn't take away the pain that it caused. The only thing I'm to blame here for is accepting the relationship to begin with. Everything that happened here was due to him wanting it that way, but ironically all the time together is what drove him away and made him crack. But it's what he wanted. I don't understand. I'm very tired. I'm taking a few months break from dating now. 2-year update. I haven't updated this post in 2 years. At this point I'm kinda using this as my dating journal, but since this post is still getting views I might as well update it. Guy number 6. Cheating ex. Around September of 2021, I found out I was moving to a different state. I subscribed to Tinder Gold, so I can have travel mode, and set my location in the town I'd be moving to. The plan was to let any matches know that I'll be relocating soon, and if they're willing to wait or still happen to be single by the time I get there, that I'd love to meet them. I was surprised to see that quite a few people were okay with that. But by the time I got there, I was only interested in one. We had our first date a week after I got here, and he became my boyfriend for the next 7 months. Things were pretty good. We saw each other practically all the time. I hung out with his friends, his family, and I did a lot for him. I compromised a lot for him. I really tried to make things work. But sadly, he hid some really important things about himself from me. The fact that he was a serial cheater. We went on an exclusive break from May to the end of July. We were still in contact every day. texting, phone calls. We just weren't having dates or meeting up. When we tried to make it work again in August, I found out he was cheating on me with someone. And after a couple weeks when I found out, I let her know that he wasn't actually single and the poor girl had no idea. We called and spoke on the phone, and she ended things with him. During the blowout, I also found out he was cheating on me during the first 2 months of our relationship, along with the fact that he had also cheated on the 2 previous girlfriends that he had before me. So, things ended, obviously. Permanently. Guy number 7. Wild boy. Now it's February 2023. I wasn't sure if I was totally ready to get back into dating, but at the same time I just wanted to see what was out there. I installed the apps, had dozens of conversations, but no one really screamed, OMG yes to me. Until I matched with this one particular person. Let me tell you, I thank the Tinder gods for leading this man into my direction, because he is by far the most intriguing man I've ever met in my entire 28 years of life. He's so different than anyone I've met before. He's so deep and has so many layers. I'm wildly attracted to pretty much everything about him. The way he thinks, the stuff he's into, his hobbies, his personality, his character, his looks. I'm even pushing myself of letting down a certain barrier that I had up for so long, that I never really let down with anyone else I've been with. And that says a lot right there. I genuinely like this man, and I'm hoping things continue to move forward. I'm drawn to him like a moth is drawn to a million flames. It's fucking wild. I'm totally smitten. I'm hoping that the next time I come here with an update, it'll be a positive one, and not another experience that'll have me reaching for the tissues and watching chick flicks wondering why I can't find love like that. 8-month update. I haven't updated this in a while, and at this point I'm hoping this will be the last update I have to make. Wild boy 7. The man I was seeing in February didn't work out. I was so into him because of how different he was compared to any other man I've met and been with. He was just immensely fascinating. That being said, he had a lot of red flags, and we just didn't mesh very well when it came to a lot of things. We slept together a few times, had a few fun dates/nights, but he ended things with me because he no longer wanted to pursue sex or relationships due to his religion, and that he found those things to be unimportant in life and didn't need them to be happy. He's changed a lot since then, and I think he might be part of a cult now. Not sure. I just see some stuff he posts on his Snapchat stories, and I get that vibe from it. He's not a bad person at all. He's actually very kind, and at first when he ended things I was really hurt. But I realized we were far too different on a huge scale, and things wouldn't work out anyway. For some context as to what I mean, here's just a little of it. He's a paranormal investigator and demonologist, which is one thing that drew me in, outside of his sexy goth/punk look, which is all fine and dandy. But he had 4 dolls in his room. These 4 dolls were all possessed by spirits. Again, all fine and dandy. I kind of thought it was pretty cool. But he made it explicitly clear that his spirits will always come before me. Always. No matter what. He said this was a deal breaker for a few people he's been with. That, along with his meditation would always come before me too. He did it every day, sometimes for 15 minutes, sometimes for multiple hours. I could never see him on Sundays cause he would meditate every Sunday for 7 hours straight. He even made me go home early in the morning one time so he could go to a Hindu temple. And he wasn't even Hindu. He was Luciferian. Anyway, he was also a vampire. Not gonna lie, I thought that was pretty hot when I first met him cause I think vamps are sexy, not like Twilight. I'm talking true blood sexy, okay? Anyway, I thought it was cool until I learned that he had drank actual blood before. Virgin blood too, that he got from donors. He didn't do that while we were a thing, but I wasn't too comfy with him drinking blood in the future. Additionally, he was a necromancer and into dark magic and knew how to curse people and even kill them with curses. But he'd never do that cause he loves everyone and wouldn't harm a fly. But the old him could've. Also, he told me that being around him could possibly cause bad luck, like my friends and family members dying. He was also apparently reincarnated 3 times. At the time he was into extreme BDSM, and had his BDSM toys hung up on his wall like art, and even had previous clients he was training and ran a BDSM group online. He talked to Satan. He talked to Elizabeth Bathory. He sold his soul to Satan. He achieved ego death many times, and his goal was to reach enlightenment so he can finish his book and then die happily. He was planning on doing something called the Pilgrim's Path, where he would starve himself for 42 days and drink only enough water to survive, and he'd quit his job to do it. He wanted to do it for enlightenment, and it's what Jesus and Buddha did or something. That's not everything, but you get the gist. Sir P's a lot, 8. Not much to say about this one. Texted for a bit. Met up for a date. Date didn't go well at all for me. It was boring and awkward, and not much physical attraction. I paid for my own drinks. He offered food, but I declined. We did some arcade games cause I didn't want to be rude. But this man left to use the bathroom like every 10 minutes. One time he left right in the middle of air hockey after going nearly right before we started. I was like, WTF? And he came back like 60 seconds later. I was like, that was fast. He looked at me weirdly and it got awkward. I think he was doing drugs or something TBH. Eventually I had to leave cause I was having such a shitty time, and this man hugged me goodbye. Which would have been fine if it was the one time. But I went to bring my glass back to the bar, and he hugged me again, tighter this time, and gave me a kiss on the forehead. You never talked to him after that. I couldn't get home fast enough. Japan Fanatic, 9. I can't say I was dating this guy, because we had never met IRL. However, we did talk constantly and heavily for a few weeks. We didn't meet up right away because he lived over 2 hours away, so we had to schedule some visits. I thought this dude was so great, and we had so much in common. He never really had a real relationship before and lacked in sexual experience, but that didn't bother me at all. I actually thought it was kind of hot for me to be his first. We called nearly every single day and had phone calls that would last for hours. The conversations never got dull. Sexting was on par. We made each other laugh. He was a decent person, and he loved video games, and we had a few gaming dates. This dude was hyping things up, like completely acting like he was ready for a real relationship, and that he had no doubt in his mind that we'd mesh well greatly in person, and I was the kind of person he could see himself being with. There was one red flag that I saw, however, and that was his obsession with Japan. I'm in the US, by the way. He did a 3-month trip there right before he met me, and told me he wanted to live there permanently once he was retired, and it was non-negotiable. I did not want to move to Japan, however. I saw that as something super into the future, and didn't think about it much. But things then took a turn for the worst during our last phone call together. He casually mentioned to me that he was thinking of moving out of state within the next 6 months to a year, and was even thinking of California, which is on the opposite side of the country from where we live. I was stunned and casually asked, what about me? He asked what I meant. I asked him if he'd be bringing me along too. He got awkward and said that we didn't even meet in person yet. I told him that if things worked out between us, I'm assuming I'd be going with him, no? And he remained all awkward and like he had an issue with what I was saying. I got confused and pretty annoyed and said, why are you even bothering to try and meet me and form an actual relationship if you're planning on moving in 6 months? He didn't know what to say and we hung up. The next day he ended things with me, pretty coldly, and said he realized he wasn't ready for such an intense relationship and then blocked me. I was so hurt by this I actually cried at work. Not too long after, I found his dating profile on Tinder. We previously met on Bumble, and instead of it saying he was looking for a relationship, like it said on Bumble, it now said he was looking for something casual/short term. So yeah, that wasn't so fun. We even had 3 dates planned. 2 of them he'd come to me, then one of them I'd go to him for like 5 days or so. It's funny how he'd plan all that out with me, and then get all weird about shit. Countryhood dude, 10. So I talked to this dude on and off for a few months. I was talking to him even before I met Japan Man, but I was so into Japan Man that I dwindled down the conversations with this dude. But after things went south with Japan Man, this dude actually started hitting me up again. We started talking more, and he'd call me a lot. He'd call me on his breaks at work, on his way home, when he was chilling at home, running errands. It was nice. I could see some differences between us, but nothing major. We had things in common, and he seemed like he really liked me. We finally set up a date. He picked me up, went to the mall, walked around for a while, went out to eat, and then went to the movies to see The Pope's Exorcist. However, he picked me up so early, most of the time was spent chilling in his car. And I'm NGL. The conversations weren't as good as they were over the phone. He had some red flags as well, such as being in prison twice for assault. Not against women, but said both dudes started with him first. He was always talking so much shit about his ex-girlfriends, his last one in particular which he was engaged to, and all the horrible shit she did to him. And he talked about them a lot. Like a lot, which was kind of annoying. He didn't try and make himself look nice for the date. He talked too much like a wannabe gangsta, and under his fingernails were all so dirty, he didn't even shower before coming to see me. We mutually decided we didn't want to see each other again, but he wanted to remain friends and met another girl. But then she dipped, and then all of a sudden he was chasing me again and trying to see me, and I told him I was no longer interested. He completely stopped trying to talk to me once I met my current boyfriend. Lying coward 11. I didn't even know if I should include this one because it was such a short-lived thing, and we never met IRL. We talked for literally like 5 days, maybe a week, but we had very flowing and constant conversations via text. Like he matched my energy hard. Then he wanted to call me, so we called I think twice and talked for maybe an hour each time. It was nice. He would also send me snaps often, showing me his work, snap videos, etc. Nothing sexual was ever brought up. He was hot. He was very adamant on seeing me, so we made plans to see me on a Saturday. He kept talking about how much he was looking forward to seeing me. We even discussed what we were looking for, and we both agreed we were looking for a relationship. And he told me it's been hard for him to actually find someone he can click with or someone who can have at least one decent conversation with. He also told me that he hates liars and can't stand people who can't be honest. This part is funny considering what happens next. He said if someone isn't feeling it and doesn't want to meet up or see him, then he wants them to be honest and let him know, and don't just ghost him. But that's what he did to me, LMAO. The day of the date, he was at work, texting and snapping me like usual. I asked him to confirm a time and he did. We still didn't know what we were going to do though. He told me I can pick something, or that he can just come over to my place since he had roommates. I told him I didn't want to do anything at my place and wanted to go out. I mentioned 2 places that were great for first dates. Both places you could walk around, grab a drink or some food, go into shops, get ice cream, enjoy music, look out at the water, etc. When I asked him if he'd like to go to one of those places, he said, suyer. I felt like his response seemed off, and I told him that I'd even pay for the drinks if he wanted to go to a really cool bar there. He said okay. Then time went on, and I asked him if he's really planning on coming cause I was going to start getting ready. He said he was definitely coming. So I took a shower, did my hair, picked out a cute outfit, did my makeup, and waited. I went to text him to see if he was on his way, and I saw that he had blocked me on Snapchat and blocked my phone number. I was honestly so shocked and confused I think I stood there in bewilderment for 10 minutes before I started getting mad. That was some funny shit he pulled considering he hated people who did what he literally did. I reported him on Tinder for standing me up and then blocked his account. Sweaty dude, 12. Not much to say about this one either. We vibed really well via text, and then we started calling and gaming with each other. It was pretty chill over the phone, and we had a lot of fun gaming. He did tell me that he was sleeping with someone, but they're just FWBs, and they were not romantically interested in each other, and agreed to stop sleeping together if either one of them started dating someone. I wasn't really comfortable with that, and it was kind of a turn off, but I figured I'd see how things went in person before making a decision. Well, it didn't go well at all. The vibe was actually pretty bad and awkward. The dude didn't shower before coming over. He was sweaty. He made fun of a board game I tried playing with him. We watched The Ring together, awkwardly, and ate pizza, awkwardly. He went home pretty much as soon as the movie was over, and I was relieved to get him out of my apartment TBH. He ended up telling me the next day that we vibed better as gaming friends, and that I wasn't sexually experienced enough for him. LL said I didn't sleep with enough people. First time I've ever had that be a problem for me. I stopped gaming with him too after that cause wow. Honorable mention, online FWB 13. I was never dating this dude or even really trying to date him. We did meet on Facebook dating, but he was from a different state, so we kept things casual. We were both kind of bummed out about being so far from each other TBH, cause we had things in common, vibed well, texted frequently like all day every day, and we were sexually attracted to each other. We didn't really call much at all, I think twice into the time span of 3 months or so. But we snapped a lot, so we agreed to be friends with some sexting here and there. However, it was obvious that we both started to like each other more than that, but the distance. Eventually he started becoming distant from me, and we'd stop flirting/sexting, and our conversations would go bland and he wouldn't respond as swiftly as he used to. I found out that it was due to him being depressed about the loss of a woman he loved just a couple months before we met. She didn't live here, she lived in Scotland. He said she and I were a lot alike, which is weird because we have the same first name too. But he opened up about all of this to me, about how he felt about her, but that she had a lot of trauma due to what happened to her as a kid/teen, and that she could no longer love anyone. So she ended things with him. But she would block him and then unblock him every 2/3 weeks. So during the time she'd block him, he'd come running back to me. When she'd unblock him, he'd ditch me and go running back to her. After this kept happening consistently, I told him I didn't appreciate being used as a band-aid for his heart whenever the woman he really wanted wasn't around. That ignoring me whenever she came back was rude as fuck, and I wasn't tolerating it anymore. I also called him out on the lengthy phone calls he'd had with her, when he told me he hates phone calls, and that's why we never talk on the phone. He said he hates calling cause that's how he fell in love with her. I also called him out on saying he wasn't up for long distance when we're an hour and a half plane ride apart, but he was willing to date someone who lived in Scotland. He then said that was a mistake and knows now that he can't handle long distance. He admitted the way she's treating him is really toxic for him, and claimed to have blocked her permanently. But I was still done with the sexual stuff, and was looking for someone to actually date IRL anyway. We stopped talking for like a week. He came back around and apologized to me for treating me like shit, and that he didn't know what he wanted but knows that he liked me and wanted to go back to how things were. I accepted his apology, we stayed friends, but I didn't accept sexual advances anymore. Then, as soon as I got into a relationship, he saw my status change on Facebook. He blocked me everywhere. Someone I deemed as an actual friend, who didn't want to be with me anyway, and was still hooked on another girl, and was against long distance, blocked me. When I found an actual relationship, lol. Go fucking figure. Honorable mention number 2, Salem Man, 14. This was a similar situation to the online FWB dude above, just not as nearly as involved. He and I only talked consistently for like 2 weeks, and sexted very briefly. We did get along though, and we had some decent conversations. We called once. I don't even think we played a game together TBH, but he was indeed a gamer. I don't remember exactly what happened, but we got into a disagreement about something, and it got sorta heated, and we stopped talking to each other. I blocked him on Facebook, he then blocked me on Discord. He talked about me going out there to see him too, so I can go to Salem. LOL. My current boyfriend, 15. After the whole shit show I explained above happened, I ended up matching with someone who would soon after become my boyfriend. We have almost everything in common, and our mutual passion for gaming, horror, and true crime is what brought us together initially. We vibed super well via text, and would call /game for hours every day. I got him super into Stardew Valley, and several other games. He came over my place on the first date, and we had an amazing time. So much that he ended up staying the night. We talked a lot, played a card game, watched 2 movies together, and started a show called The Last of Us. We vibed very, very well, and we made things official after the second date. We want the same things in a relationship and in a partner, along with wanting the same things as far as a future goes. We feel so totally comfortable around each other, and we love each other a lot. We have our issues, but every relationship does. He and I both treat each other in ways no one else ever has for us, and we're grateful to have met each other. We hated being so far away from each other to the point where seeing each other was difficult to do as much as we'd like due to his hectic work schedule. So we decided to move in together, and have been living together for the last 6 weeks. He loves coming home to me every night, and I love being here for him to come home to. This date seemed to be going great. Then the little red flags I saw before came to fruition. It wasn't the girl's fault or mine, and as I type this, for all I know, one of them has found my post and my Reddit name somehow. We walked back to my car at the restaurant we went to first. We had walked to a coffee shop after. She told me she had actually parked in a different lot. I thought it was slightly odd, especially in hindsight, but it may have been as she said that the restaurant's parking is usually busy. She gets in my car so I can drive her legit 1 block over, and the second she does, her phone rings. She answers and probably regrets it now. Her mom is screaming at her. Note this woman I'm on a date with is 27. I can hear her mom yelling, and she is somewhat responding to her, but also trying to play it off in front of me. Then I hear, "Get out of the car now," through the phone. It clicked for me so fast what was happening. The girl hangs up and says, "Don't worry, just drive me to my car." I say, I hear what she said. Let's walk, we do, and of course we are both painfully aware now that this 27-year-old woman's parents were spying on our first date. Yes, it was a dating app date, but my God, just drop your location pin or something. Check my Facebook. The amount of people that could easily find me if I touched a hair on her head is ridiculous. The app would show it, phone records, we're new Facebook friends. She told them the area we were in. Don't fucking follow us. She tries to somewhat justify it on the verge of tears, telling me how their family had a stalker years ago. I know they're well off and stuff, so maybe they don't trust people. This shit was heartbreaking. Asking if there will still be a second date. Talking about how her parents ruined a good thing for her. I'm trying to comfort her, and I still give her a slight kiss on the cheek when she was clearly expecting a real one. She even asks for a real kiss after, and I peck her. I was nearly trying to make it a bad kiss. She's holding together well, but I know when I leave she is going to cry, then call her parents to scream at them. Most heartbreaking thing I've ever had to do is be honest there that I'm not sure about a second date. My walk back to my car was horrible. I knew they must still be watching me. I didn't know how to stand, what I looked like to them, etc. Even driving away, I felt like I was going to be followed. My gut was right that she looked oddly close to family before going just from seeing her social media. I thought I was being judgmental, but your gut is right. This last part is pure conspiracy that I don't even really believe, but they put me in a paranoid mindset for the rest of the day now. Now I question everything that happened today. Before the date, I saw some guy in my neighborhood that almost looked like an obvious private investigator. I made this joke in my head, but wasn't serious about it even though I passed him while he was walking the other way, and he had later come back towards my way as I got in my car to head to the date. No, I don't think this was a PI. I won't exaggerate that much, but let's just say those fuckers got me so paranoid from watching us that the chances of that being an actual PI went from 0.01% to nearly a 10% chance in my head. That's how uncomfortable they made me feel. I hope they know that. She did text me that she laid into them after, and such, but I don't think I could ever trust a second date with her, which is too bad. She seemed very nice and pretty. I only hope this experience will change them for her, so she can date normally and have normal relationships. Quick prequel. Was dating this guy for a while, really liked him. Long story short, he said he couldn't see himself marrying me but still wanted to date, i.e. fuck, so I broke up with him. Little bit of time went by, and I decided to get back into the dating pool via Tinder, even though I hate dating APS. Matched with this guy Chad, hit it off via message. Good looking, educated, sense of humor. After a couple weeks exchanged numbers and continued chatting. Discussed meeting several times, but our schedules clashed. One day Chad texts me and asks to Venmo me some money to treat myself to a couple bottles of wine. Sounds awesome, I oblige. Also asks if I'd like to come over to his house after work. Says other people will be there, no pressure if I feel uncomfortable, etc. I actually didn't feel weirded out at all by this point, and I carry. So I agree. I bring the wine and my CC, and head over to Chad's after work. He is there, and two of his friends. They all seem perfectly nice and normal. First weird thing, for total kitchen cabinets are completed ripped apart / smashed. This is a newer kitchen, nice cabinets. I inquire about the damage and Chad says he was mad, so he punched them. Decide not to say anything additional about it. I grab an unopened beer for myself, then a coffee. Everything else is fine until I'm done with the coffee. One of the friends leaves, and a few minutes later it's like someone has flipped a switch on Chad. He completely loses his shit out of nowhere. Throws a metal bar stool across the house, screaming like a lunatic child, chucks his phone into the kitchen wall. Remaining friend steps outside to smoke. Chad comes up to me out of nowhere and bites my leg. I hit him in the head, and he stops momentarily, and then bites me again. I hit him in the head hard as shit this time, and he stops. I ask for the bathroom, he walks over to show me, and I don't know how else to explain this, but quite literally hurls himself up into the air in the hallway and lands flat on his back outside the bathroom door. Chad then gets mad that he has hurled himself onto the floor and punches a hole through the adjacent wall. I politely excuse myself to the restroom in utter shock. Come out of the bathroom. Chad approaches me and starts crying. Absolutely wailing. Going on about how his father is sick. This is a terrible time in his life, blah blah blah. I'm ready to get the fuck out, but am concerned this guy may actually hurt himself, and at the time felt some sort of responsibility to try to prevent that. I calm him down some. Chad's friend comes back in. Friend is suggesting we go fishing. Chad says he will, but would prefer to stay at the house to get to know me better. No way in hell. I agree to fishing so I can follow in my car and bail. Walk outside. Chad's friend gets in the driver's seat of Chad's car. I walk around and let the friend know I will be following in my car. He's cool with it. I get into my car. Door is still open. Chad realizes I am not in his car, storms over and demands / begs I ride with them. Is completely adamant, but I stick to my guns and refuse. He says to go the fuck home then, and slams my car door shut. He then gets in the passenger seat of his car with his friend, and they drive off. I sit for a few minutes calming down, processing, and pulling up GPS to go home. Start driving through the neighborhood. Make it around 3 corners and stop dead. Chad is standing in the middle of the road, facing me. He runs at my car full sprint, and slams both hands on the hood as hard as he can, and runs them down like some sort of horror movie scene. He then runs over to my side, tries opening my door and rear door, screaming for me to open them. I decline. He punches my window, then the rear. I slam in reverse and floor it around the corner as he chases me on foot. Slam the car back and drive, and peel out of there as fast as I can. See the friend pulling back into the neighborhood and honk, but don't slow down. I heard him yell sorry as I drive by. The next day Chad's friend found me on FB and messaged me apologizing, saying he has never seen that behavior before. Chad also texts me and tries to apologize, saying his friend told him he went psycho and he doesn't remember anything. I tell him he's lucky I didn't shoot him, and to never contact me again. I have permanent bruises from the bites. Met a guy in Tinder a few years ago. He was really handsome, and we got chatting, and he seemed genuinely nice and funny. He asked me to go on a date, and said we would get food. The day comes, and he drives an hour to collect me. He's even more handsome in person, and the chat flows, and I'm thinking, man, he's great. Tells me his friends are having a barbecue, and we can stop in for a second. This was my first time meeting him, and I kinda didn't want to meet his friends yet, but I agreed and let him bring me to the barbecue. We get to a lovely house, and it's full to the brim with people. He introduces me to loads of people, and next thing I know I'm talking to his ma'am and nanny, while he's off drinking with his friends, and him told this is his sister's engagement party, and this guy I barely knew decided to bring me as a date. I met his entire family, parents, siblings, grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins, and friends the first time I met him. We all went to the local pub, where his nanny ended up having a coyote ugly moment on the bar to a band singing Zombie by the Cranberries, and at the end of the night this guy, now too drunk to drive me an hour home, tells me he loves me, and he's never felt like this about anyone, then proceeds to vomit on my shoes. Oh, and his ex-girlfriend was there, and kept calling me a home wrecker. This guy was 29, and I was around 20. Honestly, weirdest night of my life. I ended up getting a mate to come collect me. I deleted Tinder and never spoke to the guy again. I had quite a few, and I'm honestly ashamed of my teenage years and early 20s. But this one is particularly spicy, lol. Brace yourselves. I was 18, started uni, and worked in a pub at weekends. There was this guy who was a regular, good-looking but annoyingly shorter than me, and I'm short. He tried hard to talk to me and make me interested for weeks. He was a popular guy in my circle of acquaintances, so I figured why not. Man, was I wrong. One Saturday he asked me out to a concert. I couldn't go because I had a shift that night, so we agreed we'll meet after the gig and continue partying somewhere. After my shift I walked to the club. The gig just ended and the yard was full of people. I noticed there's some sort of commotion going on. Turned out there was a fight. Some massive guy with shaved head was beating the living shit out of some skinny guy. It was very ugly. The skinny guy was basically being thrown around like a rag doll by this boulder of a man, and no one fucking tried to help. I got closer and realized the victim is my mate from uni whom I've known for years, a person I really cared about. I started freaking out, getting ready to jump in and interfere. Yeah, I was well known for such reckless things, lol. When my date saw me. As he's approaching me I was like, thank goodness you're here. We need to help my mate here, and he gave me a disgusted look. It turned out the giant bully was his old friend from skinhead days, and the reason he was beating my mate was he accidentally spilled this guy's beer while dancing drunk. But that's not all. His friend was a Nazi skinhead released from prison just a few days prior. I stood there in absolute disbelief and panic. The fight ended in the meantime, and I collected my bloodied, drunk mate, tried to sober him up and keep him awake. He didn't want to go to emergency. I took him home, where his very shocked girlfriend opened the doors, and I had lots of explaining to do. But before we left, my date made sure he told me the things he'd like to do to me that night, trying to convince me to stay with him. It involved putting his tongue in an orifice where I frankly don't want anyone's tongue. I quit my job shortly after this episode, and made sure I never go near this club again. Oh God, this happened when I was studying abroad, walking home one day around 9 to 10 p.m. after having dinner/night out with a few classmates. This guy approaches me and starts talking to me, seemed pretty harmless, and he asks me for a date. At that time I was pretty young and into the whole giving a chance to anyone who was brave enough to ask. He was unattractive, but I didn't want my shallowness to stand in the way of going on a potentially nice date. Anyway, we meet up and go on this date, walk in the park, and he turns out to be a complete psycho. It started off normal with him talking about his travel experiences and such. Eventually we find a patch of grass to sit on, and he is basically giving me the blue steel look the entire time, and I'm trying to be nice and not laugh. He asks if he could kiss me, and I tell him that I'm not comfortable with that, and he just goes insane. Eventually it ends with me trying to get away from him, and as he follows me slurring insults about how I'm a slut and a bitch, and me telling him that he's disgusting and needs to fuck off. I think he had some mental issues because he left and ran back a few times asking for forgiveness and saying that he fucked up and that he loved me / wanted to marry me / wanted to have sex with me. I think I bolted from the conversation as soon as he proclaimed with such conviction that he will have sex with me. Funny and ridiculous at the time, but horrifying in retrospect. I also walked around for an hour in circles and random routes to make sure he would never know where I live. I had a comically, cascadingly bad date once. It eventually got funny. Was living in a smallish town where if you wanted to date, well, beggars can't be choosers. I was set up with this hockey bro who was pretty popular in town, but God, I can't comprehend why. It was basically like talking to Ryan Lochte, and I wasn't any better. I had just read a really good book on the Vietnam War and raved about it, chapter by chapter, for the duration of our second date. Ugh, cringe. He could not have been any more bored. So yes, here we were, two people who wanted things to work out, but goddamn were we ever oil and water. One night we drove into the city. I thought tonight's the night, so I wore a bra that was pretty but massively uncomfortable. We're at a restaurant. I am totally changing my game and letting him do all the talking, what there was of it, and basically just fawned over him all night. I leaned forward, felt a sharp twinge, but ignored it. Eventually my side felt cold, and I noticed his sentences getting even more slower, amazingly enough, and him just looking very awkward. 15 minutes later a server comes up to me saying, "Oh my God, are you okay?" I look down, and the right side of my blouse is seeping with blood. Hockey bro had just watched in awkward silence for however long as strips of blood formed around his date's ribcage, and didn't say one word. The underwire of this motherfucking expensive bra snapped at such an angle that it pierced my skin. It didn't hurt, but just bled like the dickens. I have no idea how it drew the amount of blood that it did. It looked like I had been knifed. I kept laughing it off, and was making jokes, desperately hoping someone would laugh along. Nope. Just horrified, awkward stares. I had to take the underwire out in the bathroom, so I exited the restaurant with clumps of bloody paper towels and two very differently supported boobs. I'm a keeper. Hockey bro drives me to the medical center, says he's parking the car, and never comes back. Seriously, he abandoned me in a different city, 11 p.m. at night. He later said he came back but couldn't find me in the waiting room. Bullshit, buddy. So a few hours later, I'm bandaged up after a whopping 1 stitch. Didn't own a cell phone, so I'm in the waiting room by the payphone flipping through the white pages, wondering who on earth am I going to call. Still in my bloody shirt with injured people giving me weirded out side glances. And this guy offers to let me use Google Maps on his smartphone. I had one friend in the city, and I knew where she lived from visiting before, but I didn't know her number offhand, so I was just hoping she'd let me crash at her place for the night. I write down the Google Maps route, and I run out to catch the last bus of the evening. I catch it, fortunately. Thank God I had changed that night, I never do, and I get off at the right stop and walk the rest of the way. It's in the suburbs on the edge of the city. So I'm walking, all the streets look safe, but then the streetlights appear less and less, and suddenly I'm really at the edge of the urbanized city. What I didn't know beforehand was that Google Maps will use trails and pathways and all kinds of nature's little shortcuts as a route option. So here I am, at like 1 a.m., walking through this pitch-black hiking trail through the woods, and we're talking about a relatively underdeveloped part of Canada, with just the moon, the stars, and surprisingly bright white plain contrails for light, hyperventilating thinking, this is how women get murdered. This is how women get murdered. I had a pen out for protection, using my other hand to cut my boob, because for me it hurts a bit when it's not supported. I have never in all my life been more alert and tense until that walk. I see some lights in the distance, and that's when I notice all the jackrabbits. There are tons and tons of jackrabbits. and I immediately get 10 times more nervous because where there's jackrabbits, there's coyotes. And right when I thought coyote, I heard a whine, about 15 feet away from me in the brush. I knew that there were houses under the hills, but that whine sure as fuck sounded right there. It was so comical. The timing was movie perfect. I immediately sprint like a bat out of hell towards the lights. And I'm no runner, so my wee little heart is just giving her. I broke through the trees, and up ahead amid darkened auto shop buildings and industrial factories was the beaming glow of a 24-hour Tim Hortons. And then it was funny. All of it, the whole night, was just hysterical to me. I stumbled inside. The poor cashiers just blinked at me. I looked like I had been assaulted and left for dead. I straightened myself out, told the story, and we all had a good laugh. I ended up staying most of the night, sipping hot chocolate, totally unwilling to go outside again. One of the girls hung out with me on her break, and we got chummy, both being the same age and both sort of depressed about fucking up our lives and feeling apathetic about our futures. And in the morning she and her mom drove me all the way back to my town. Motherfucking hockey brothers. A few years ago, I met a guy online through gaming. We were friends for about a year when we finally decided we liked each other and wanted to try dating. He lived about an hour away, so we ended up meeting at a park. I get there and he was wearing this crazy shirt and jeans with tons of holes, and his feet were practically hanging out of his shoes. But I didn't want to be shallow and figured I'd give him a chance since I knew he was a nice guy. We were walking around the park when he suddenly told me he had to go to the bathroom. I couldn't say anything as he walked just a few feet to my side and whipped it out and started relieving himself in front of me with the restrooms less than 100 yards away. Let's be real. It would have been one thing if there wasn't a bathroom, but there was, and he chose not to go there. I decided that I couldn't just go running and screaming to my car, because I'd never see him again afterwards, so I let him take me to dinner at Waffle House. When the night was over, so I thought, he took me back to drop me off at my car at the park. However, the park was closed, and we were locked out. The time on the gate said that the park closes at 10 p.m., and it was only 9. Ever the gentleman, he left me in his car and climbed over the fence, and drove my car around the loop on he walking track until it flattened out enough to off-road it back to the main road. If you can imagine, I'm already freaking out in the car, but I lost my mind when blue lights lit up. The cops apparently saw him driving it on the walking path and thought he was drunk. I watched as he had to get out and stand in spotlight and walk the line and all that stuff. I kept thinking that we were going to jail. I hadn't done anything wrong, but this crazy dude was going to get me put in jail. Once he explained to the cops what had happened, they let him go. I felt guilty that he had almost got arrested, but I hopped in my car and peeled out of there. Needless to say, we didn't date anymore, although we're still friends. He later claimed that I just make his stupid, and now I'm like his advisor for all things romance. Definitely my worst date, but it makes a great story, especially now that we're friends and I get to give him a hard time about it. This guy asks me out to a student graduation recital at a music academy. He didn't know the student, but the performance is open to the public, although is usually attended by mostly family and friends, and it seemed like a creative date idea, so I said yes. Despite there being a small crowd of people mostly sitting in the front, he insists we sit up on the side balcony of the auditorium by ourselves. Once the recital starts, he wants to play a weird game involving counting the number of people in the audience and comparing numbers. He then starts talking about how he's really into chakras and explains that each day of the week has a different color and chakra associated with it. He goes on to say how Tuesday's chakra color was green and Wednesday's was blue, and since I was wearing green and he was wearing blue and it was a Tuesday night, our chakras would fuse together at midnight. He then proceeds to pull a handful of colored stones out of his back pocket, explains that he ordered these chakra stones online, and that they were warm because he had been directing all of his energy into them all night. He asked me if I wanted to hold them, while I politely declined and started thinking of escape strategies in my head. After the concert, when the student is surrounded by family, friends, and faculty, getting congratulated and taking pictures, he pushes his way to her, interrupts the photos, and gives the student a big hug and kiss on the cheek, and starts talking to her. She's staring at him with the most uncomfortable look to her face, and the circle of people around here are all whispering about who this guy was, and why was he here, while I stood at a slight distance, trying to signal him that we should leave. We finally leave, and against my better judgment, I went for a drink with him after the concert. He refused to let me order a beer for myself, and insisted we share this giant, blue, fruity monstrosity of a cocktail. After I tell him my favorite band is Imagine Dragons, he says that we should close our eyes, hold hands, and imagine dragons in our minds for 20 seconds. I'm too baffled to say anything or resist as he grabs my hands at this point, but I keep my eyes open, sure he's trying to pull a move here and go in for a kiss. To my surprise, he keeps his eyes closed, and after 20 seconds describes, in significant detail, a purple dragon flying over mountainside as we rode on its back. After many attempts to wrap up the night, we finally get the check, and he wants to split it. Normally, I'm all for splitting the bill, or paying for drinks if the guy paid for dinner, etc., but after he refused to let me get my own choice of drink, I was a little pissed off. He caps off the evening by asking me if I wanted to go to the Science Museum with him and his dad that weekend. After I mumble some excuse about needing to check my schedule because I had to work, he then says that while I'm a nice girl, he doesn't feel a connection with me and thinks we shouldn't see each other anymore. This one's long, but basically goes from meh to me believing I would die that night. Started out not the greatest, but whatever. He picks me up, and we go through the pleasantries. We drive to the local chain restaurant/sports bar. I notice his driving is a little off, swerving, speeding, etc. I ask him if he's oak. He tells me he had already been drinking. This is where it starts getting worse. I ask if we can pull over. I can drive or call a cab if he prefers. He says he's good. I'm not good at confrontation, so I let it go. We get to the resto and sit down. He orders himself a couple drinks. I order myself a meal and a water. I tell the waitress to put it on separate tabs, trying to slyly indicate that I want out, and this isn't going further. He proceeds to drink more throughout the time it took for my food to arrive. I mean a lot more, to the point that he reveals the following. He's in a nasty divorce right now. He has 2 kids with her. She's the reason he's stuck in this town now. He bought loads of land and built himself a house on the land. He owns guns and crossbows. He knows how to kill people and wants to kill his now ex-wife. He has the perfect plan, including the newly built house, weapons, and acres of land. I tell him I want to leave at this point. I want to go home. I'm done and I don't want to see him anymore. Important to note, around this time my phone died. Again, not good with confrontation, but I pay for my food and then try to leave quietly. He follows me out and gets me into his car, saying he will take me home and apologizing profusely for his behavior. I try to walk away, but he shoves me into the car, so I panic and freeze. From here on out, I went through the motions and thank him for taking me home. Big mistake. He started heading the right direction, but last minute takes a wrong turn and starts heading out of town. I start to freak out, but I still can't fully function due to being so panicked. The doors are locked and I cannot get out. I tried discreetly to unlock the door while he rambled on over the music. I couldn't get out. Sure enough, he drives me to his newly built home and vast acreage. He tells me to come inside. I obey. I go in and he puts on music and shows me his home. I tell him it's very nice, but I would like to leave. I ask him his address so a cab can pick me up. He refuses to tell me where he lives. I have no means of contacting anyone, and I'm not entirely sure where I am. It's cold and snowy out. I'm in heels and trying to gauge how fast I can run. He goes to the kitchen and makes himself some tea. He also offered me tea, and I refused, told him I wasn't thirsty, and to please just let me call a cab. He makes me a tea anyways, and in his drunken stupor goes back to his rambling story of how he plans on making his ex-wife disappear. He shows me where the crossbow is, and then asks me if I want to see the guns. I politely decline. He insists I drink the tea. I refuse again, and then ask to use the bathroom. He points to it down the hall. I go to the bathroom. There is no window. Damn it. So I stay in there for about 10 to 15 minutes. I come out and find him passed out in his living room. I can't find his phone at this point, and it's 2 to 3 in the morning. I'm emotionally/mentally drained, so I find a room in the back of the house and lock the door. I don't sleep, but I wait for a few hours. He wakes up around 5 to 6 and comes to find me. He apologizes to me and asks me if I'd like to go home. I march back out to the living room, grab my coat, and go wait by the car. The drive back to mine was silent. When he pulls into the driveway, he tells me he hopes we can see each other again. I say of course. He goes in for a kiss. I dodge it, shake his hand, and ask him to let me out. He lets me out of the car. I promptly reported him on the dating app and all social media. He is the reason I now take photos of license plates and send the info of where I am and check in points before I go on any dates. I also forward photos of the people I go out with and an itinerary. I was pretty sure I would die that night. I've become more assertive since then, but still have quite a ways to go. This was years ago, but will always be the absolute worst date ever. P.S. Not just for women, but men too. Your safety is more important than someone's ego. Hope that was loud enough for the people in the back. Also for the people wondering if I reported him to police. At the time I was too scared to report him to authorities, and had a friend stay at my house for a while. I found out through the grapevine his ex-wife got sole custody and restraining orders as well. He has tried contacting me for a second date, which obviously never happened. We matched on Tinder. Talked on the phone first. He said he was a teacher. We had such a lot in common, and he seemed great. He was really attractive too, and I was excited for our date. He lived 30 minutes all way from me, and traveled to meet me in my town. It started off really great. He was funny and kind, and he bought us both a drink. We chatted and laughed a lot. We moved to a different bar and continued drinking, and he started to act a little unusual. Telling me I was his soulmate, he thought he'd met the one. I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. He was a little drunk and perhaps getting swept away with the idea of romance. At the end of the night, he begged me to stay in hotel with him. I didn't want to do that and wanted to head home. So he cried, sat on the floor in the middle of the street at 1 a.m. and sobbed. Said I was rejecting him, and who did I think I was to do that to him? It was really odd and really intense. I went home pretty quickly, and the next morning sent a kind but firm, let's just be friends text. Fast forward 3 weeks, and the police filed a harassment order, as from my name and number he had located my workplace and managed to talk a mutual friend into giving him my address. He rang constantly on withheld numbers, so I couldn't block him. He turned up at my work several times, rang my work pretending to be different people so he could speak to me, sent me letters and flowers to both my home and work. He started driving to my house and parking his car outside and staying there for hours. He wrote long love letters which had quite threatening undertones in them. I was really terrified. It turned out that he had a long history of domestic violence, and he certainly wasn't a teacher. I had a lucky escape. This was our second or third date. We went to this restaurant in my town that specializes in wine from the region. I live in a big wine-making area. We ordered bottle after bottle, just talking about life, ourselves, our thoughts, our dreams, etc. It was the middle of the day, so we sat outside on the sidewalk of this place. It was kind of hidden from the general public in a little corner. This place is located in one of the oldest streets in my country, and have these big, beautiful oak trees lining it. Then my ex showed up. She told me she wanted to talk the day before, but I said that I had to work cause I didn't want to deal with her. Anyway, when she spotted us on the sidewalk, she came and sat at our table. My date and I were both a little drunk at this point, but I was mortified. My ex asked if we were having a nice time, but her body language was terrifying. Thinking quickly, I told my date that her and I just needed to talk quickly and to please excuse us. Cue me and her having a huge argument a few feet away from the restaurant. She told me she went to my job looking for me, but I wasn't there and then went around town looking for my car. She knew I was at this place cause my car was parked a few blocks away, and it's one of my favorite restaurants. Creepy. My ex also went to my date and asked if we were seeing each other before I could stop her. My date very casually said that at this point in time, we were not formal. Anyway, I cut the date short to deal with my ex and profusely apologized. I thought my date would never speak to me again. She became my girlfriend a few weeks after that. The love of my life. Excellent to horrible. I was on a second date with this guy from Tinder. First date was a food and drinks kind of thing. Pretty normal. So it was kind of out of left field that he invited me to this sherbari place in LA. If you don't know what sherbari is, it is erotic rope bondage, and honestly, I would have said no if I didn't look into the place he was trying to go to. It was a business that specialized in classes/events/etc. To me, other people would be around that could get me out of the situation if I flagged that I was uncomfortable. I was down, so we went, had fun, and honestly, I thought it was super cool to experience something like that. Fast forward, we go out to ramen to eat and talk for a while. Eventually, I drop that I'm part Asian, and the whole dynamic changes. He starts talking about the sherbari thing we did, and keeps going on and on about how he likes women to be submissive to his dom. Now don't get me wrong, I'm into the scene as well, but he started really rubbing me the wrong way. The night came to a climax when he said, "Are you sure you're part black? You're so fucking gorgeous. We should do this again." I left that dumpster fire ASAP. Recent date that started out well. I'm 25 and matched with a guy 29 on Bumble. He used a time extend on me, so I thought, hey, let's give talking a crack since the girl has to initiate. Turns out he was a really lovely bloke. I made it clear from the get-go I wasn't interested in a guy who just wanted a root or anything. I was looking for a person that genuinely wanted to get to know me first, see if there's a spark and go from there. He was receptive, organized to catch up a few times, but these were rescheduled by him for fair enough reasons. Sent home from work sick, mate's bucks party. When we finally met up, it was at a local bar because a drink or two and a bustling environment settles my nerves. He was really funny, and we got to know each other really well. He kept making playful teasing jokes about how cute I was and purposefully trying to make me blush. I'm not generally receptive to this kind of flirting on the first date, but he seemed nice enough. At one point he said, "I'm just going to the bathroom quickly." Upon his return, he literally sat down on his stool, grabbed me by the hips and pulled me and my chair closer, and went in for a kiss. Yes, contact was made. I allowed the peck, but what I wasn't prepared for was that I was going to be groped. The kind of passionate kiss you'd share with a partner in a bedroom before sex. The clenching and unclenching grip in the thighs/arms, and kissing/licking my neck and ear up and down. All this happened in the space of about 5 seconds before I pulled away out of embarrassment and discomfort. I must have been red-faced, an unfortunate side effect or both embarrassment and being turned on, depending on the situation. Because he said, "You're cute when you're embarrassed. I want to see more." He went in for another go, but I pushed him away and said I had to leave as I had work early. Not a lie, I was starting at 4:30 a.m., but also an excuse to escape. I didn't escape. As we walked out, he was behind me and was constantly pulling my hips back against his and kissing my neck. I continued to push away from him, which only encouraged him more. It felt incredibly possessive. Once I got outside, I tried to stand apart from him as I waited for my Uber. He actually drove, but never offered me a lift home either. But he pulled me against a wall and held me there. This guy was about twice my size, so it was hard to push away. I told him no, but thankfully my Uber arrived right then and there. He tried to kiss me goodnight, but I turned my head away. When he missed me in the morning thanking me for a good night, I told him I enjoyed it right up until the point he thought it was okay to kiss and grope me. He told me it was his culture to be passionate like that, Brazilian, but I told him it didn't make it okay. He saved me the hassle of rejecting a second date by cutting it off himself. First date I've been on since my breakup in August last year, and very disappointing. Oh man, had one that started out well and ended terrible. I met this guy at a friend's party one night shortly after a breakup. We were bouncing jokes off each other and having a lot of fun, so we exchanged numbers and agreed to hang out before he left for some trip he was taking to study apes in the wild. Cool, dude seems interesting. Couple weeks later, he hits me up for dinner and a movie. We go to the movie first, Moonrise Kingdom, and because we're not talking, it goes well. Movie gets out, and I ask where we're going for dinner. He tells me we gotta go to the bar first cause his buddy is meeting him there to give him a bottle of wine. I tell him that's fine, but also that I really need to eat soon because I'm really hungry at this point. I even suggest just grabbing a bite of fast food before the bar, and he assures me we won't be long before we go out to dinner. We end up at the bar for an hour, and his friend never shows. I'm bored and hungry and finally tell him that I need to go get food whether we go together or separate. We leave and go to the restaurant. While we're waiting for our food, he starts asking me lots of questions about my beliefs and whether or not I'm a feminist. I say I am, but that I'm not really wanting to talk about all this on a first date because I just want to have a good night. I'm hungry AF at this point, and I can tell he wants to bait me into an argument. Sure enough, he starts yelling at me about how stupid feminism is and how feminism counters biology, which he studies. The waitress comes by to bring our drink, and when she walks away, he tells me I'm making him look like an asshole. I laugh uncomfortably and say he's doing that to himself. I change the subject. At this point, I just want to eat the meal I ordered and go home. In the course of the meal, he tells me that my degree was easier than his and less valuable because it's in the soft sciences, and goes off on a rant about rape being a biological practice amongst all animals, because that's just how animals are, and then immediately asks me to come back to his place and drink wine with him. I decline and ask him to just drive me home. He argues with me for declining, and I keep being polite because I'm aware that he's friends with my friends, and he's leaving for a bunch of months soon anyway. He drives me back to my apartment, and as I'm about to get out of his car, he asks if he can come up to pee. I tell him I'd rather he not come in, and he starts going off about how he really has to go, and he can't drive all the way back home with a full bladder, and I'm a real asshole if I don't let him in. So I say fine and let him in. Big mistake. He walks out of the bathroom and plops right down on my couch. He refuses to leave and spends the next 45 minutes trying to convince me that sex with him will help me sleep better and that I really should have sex with him. At this point I'm both disgusted and a little scared. Fortunately, he didn't get physically aggressive, and after a while of arguing and asserting that sex was never, ever going to happen between us, he finally left, and I never spoke to or saw him again. The man and I were talking for a couple weeks before we met. He asked me a few times, "What are you looking for?" My profile said I was looking for hopefully something serious and long-term, but I figured that maybe he might be talking to more people than just me before we met, so I kept answering. Over an hour into our first meeting, he asked me what I'm looking for again, so I tell him. He says that because I've been nice enough to answer all of his other questions, that he should be honest with me that he has a girlfriend. I ask him what this is about. Why are we wasting each other's time? He says he thinks she's cheating, so it's apparently okay if he does. Then he goes on to tell me about other recent dates he's had that resulted in hookups. At this point I'm just smiling and nodding because the story is getting really interesting. Even though I already know it's not going to be a match, I'm just enjoying the ride until the bill comes so we can pay and I can go. Finally on our way out, he asks me before we're even out the door, "So you're telling me that you don't want to be a side piece?" I wasn't even mad. I just couldn't believe he asked it. So right after my divorce I was feeling wild, since I had always been a good girl. I signed up for Tinder, got some matches, and started chatting. First guy to really catch my eye looked very cute in his profile pictures, and over text he seemed interesting and good at holding a conversation. So we agreed to meet up. We set a time and date, and the day of I start heading out. I live about 45 minutes away from his town, which is bigger than mine, so on my way I call and ask where I should meet him. He says his place because he doesn't own a car. We live in Texas. Most people here have a car of some kind. Small alarm bell there, but he had hippie vibes, so I kind of brush it off. I ask what he wants to get to eat because I'm hungry. He already ate. Alarm bell number 2, and I'm pretty irritated by this one. So I say I'm going to grab some food before I come over. I take my time at a taco joint. I've never gone to someone's home first, but I'm feeling crazy and think I'll play it by ear, and if I feel nervous I'll jet. Not like he can come after me with no car. I get there and wait in the car for him to come out and greet me. This gives me a sense of safety that I can see if he matches his profile before I even get out of my vehicle. So far so good. Handshakes, short hug, nice to meet you. Okay, we go in and start chatting. At first the convo is good, but he's definitely hogging it a little. I learn he is selling CBD stuff, and if I'm interested he'll get me into it. But he's not overly pushy, so okay. We talk about a mutual love of filtered water and health food. Then it starts to get weird, and he starts giving off some Raymond vibes. He turns the TV on to the golfing channel and just goes off. I appreciate a man with passion, but boy howdy do I hate golf. I need some nicotine, so we go to the little patio, and he then goes off on Jeeps, which he used to have but doesn't now because it's cheaper to Uber wherever he needs to go if it's not in biking distance. We go back in. Now for the truly chaotic weirdness. He starts telling me about his ex-girlfriend, about how they never had sex, about how much he liked her butt. Like seriously detailed stuff, but mentioning the never having sex part a lot. Time for me to go. I thank him for a lovely evening, and say by then jet to my car. I stop at a bar to drink with some friends, because I need one after that, and the texting begins. I'm trying to politely tell him it won't work out, but he just wants to talk about his ex-girlfriend. Then he sends a picture of her naked ass. Yup. You read that right. He sent me a picture of his cute red-headed ex-girlfriend's naked butt. I tell him it's inappropriate, and he should not be sharing those pictures with anyone. So then he sends me a dick pic. Blocked. Funny but also really dangerous vibes TBH. Met a guy in Croydon, London. Was originally going out for a coffee, but it turns out he'd planned the whole day step by step, including going to various pubs along the way. I went along with it out of politeness instead of leaving after an hour like I should have done. So during the date, he just starts listing films and music he's into, but not with any real passion. Just lists and lists and lists. Doesn't ask me anything about myself. Somehow the conversation moves on to the film American Psycho. I think I'd just finished reading the book. And I casually mention how I couldn't finish the film, because it just got way too much. He then proceeds to quote entire swathes of Bateman monologues at me, with the weirdest fucking glint in his eye. Like ding 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 alarm alarm starts going off in my head. I manage to get a word in, and say I think it's time for me to go. We've been out for a few hours. He proceeds to tell me he thinks I should go back to his, so we can make out and have sex. I say a very firm no, I don't think so. He insists on walking me to the train station. Tries to kiss me several times, which I kind of comically dodge. I then go on my train. I need to run and proceed to sprint and hide behind a ticket barrier until my actual train comes in. Afterwards, I went out and got absolutely trashed at a house party with some friends to deal with the fact that I quite possibly could have been murdered. Like fucking yikes. My sister is divorced and has had a lot of funny/horrible date stories. One guy she met online was very adorable looking and had some very witty messages to her. I think I was as eager for her to meet him as she was. When they met lunch, it was obvious he was much bolder texting than in person. She said he acted shy and very socially awkward. Nonetheless, he paid. They had some awkward goodbye words in the parking lot, and surprisingly, he said, "We need to do this again. I'll let you by next time." She didn't think the date went very well, so she was very surprised he said this, but agreed. She didn't hear another word from him for 2 weeks, but she was okay with it, thinking his last words were the equivalent to the old, "I'll call you." Suddenly she gets a flirty message from him online, chatting a bit, and then acting a little flirty saying, "Hey, let's get together. I haven't forgotten you offered to pay next time." She agreed, thinking maybe he was just a little shy at first, and maybe this date was going to go better. Well, he wanted to meet for dinner at a much more upscale place than where they met for their first date. Well, the date was a repeat in awkwardness. She texted me several times during the date, because it was that bad, and when the check came, he slid it to her. She said it was easily 3x what he had paid for their first date. When they walked out of the restaurant, he didn't even walk her to her car. This was a man in his late 40s. He acted like an awkward teenager. She later wondered if he had someone writing his online messages for him. Oh, he was a youth minister. When I just finished college, I was living in a one-bedroom townhouse/split. I met a guy on Plenty of Fish, and at that time I wasn't exactly smart about my online digital footprint. Not like I've really changed, but at least now I'm not as ridiculous. Anyways, he seemed like a decent guy. He was really good looking, said he had a good job, nice teeth, don't judge me, and looked like he cared about his personal health. All things I would typically look for in a guy. I'm not a shallow human, but I like to be presentable, and if I'm with someone I would like them to care about being presentable in a business environment also. After about a week of chatting online, we agreed to meet. We met at a restaurant downtown, which was really far from where I lived. When I got there, I noticed him standing at the door. We sat down to eat, and the evening went great. At the end of the date, we said bye, and I got into my car and began to drive away. I realized right away that he was following me. Because of the distance to my house, I wasn't immediately scared because it's a big city. Maybe he'll turn off the freeway. He didn't. My exit was coming up, and I decided not to take it. I kept driving. I circled the entire city on the freeway, and he stayed right behind me. I was starting to panic a bit, so I decided to go to my friend's house instead of mine, and when I pulled out the exit I noticed he didn't. So I had a little bit of a moment to breath, and decided, okay, screw it, I'll just go home. I took the off-ramp back onto the freeway, and began going back to my exit. I got home and showered, and was getting ready for bed, and I started feeling dumb because was that really him? Am I overreacting? Do I ask him if he was following me? Just a number of things were racing through my overactive imagination. Or so I thought. I decided I was going to message him and just say, had a good time, good night. And when I started typing, all of a sudden a message came through to my phone of a picture of my car outside my house. I nearly died. My heart jumped out of my chest. I started shaking. I didn't know what to say. And he texts me and says, "I didn't know you lived across the street from me. I've met my neighbors, and not once have I ever met him. There's a huge apartment complex kitty corner to my townhouse, so maybe that's where he lived, I don't know." I popped up and went to look outside, and there he was just standing there outside like he was waiting for me. I opened the door and he asked if he could come in, and if I wanted to still hang out. I told him I was exhausted, and I'd rather just crash out as it had been a long day. The next morning I woke up to go to work, and my windshield had been smashed. My car was keyed, my back 2 tires were slashed. And as I was noticing the damage to my vehicle, the guy comes out of his car with 2 coffees and is like, "Oh, I thought I'd surprise you with a morning coffee." So again, I'm like freaked out. I called the cops and reported the damage to my vehicle. This guy offered to drive me, and something in my gut was like, don't get in that car. So I called my boss, told them the situation, and explained I wasn't going to be there until after the police came. This guy just hung out the whole time, BTW. When the police finally got there, this guy was acting really suspicious. He walked away and was like hiding on the other side of his car. I filed the report. The police basically said, "Hope you have insurance," and we're on their way to leave. They pulled around the corner, and all I heard was the siren on the cops' lights turn on. And the cops scream, "Freeze, put your hands in the air, and get down on your knees." I look, and the cop's got his gun drawn at this guy, and this dude's like on the ground getting arrested. I spoke with the cop after he got into the back, and he explained he was wanted for stalking, breach of probation, assault with a deadly weapon, fraud, and aggravated sexual assault. I was shook. It took me a couple days to get over the hypothetical situations that could have happened. About a week later, I was on my way out the door to work, and guess who was sitting in my driveway? We live in Canada, so essentially you're released on conditions until you go to jail. I told him I was late for work, but that I'd call him when I was done work. I never went to work that day. I went and found a new apartment on another area of the city. I also changed my phone number and hired my friend's husband and his friends to go pack my apartment up and move it to their place for a month, and then move it to my new place because I was so scared this dude would follow them while moving. So that's my horror story of the first time I used plenty of fish. I know. Why did I meet up with someone I had only met online? Any stereotypical reason you can think of probably. I'm lame, a loser, unattractive, dumb, naive, etc., etc. Probably a mixture of them all, but needless to say, against my best judgment, I did. I had just been dumped by my longtime boyfriend/fiancé of 6 years. We also had a young son, so needless to say, I was devastated. So a few months later, I was browsing around on Facebook, and I got a friend request from a guy I, of course, didn't know, but he lived close by and was handsome, so why not? I accepted. Almost immediately he messaged me, and we start chatting because I was lonely, and he seemed very nice. I never got any strange vibes from him during our conversations online, so our Facebook chats transitioned to phone calls, and then eventually I very hesitantly agreed to meet him for a date after talking for about a month. We met at a local restaurant for our first date and had a great time. He was very charming and quite attractive, so I was drawn in. He was very respectful and was not pushy at all. I did give him a quick little kiss at the end of the date, but that was it, and we called it a night and went our separate ways. We talked again that night on the phone and decided to go out again. Our second date was dinner and a movie, and was equally nice, and again he was respectful, but I could tell he wanted a little more. I didn't give in though, and we said our goodbyes and went home. Now we agreed upon a third date because I really liked this guy. Maybe it was because I was rebounding. I don't know, but I legitimately enjoyed his company. We met for dinner again, and when the end of the date came around, neither of us wanted to part, and I wasn't ready for him to see where I live or vice versa, so I agreed to go ride around town with him. We ended up driving up to the beautiful lake that was in my town. Of course, we find a very secluded and dark spot and parked. One thing led to another, yada yada yada, you know. Well, afterward we were just sitting there in the front of his Cherokee and talked for a little bit, and then I said I should probably be getting home. So when we backed out of our spot, the car was facing the lake at an area that the pavement goes down into the water, so trucks can back in and unload boats. He put the car in drive and looked over at me admirably for a brief second, and I kid you not, this is exactly what he said. "Well, I got what I wanted, now I'm ready to go." I had no time to even process what he was saying before he was flooring it right towards the lake. I didn't even have time to think, but instinct kicked in, and I had my seatbelt unhooked and my hand on the door handle to get ready to jump the heck out of there. I was in the process of pulling the handle when he slowed down and was just laughing hysterically. I just turned and looked at him with my eyes wide as saucers and my heart jumping out of my chest. He said, "I was just trying to scare you." I could not even speak another word the rest of the way to my car. I know you are all thinking that was the end of that relationship, but unfortunately no. I, against my better judgment, dated the guy for about 4 months after that, and more creepy psycho things happened. But I will save that for another day. So, moral of this story, please don't meet people from the internet that you don't know. So I've just started going out again since COVID restrictions lifted and managed to go out on a date last night. After dinner we both decided to go out to a bar. I am a lesbian and she is pansexual, so we decided to go to a gay bar as there's usually a nice vibe. We don't have to worry about getting intimate, and there's usually a lot less creepy men. We sat down in an outside section, and two girls from a table over decided to come over and sit with us. They were both smoking, which I don't have an issue with, but my first red flag was the girl who sat next to me immediately started blowing smoke in my face. She was tatted up but honestly looked about 14, and it was clear she was trying to throw off some tough exterior. She, completely unprompted, began telling us the following. She was a dominatrix, how much money was coming into her bank account, and handed my date her card to buy drinks with. That she drove a car and had a motorbike, pointed to a car on the street that was supposedly hers, despite drinking and therefore cannot drive, and in our city overnight parking on the street isn't an option. That during recent extreme flash flooding which sent entire towns underwater at 15 meters in some places, she just drove through it on a motorbike. These things, while small, immediately began ringing alarm bells in my head, as I know exactly the type of person to mention things like that unprompted. I've dated a few, and they've been bad news, and it's usually all bullshit. To start, no one with a substantial amount of money is handing their debit card out to strangers to leave and go to the bar with. At some point, she began to make comments on my sexual experience. I don't generally sleep around, as it's not my thing, so my body count can be counted on two hands. She went into depth about sex and how I don't know the ins and out of it because of my low body count. She went down to detail of the different tastes she's experienced. I will say I have no idea why I gave her that information, but I was a bit drunk and tend to be more honest inebriated. I was obviously unimpressed by her bullshit. Her demeanor was so disrespectful. She had an argument with another girl saying that there's no way she could be bi because she was wearing a cardigan. She began asking my date and I about our sexualities, if we're single, putting her hand on our backs to bring us closer to her. At this point I messaged my fake husband to tell him I'll be giving her his number/socials, or will need him to call me if I need an out. The absolute creepiest thing was when she picked up a straw and tried to put it in my drink. I slapped my hand over it, because no matter what the intentions are there, it's not happening. Drug or COVID, I don't care. Keep that shit away from me. By far the creepiest, grossest experience, and probably the biggest alarm bells I've ever gotten in such a short time from a stranger. I literally just made this profile for the purposes of typing this story out. I look to gain nothing from it. All I really want to do is raise awareness of some of the creepy things that go on. I see far too many dating app horror stories. I'm 23F. I've been single for a while. I go out on dates very rarely, but I just recently moved to a new city. I've been struggling with loneliness from not knowing anyone, and I don't have any real friends from work yet, so I took to things like Bumble and Tinder. After maybe a week or swiping, I eventually came across a guy that I matched with. He was really cute, had a good job, had similar interests as me, and was the same age. Should have known better. We talked for about a week. After a couple of days, we exchanged numbers. We talked about life. We talked about our jobs. He was really sweet. He gave me assurance and told me that a new move could be scary, but that putting myself out there was a good step in the right direction. He did get strange with me at one point and asked me things like what color bra and underwear I was wearing. I told him I wasn't quite ready to talk like that. He agreed it was out of line and apologized. Didn't think much else of it. After about a week, he wanted to meet up in person. He wanted it to be in a public place so that I would feel safe. He told me he would take me to dinner, and if I wanted after we could grab a beer. It sounded like a fun night to me. He wanted to meet outside of a dive shop, which I thought was a little strange. It's winter where we are, but it's one of these US states that doesn't really see cold winters, so I didn't give it a great amount of thought. The shop is located near a public park, so there were a good amount of people there. After looking around for a bit, I spotted him talking to some people. I walked up to him and gave him a hug. Not like super romantic, but more than a platonic, less than a partner kind of hug. To my disappointment, he just sort of aced his palms on my back like he was put off. But he did give me a slight smile and a "how are you?" I tried making it work. I told him he looked a lot cuter on person and that I was happy that he asked me out. I was extremely nervous. His eyes widened and he turned to ask the group he was previously talking to who put me up to it. With no expression of humor, they all just calmly denied anything. He then asked me who told me to do this. I was confused. I told him that we had been talking on Tinder. He told me he didn't have Tinder, and even went as far as showing me that he didn't have it downloaded. He apologized for the mix-up. I showed him the profile, and he seemed equally confused. I turned away and started walking back to my car. I was so humiliated. Then I got a text message from the number I had been talking to that SI ply read. Ha 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 ha. I could not even fathom that. I attempted to call the number, but it had been disconnected. By the time I got home, the profile had been deleted. I blocked the number just in case. I had some of the photos saved that the profile sent me. I did a reverse image search on Google and found the Facebook profile of the guy that I actually met. His name wasn't the same, and he was actually a few years older. I also figured out he was a dive instructor at the shop. I felt so betrayed and violated. I did send the guy a message, the actual one, and apologized for the inconvenience. I explained everything to him and why I was acting that way. I gave him as much of the story as I found necessary. To my surprise, he actually responded back and said he was sorry and that he was blindsided by the encounter. He did offer to take me out for a drink to make up for the mess, but I simply have severe trust issues now. I'll share this one on behalf of my roommate and best friend, because honestly, it's a story that deserves to live on in infamy. It's the kind of tale you tell at parties when someone mentions awkward house guest stories, and everyone's jaw drops because nothing could possibly top this. Except it's real, and it happened to us. So, my best friend met this guy while bartending. She worked at one of those busy, touristy bars where the music is loud, the drinks flow endlessly, and random encounters are practically guaranteed. She loved the job, not just for the money, but for the stories. And this particular night, she got a story that would haunt us both for years. The guy was from another country. I don't remember exactly where, but it's not important. What mattered was that they hit it off. He was charming, funny, and apparently attractive enough for her to overlook the fact that he was just another passing tourist. After her shift, they kept talking, laughing, and flirting, and one thing led to another. She decided to bring him home. Now, I didn't meet him that night. I was already fast asleep in my room. For context, we lived in a small apartment with a Jack and Jill bathroom setup. If you're unfamiliar, it means we each had our own sinks in our respective rooms, but shared a single shower and toilet that connected both sides. It was a functional arrangement most of the time, except when one of us brought home a guest. That night, my best friend's guest became my problem. Apparently, at some point after they got home, he needed to relieve himself. And by relieve himself, I mean he unleashed an absolute flood of epic proportions. I don't know if he was drunk, half asleep, or just catastrophically bad at aiming, but the result was pure chaos. He didn't just miss the toilet. No, that would have been too simple. Instead, he managed to turn our bathroom into a splash zone. The floor was wet. The walls were wet. The toilet itself was wet. It was as if a sprinkler system had gone off, except the liquid was not water. But of course, I didn't know any of this when I got up at 4 a.m. to get ready for work. All I knew was that I was half asleep, stumbling into the bathroom in the dark, ready to pee before my long shift. The moment I sat down, though, something felt off. Something cold. Something wet. I froze. My brain struggled to process what was happening. Was the toilet seat wet? No, it couldn't be. I reached for the light switch, flicked it on, and immediately wished I hadn't. It was everywhere. Everywhere. The floor, the walls, the toilet, the seat. I don't know how one human being could produce that much liquid, or how they managed to distribute it so evenly, but there it was. It looked like he'd performed some kind of drunken, abstract art installation, using urine as his medium and our bathroom as his canvas. I screamed. Really screamed. The kind of scream that wakes people up in a panic. My best friend, bless her, came rushing to the door on her side of the bathroom, still half asleep and disoriented. She opened it, and I let her have it. "Your guy peed everywhere," I yelled, gesturing wildly to the crime scene. "It's on the walls, the floor, the seat." I sat in it. She blinked at me, her brain clearly struggling to keep up. Then slowly the horror dawned on her. She glanced at the bathroom, then back at me, and said the only thing she could think of, "Oh my God. I'm so sorry." "Sorry? Sorry." I was not my best self at that moment. "You need to clean this up. Right now. Both of you." I slammed the door shut and jumped in the shower, trying to scrub away the memory of what had just happened. As I stood under the scalding water, I could hear her on the other side, trying to rouse her guest. But he wasn't having it. Apparently, he was still fast asleep, or pretending to be, because let's be honest, no one wants to deal with that kind of mess at 4 a.m. To her credit, my best friend didn't leave me hanging. While her guy continued snoozing away in blissful ignorance, she got on her hands and knees and started cleaning up the disaster he'd left behind. I could hear her muttering under her breath as she scrubbed the floor, the walls, the toilet. Meanwhile, I was fuming. The audacity of this man. To turn our bathroom into a swamp and then just sleep through it? Unacceptable. When I finished my shower and stepped back into my room, my best friend was still cleaning. Her guest, however, hadn't moved an inch. He was still sprawled out in her bed, completely oblivious to the chaos he'd caused. That's when I snapped. I stormed into the kitchen, grabbed his shoes, some hideous sneakers that were already an offense to fashion, and marched out to the back balcony. Without a second thought, I hurled them into the yard below. I didn't care where they landed. For all I knew, a stray dog could have carried them off, and I wouldn't have lost a wink of sleep over it. When my best friend finally finished cleaning, she came into my room, looking equal parts exhausted and apologetic. "I'm so sorry," she said again. "I'll deal with him in the morning. Are you okay?" I took a deep breath, trying to rein in my temper. "I will be. But he's never setting foot in this apartment again." She nodded. "Agreed." The next morning, her guest woke up none the wiser. He eventually noticed his shoes were missing and asked where they were. My best friend, without missing a beat, told him, "Oh, they had an accident. You might want to check the yard." He left shortly after that, and we never saw him again. To this day, we still laugh about it, though at the time, it felt more like a nightmare than a comedy. It's one of those stories we tell when people ask about our worst houseguest experiences, and it never fails to get a reaction. I wasn't my best self that night, but honestly, neither was he. I was 14 at the time of the incident. I was home with my brother, grandma, and my baby cousin. My brother had invited some girl over. Please remember that part, because it is key to the story. My brother then introduced us to the girl. She looked normal but seemed a bit nervous. My grandma asked her some questions and told her if her and my brother needed anything to let her know. Anyways, my grandma told me to stay upstairs and allow my brother and the girl privacy downstairs. Of course, me being the nosy little sister, I wanted to know everything, especially this new girl my brother brought home, that I snuck down the hall quietly and looked over the banister. I saw the girl looking outside the backyard and asking my brother questions like, "Who all live here? Is this you guys' house? It's so nice." Hearing the conversation, I decided to listen to my grandma and go back inside my room. I began to listen to music and felt the urge to look outside my window. I then saw a 2000 Chevrolet Impala parked outside our driveway. The door was wide open, and it appeared to be a man leaving our home with all of our tech items from our home and packing it inside the car. The feeling of dread came. "Yo, what is going on?" I said. Then the sound of loud talking was heard downstairs, and my brother said, "Please, you don't have to do this. Just let us leave if you know what's best," the girl responded. I hurried and ran to my grandma quietly as I can to let her know what I saw downstairs and what I heard. She didn't understand the severity of what I was telling her and began to laugh, which made me kind of upset because our life could be in danger. I heard tires screech and saw the Chevrolet Impala speed down the street. I called out to my brother, and he said, "Huh," in a distraught voice. "What's going on? Who is that man outside?" I asked. He didn't reply. I walked downstairs and saw my brother shaking his head in disbelief, looking at where our TV used to be. The police came shortly due to my grandma calling them. We were later informed that my brother and the girl met for the first time that day, off a dating app. And of course they met at our home. The girl, of course, set up the entire robbery. She was just the decoy until her boyfriend came to rob us. But this part I'm about to say makes my blood run cold. The guy who robbed us held my brother at knife point and said if he didn't comply, he would stab all of us upstairs as a punishment for him getting in the way. The cops asked my brother to give him a description, but he didn't. Later on the same day, we then heard a truck park on the side of the house. Whoever was in it yelled and threw a glass bottle down and drove off. I'm not sure if it was the same man who robbed us, but it terrified me nevertheless. I'm grateful nothing happened to my brother, though, or my family. It goes to show you that you can't trust everyone. It started as all good first dates do, with weeks of build-up. We worked together, which added a layer of complexity to the whole situation, but also made it undeniably exciting. For weeks, we'd been shamelessly flirting in that way you do, when you're trying to gauge if someone likes you back without being too obvious. Every shared glance, every witty comment, it all built up to this moment. Finally, one day, she casually suggested we hang out. Outside of work, I mean, she said, her tone deliberately nonchalant, but her eyes giving her away. I tried to play it cool, but internally I was already planning the date. We set it for the weekend, and she offered to drive. Everything felt easy and natural, the way it does when you just know the chemistry is there. The date itself was perfect. It wasn't one of those stiff, awkward affairs where you're both nervously trying to fill the silence. No, this was one of those rare dates where the conversation just flowed effortlessly, like we'd known each other forever. We talked about everything, our favorite books, childhood memories, the stupidest things we'd ever done. She had this way of laughing that made me want to say something funny just to hear it again. We spent hours hopping between spots, dinner, dessert, a walk through a quiet park. Every stop felt like an extension of the last, like neither of us wanted the night to end. Time slipped away without us noticing, and before we knew it, we were sitting in her car in front of my house. It was late, but neither of us wanted to leave. The conversation was still going strong, and it felt like if we kept talking, the night could stretch on forever. I remember how the streetlights cast a soft glow inside the car, highlighting her smile and the way she'd twist a strand of hair around her finger when she was deep in thought. We weren't just having a conversation. We were in our own little world, completely wrapped up in each other. But, of course, reality has a way of sneaking in. We both had a work meeting the next morning, and as much as I didn't want the night to end, I knew I had to get some sleep. Reluctantly, I said, "Well, I should probably head in. Early morning and all." She smiled, though there was a hint of hesitation in it. "Yeah, I get it," she said softly. "It's late." I reached for the door handle, still feeling the warmth of the night between us. As I opened the door, I turned back and said, "See you tomorrow." And that's when it happened. She looked at me, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said in the sweetest, most vulnerable voice, "I can't wait that long." For a split second, her words hung in the air, and I had a chance to understand what she meant. But did I? No, of course not. I was already halfway out of the car, my mind focused on getting inside and collapsing into bed. Without thinking, without processing her tone, her expression, or the courage it must have taken to say those words, I replied, "Well, you're gonna have to." And then I slammed the car door. I still remember the sound of that door closing, echoing in the quiet street. As I walked up to my house, I felt this faint nagging sensation, like I'd missed something important. But I brushed it off. The date had gone great, hadn't it? We'd had fun, we'd connected, and we were going to see each other at work tomorrow. Everything was fine. It wasn't until the next morning that the realization hit me, like a freight train. I was sitting in the meeting, sipping my coffee and trying to stay awake, when she walked in. She gave me a polite smile, but it wasn't the same as before. There was a subtle shift, a coolness that hadn't been there the night before. And that's when it clicked. Her words replayed in my mind. "I can't wait that long." She wasn't talking about the meeting. She wasn't just saying goodnight. She was hinting, making herself vulnerable, letting me know she wanted to stay in that moment with me a little longer. And what had I done? I'd told her she'd have to wait. Like some clueless idiot, I'd taken her words at face value and shut the door, literally, on what could have been a perfect ending to a perfect night. I wanted to crawl under the table and disappear. How had I missed something so obvious? And worse, how had I made it so much worse with my reply? "Well, you're gonna have to." I cringed just thinking about it. After the meeting, I caught up with her in the hallway, desperate to salvage the situation. "Hey," I said, trying to sound casual, even though I felt anything but. "About last night." She raised an eyebrow, her expression unreadable. "What about it?" I scratched the back of my neck, suddenly unsure how to phrase what I wanted to say. "I think I might have misunderstood something you said." Her lips twitched, like she was holding back a smile. "Oh, yeah. When you said you couldn't wait that long," I trailed off, feeling the heat rise to my face. "I didn't get what you meant until later. Like much later. And I think I might have responded poorly." At that, she laughed, soft at first, then louder, until she was clutching her sides. "Oh my God," she said between laughs. "You just realized?" I nodded sheepishly. "I feel like an idiot." "Well, you kind of are," she said, still laughing. "But you're a cute idiot." That broke the tension, and we ended up laughing together. She teased me about it for weeks after that, but eventually, it became one of those stories we'd tell over and over, always ending in laughter. Years later, when we told the story at our wedding, She made sure to emphasize the part where I slammed the car door in her face. He had no idea I was flirting, she told the guests, shaking her head. I was practically throwing myself at him, and he just said, "Well, you're gonna have to." Like it was nothing. And yet, here we are, I said, grinning at her. I guess I did something right. Wrong. I apologize in advance for the face that I'm posting this from my phone. So this happened a few weeks back. As I'm sure most of you know, Facebook now has a dating component to it. I matched with this guy who seemed pretty chill. He was older than me. His profile stated he was 27, and I just turned 23. But in my mind, 4 years age difference isn't that big of a deal. We talked for a day or two, and decided that we would meet up for a drink to get a feel for each other in person. When we met face to face, he looked older than just 27. He had quite a bit of gray mixed into his facial hair, but I figured he might just be one of those people whose hair turns gray earlier in life, NBD. We have a few drinks and chatted for a bit. He again states that he is 27. He was nice, but he wouldn't stop staring at me and was feeding my compliments with every other sentence that came out of his mouth. I'm really awkward and pretty average looking. I was flattered he was saying those things, but naturally, it made me uncomfortable. I decided it was time for me to head out shortly after that since I had to be up for work at 4:30 a.m. the next day. He walked me to my car, and we started discussing his. It caught my attention due to the fact it was a 1970 Camaro. He then offered to take me for a drive in it. At 10 p.m., I declined due to the time and to the fact I had only known him less than 2 hours, and he wants me to get in his car and go on a random drive late at night. That wasn't going to happen. I really enjoy watching documentaries about serial killers, reading creepy encounters and L&M stories. The last thing I'm about to do is get into a vehicle with an unfamiliar man who will take me to God knows where. I know what kind of danger that can subject a person to. He was very persistent about it, but I wouldn't budge, so I got in my car and left for my drive home, which was about 45 minutes long. By the time I got home, I received multiple texts from him, probably at least 15. Most of those texts stating how much he already missed me, wants to build a future with me, how he's never fallen this fast for everyone his 38 years of life, continuing with further compliments, etc. That's when my stomach dropped. He just stated he was 38 years old. That's not what I was told at the bar or what his profile said. I replied to him, inquiring whether or not it bothered him that he was 15 years older than I was. It bothered me, that's for damn sure. He states that it didn't, and that he prefers to date younger women around my age. I didn't respond and just went to bed. When I woke up the next morning, I had multiple texts and 5 missed calls / voicemails from that dude. Not going to lie, I straight up ghosted him and blocked him on every form of social media I had, as well as his phone number, which is a real asshole thing to do on my part, but he really creeped me out. He was super charming, but way too pushy and was giving me some Ted Bundy vibes. So shout out to Facebook for introducing me to the creepiest person I've ever gone on a date with. I'm going to tell you about my dating experience with a government agent. Or was he? Not only will this post focus on bizarre events, but also what the relationship was like. I haven't been able to understand what happened, and I feel like I need more insight, so that's why I'm doing this. When I tell family and friends, they are just as puzzled. I'm a 23-year-old gay guy. I'm from Michigan. I just deliver pizza and live at home with my parents. I have no affiliation with the government. A few years ago, I met an older guy online. He was here in Michigan visiting friends from Washington, D.C. He was nice, and we decided to hang out after chatting for a little while. I wasn't looking for anything serious, so when we hung out it was casual. We would just have wine or get dinner. Sometimes alone, other times with his friends who live here in my area. The first thing that stuck out about him was when he told me what he does. He told me he works for a 3-letter agency, but he could not disclose which it was. All I knew was that his job is very demanding, and it was for some 3-letter agency in D.C. Nothing felt weird at that point, until the magnet popped up. It's honestly hard to remember this in detail, so bear with me. I don't remember the first time seeing it, but I know that one day I noticed a small circular magnet just sitting by us. It looked like a metal washer, just a donut metal-shaped disc about the size of a pepperoni, but it was thick and shiny. I remember seeing a few of them around, and even being stacked on each other. I can only remember what it looked like. I didn't say much about it at first. I kept my mouth shut when it came to anything possibly involving his work. I regret that now because it makes me feel like I was being vulnerable and naive. I wanted to impress him by respecting the private nature of his job, but in my gut I knew it was connected to his work somehow. I didn't know it at the time, but that weird metal thing would come back in conversation later. As our relationship, if you can even call it that, it was more like a fling, went on, he started to show more of his personality me. I began to feel an energy of manipulation when I was with him, and I just felt intruded on. He was very sweet and doted on me, but it felt too good to be true. Tension began to rise very quickly because I wasn't giving him enough of my time, and I began pulling away. He was coming on too strong. It almost gave me a feeling of being captured. The more our strange dynamic played out, he began to tell me a little about work, slowly intertwining it with other aspects of his life. I don't remember why or when, but at some point he told me about the magnet. Harry's the best way I can explain this. Because of his job, he has foreign entities who literally try to mess with and interfere with his life. When you read that, you probably aren't completely understanding what I mean. Apparently, there was some sort of foreign entity that would use advanced technology to send some sort of disrupting wave of energy to him to distort his thoughts and emotions. I don't know how severe this was, but apparently it was very hard for him to cope with. I had never heard of anything like this prior. Please share what you know if you're familiar with what I'm talking about. He told me the metal object's purpose was to block that interference from affecting us. This was a lot to digest. I didn't know what to think. WTF? Foreign entities using mind control on him? Now I'm going to make a list of the weirdest parts and why I still rack my brain about this encounter to this day. One day, the magnet was stuck to my phone. I pulled it off and ignored it. I never found out which agency he worked for, and I wonder if it was an illusion of grandeur looking back now. He had a friend in Florida who was a lady in probably her 60s. He told me he stayed with her during the pandemic. When he FaceTimed her one day, she picked up a small object with a screen on it and asked if it was his. When he said yes, she quickly hid it. Also, he had a lot of weird flashy technology I've never seen before. 3. If the foreign technology shit is real, did it affect me? Can it cause cancer face with tears of joy? 4. He ended up showing a very strange and manipulative side of himself, insisting I should have invited him to dinner with my family at Christmas, even though we had just met. 5. The one time we hung out in a hotel, he told me he was stepping out briefly and was gone for almost 4 hours. 6. He told me his ex-boyfriend was found slaughtered after begging him not to go out one night, but the boyfriend insisted. He told me the name and said I could look it up, but at the time I regrettably just didn't for some reason. So I don't have the information about the incident or person. These 6 points creep me out when I look at them together, which I'm leaving open to your interpretation. The fling came to an end when I didn't give him enough of my time, and then he refused to see me again. His manipulative side became very visible when he would blow me off just to hit me with a "miss you" text. He became so manipulative after initially being so loving. Red flag? Thinking back to the last time I saw him, I'm glad I got out safe. We were at an Airbnb, and he started crying, but I didn't. It was so weird. He was the one crying, but then blew me off. When I asked why he was crying that night, it was because he felt so worried for what this would do to me. What was he thinking would happen to me? Probably just manipulation, but it just was really strange, and thinking back it felt like I was with a truly weird person, and I was not safe in that moment. Nothing bad happened, but my gut just tells me it wasn't right. I wonder what the magnet truly was, and why he wanted to make things serious so fast. I really am curious who that person was and his true intentions. So that's all I wanted to share. If you have had a similar experience or any questions, please let me know, and I'll be happy to respond. If you can help bring some understanding to the situation, that would be great, but I understand how loaded this post is. Also, feel free to DM me. When I was about 25, I lived on the Toronto Islands, which, if you're unfamiliar, is a little slice of paradise right across the water from the city. Life there was peaceful, quiet, and full of moments that made you stop and appreciate how unique it was, like taking the ferry every time you wanted to go into the city. Sure, it wasn't the most convenient, but it added a bit of charm to daily life. One night, I was on the ferry heading into Toronto, and as I sat down, I noticed her. A woman sitting just a few seats away from me, and let me tell you, she was absolutely, undeniably, breathtakingly beautiful. I don't mean kind of pretty or cute in a certain light. I mean the kind of beautiful that makes you question if you've accidentally wandered into a movie, or if some casting director has snuck a supermodel onto your commuter ferry. She was that beautiful. She had this effortless elegance about her, the kind that feels unattainable. You know, the kind where even if you wore the exact same outfit, you'd still look like you got lost in a thrift store. I couldn't help but glance over at her, trying not to stare but failing miserably. I was 25, single, and already imagining how this could be one of those meet-cute stories people always talked about. As the ferry pulled into the city, the skies opened up, and it started pouring rain. Because apparently, the universe decided this story needed a dramatic twist. I didn't have an umbrella, but I did have my car parked nearby, so I saw my moment. I gathered up my courage, walked over to her, and said something smooth like, "Hey, it's raining. Want a ride?" To my surprise and relief, she said yes. It was a short drive to her place, but it felt like the kind of ride you remember forever. She was funny, kind, and yes, still ridiculously beautiful. When we pulled up to her apartment, I figured that was the end of it, but just as she was about to get out of the car, she turned to me and said, "Hey, do you want to go out sometime?" My brain nearly short-circuited. Sure," I said, probably sounding a little too eager, but not caring in the slightest. She smiled, thanked me for the ride, and disappeared into her building. For the next week, I replayed that interaction over and over in my head, telling myself that I'd somehow managed to impress this stunning woman enough for her to ask me out. And then, like a dream come true, she called me. She suggested we go bowling, a bit of a curveball, no pun intended. But hey, who was I to question her? Did I mention she was beautiful? The night of the date arrived, and I showed up at the bowling alley near her place, equal parts excited and nervous. And there she was, waiting for me, just as stunning as I remembered. If anything, she looked even better. I was practically floating as we made small talk, got our shoes, and picked a lane. Everything seemed great. I felt like I'd hit the jackpot, until I made the mistake of asking her, "Hey, can I grab you a drink?" Her answer was casual, but unexpected. "Oh no," she said. "My religion doesn't allow me to drink." "Okay, no problem. Not a deal breaker." "No worries," I said. "How about a soft drink?" She shook her head. "I don't eat any sugar." "Ah," I said, my enthusiasm dipping ever so slightly. "Coffee?" "No, I don't drink caffeine." I paused, mentally running through my list of potential options. "Tea?" "Nope, no tea either." At this point, I was running out of ideas. "Water?" She smiled. "Just plain water, thanks." I nodded, trying to hide my growing unease. I mean, sure, she was beautiful, but the conversation was starting to feel less like a date and more like a dietary Q&A session. Still, I told myself to keep an open mind. Maybe this was just a quirky thing, and the rest of the evening would pick up. Spoiler alert, it didn't. As we bowled, I quickly learned that her strict dietary restrictions were just the tip of the iceberg. No meat, no fried foods, no late nights, no clubs, no movies with inappropriate content. I was starting to feel like I'd accidentally wandered into a lifestyle intervention rather than a date. And then came the kicker, the religion. "Hey Scott," she said, pausing between turns, "my church is a lot of fun. You should come with me on Sunday." I hesitated, unsure how to respond. "Thanks, but I'm not really the church-going type." "Oh, you'd love it," she insisted, her enthusiasm ramping up. "We have great community events, and the pastor is so inspiring. I think it could really change your life." The more she talked, the more it became clear that this wasn't just a passing suggestion. It was a full-blown sales pitch. Suddenly, I wasn't just a guy on a date. I was a potential recruit. As she rattled off the church's virtues, I found myself nodding politely while mentally calculating how much longer I had to endure this. By the time the date ended, I was practically vibrating with relief. I'd spent the entire evening trying to find some common ground, but it felt like every conversation was a dead end. She didn't drink, didn't eat most foods, didn't enjoy any of the things I did, and to top it all off, she was trying to convert me. As we walked to our cars, I plastered on a polite smile and said, "Well, this was fun. Yeah, we should do it again sometime," she said brightly. "Definitely," I lied, knowing full well that there was absolutely no chance of a second date. When I got home, I collapsed onto the couch, exhausted from the sheer effort of trying to make the date work. For a while, I stared at the ceiling, wondering how something that had started so promisingly could have gone so spectacularly wrong. To this day, I still think about that date every now and then, not because it was great, but because it was the perfect lesson in how appearances can be deceiving. She was, without a doubt, one of the most beautiful women I'd ever met. But sometimes, beauty isn't enough to carry a conversation, let alone a relationship. Never in my life have I been so relieved that a date was over. So about 7 years ago, I had an online date who, after I told him a second date wouldn't be happening, decided to show up at my place of work. Needless to say, after that I was extremely hesitant to dive back into the pool of online dating. In fact, since then I can count on one hand the number of men I've dated from online. But my sister and my best friend have both met men over the last year on an app that connects through Facebook. It's used to help filter out catfishes, and also tries to find mutual friends of friends that would match what you're looking for in a partner. So over the last month I've been talking to guys here and there, but hadn't yet really found one I was ready to move beyond text with. Then this guy came along. We chatted in the app, and he was really nice and seemed safe. After almost 3 weeks of daily texting, I agreed to a date. For the first time ever, I did not stalk his social media profiles because I wanted to stop self-sabotaging. I tend to dig so deep that I know too much before the date, and have already made my decision that there will be no second date. Yes, I am extremely paranoid. So I show up to the first date, and it's okay. He's mostly quiet and kinda shy, but polite. I know I have a big personality and can dominate the conversation, so I decide to give him a second shot. As the week leading up to date 2 goes on, I start to get apprehensive and tell myself not to sabotage this. I realize because I didn't want to stalk his profiles, I don't know his last name. So I text him and ask. He seems hesitant to tell me. He asks me why I need to know, so I respond jokingly that I typically ask before the first date so I can know who my murderer is, but we're beyond that, and now I simply want to know who I'm dating. It takes him a while to respond, but he sends it finally, and then doesn't text again for a while. I keep my promise to myself and don't social media stalk him. I tell some friends who start to seem hesitant about me meeting him again. Date 2. I show up at the restaurant, my choice, and it's pretty empty, so there is plenty of parking right up front. I park and wait. I see another car pull in, assuming it's him. He drives past all the open spots, my car included, which he knows because he walked me to it after date 1. He parks over at the side of the building, gets out, walks past my car, and texts that he saw me in the lot. It seemed a little awkward, but I ignored it. We enjoy the date and spend an hour and a half talking on and off until the restaurant closes. We discussed where in the city we live, general directions, and the fact that we've lived in those areas our entire lives. We also discussed social media, and he claims he has no social media account. This should have been a red flag since the app takes Facebook. Although the conversation was much better, I wasn't sure that I was ready to tell him I wanted to see him again, so I figured I would go home and think about it. He walks me to my car, but walks uncomfortably close behind me. I ignore this and turn to awkwardly hug him and say my goodbye. I don't open the car until he's walked away after a bit of a pause. I leave and get out on the road to head home. There aren't many cars in that area, as it's a heavily restaurant-laden area, and most are closing for the night. I get up to the main road I'd need to turn down to go the direction I live, and notice the car behind me gets into the turn lane. I was not going home because I actually wanted to make a quick stop at the grocery store to grab some items I needed for dinner the following night. The light turns red, and they sit extremely far back. I look in my mirror and realize it's him. No big deal, I'm sure it was just a coincidence that he's going this way. There are other stores this way as well. I refuse to become paranoid and overthink things. So I get up to the intersection the store is at and note he's still in the far lane. So I hop into the left-hand turn lane to get to the store and notice he cuts over 2 lanes to get behind me. That seemed odd, but maybe he didn't know where the entrance to this shopping center is. Still a really odd coincidence he'd be coming this way, especially without sending a text or something acknowledging he's behind me. I mean, we're the only cars on the road. I pull into the store and note he pulls in one row before I do. I decide to loop around the lot and pull back out onto the service road. I slowly drive back to the main road, noticing he gets out of his car and scans the parking lot. Not a casual scan like, is there a better parking spot, but a prolonged, where are you, scan. I get back out on the road and drive all the way to another out-of-the-way grocery store that I actually used to work at, knowing it's a safe place that will be on a more heavily populated end of town with some friends who will be there to make me feel safe. Needless to say, I haven't heard from him since, and I think he knows I know. It took me a while, but I found his social media. His first name was not what he told me. I dug through my texts with him until I found a screenshot he'd sent me of an Instagram page, which listed mutual followers. Another red flag I should have remembered, he obviously had an Insta. I start digging through the accounts listed until I find one that's not private and find his profile. This leads to the ability to reverse Google Images until I find his Facebook, which has a different first name and a city that is nowhere near where he claimed he lived. Time to delete my dating profile again. It's really more of an in-person kind of explanation, he said, dodging the question with an awkward little smile. Then he suggested a dinner date. I hesitated. Normally, I have a rule about this sort of thing. I don't meet my online dates until we've had significantly more text and phone contact. Partly for safety reasons, because let's be honest, the internet can be a minefield of weirdos, but mostly because I've been on a lot of bad dates. Like the kind that make you question your life choices and wonder if staying single forever might be the better option. Still, something about this guy intrigued me. Maybe it was his honesty, or at least what I thought was honesty. He mentioned he was living in his friend's spare room because he'd hit a few speed bumps in life. I got that. I'm no stranger to speed bumps myself. In fact, if life were a road, mine would be under constant construction with a sign that read, "Expect delays." So I let myself dare to hope. Maybe, just maybe, I had found a kindred spirit, someone who understood what it was like to navigate life's ups and downs without a GPS. Against my better judgment, I agreed to the date. After all, what's the worst that could happen? Famous last words. And that's how I found myself sitting across from him at a dimly lit table in a cozy little restaurant, listening to him tell his story. About a year ago, I went out with some friends after work, he began, and I nodded encouragingly, signaling that he had my full attention. This seemed promising, relatable even. Who hasn't had a wild night out with friends? I met a girl at a bar, and we really hit it off, he continued, his tone casual. We ended up going home together. I smiled politely, already feeling a bit uneasy. Was this the kind of story you shared on a first date? But I decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe there was a twist coming. He paused, taking a sip of water before dropping the bombshell. The next day, there's a cop on my doorstep. And yada, long story short, she didn't look 16. My stomach dropped. I froze mid-bite, my fork hovering in the air like I'd suddenly forgotten how to use it. I stared at him, trying to process what I'd just heard. Did she look 30? Because you're 44, dude. So, he continued, as if he'd just confessed to accidentally missing a stop sign and not, sleeping with a minor. I have a felony on my record. I was put on probation, and my job fired me. At this point, my brain was in full red alert mode. My internal monologue was screaming, abort mission. Run. This is not a drill. But outwardly, I tried to keep my composure, nodding politely as though he'd just shared an unfortunate story about losing his luggage at the airport. And then, he added with a dramatic sigh, just to kick me when I'm down, my wife left me. I blinked, sure I had misheard him. Your wife? I repeated, trying to keep the disbelief out of my voice. Yeah, he said, shaking his head like he couldn't fathom why she'd made such a decision. She said she couldn't forgive me. He used air quotes for emphasis. I mean, come on. I made one mistake. Everyone deserves a second chance, right? I had no words. Literally none. What do you even say to that? Bummer was all I could manage, mostly because my brain had short-circuited and defaulted to autopilot. But he wasn't done yet. Oh no. He leaned back in his chair, clearly gearing up for Act 2 of his tragic life story. So there I was, out of work, with a felony on my record, and my mom and I trying to scrape by on her Social Security check. It wasn't enough to cover rent, so she started driving for Uber. There was a pause, a brief moment where I foolishly thought we might be transitioning to a different topic. But no. That's how she caught COVID, he said, his voice growing somber. And she died. At that moment, I felt like I was trapped in some kind of dark, absurdist comedy. The kind where everything keeps escalating until you're left questioning reality itself. I wanted to laugh, cry, and scream what is happening, all at the same time. Instead, I just nodded, my face frozen in what I hoped was a sympathetic expression. Meanwhile, my inner voice was losing its mind. Why did I agree to this date? Why didn't I stick to my rules? And most importantly, how do I politely escape this dinner without causing a scene? The rest of the evening was a blur. I think I muttered some variation of "that's tough" or "I'm so sorry" a dozen times, all while trying to inch closer to the end of the meal. He didn't seem to notice my discomfort, or if he did, he didn't care. He was too busy lamenting the unfairness of it all, completely unaware that this was, hands down, the worst date of my life. When the check finally arrived, I felt a wave of relief so intense I nearly cried. I paid my half, thanked him for the lovely evening, and practically sprinted to my car. Once I was safely inside, I sat there for a moment, staring at the steering wheel and replaying the evening in my head. How had it gone so wrong so quickly? Needless to say, there was no second date. Looking back, I can almost laugh about it. Almost. It's the kind of story you tell your friends over drinks, and they react with a mix of horror and disbelief, saying things like, "Wait, he actually said that, and you're making this up, right?" But the truth is, that date taught me something important. It reminded me why I have my rules in the first place. They're not just about safety, they're about preserving my time, energy, and sanity. Because for every decent guy out there are at least 3 more who will sit across from you at a candlelit table and casually drop a felony confession into the conversation like it's no big deal. So here I am, still single and still hopeful that the right guy is out there somewhere. But after that night, my standards are higher than ever. And no felonies is officially at the top of the list. And that, dear reader, is why I'm still single. So it's 2011, and I am newly divorced. I am in my mid-20s and a single mother, so I decide to try out some dating sites. I start talking with this guy on one of the sites. We seem to have a lot in common, and he seems pretty normal. I decide to give him my phone number. We continue chatting via text and phone calls. Well, I suggest we go get some coffee to meet up. He states he doesn't drink coffee. Okay, I suggest some drinks at a bar. He doesn't drink alcohol. Okay, well he has a great idea. Let's go for a hike. I reluctantly agree. First red flag. He wants to go to this place called Batstow in South Jersey, which is a historic village with old abandoned buildings, hiking trails, and the home of the Jersey Devil. Great place for a first date, so I suggest we meet in the main parking lot, but no, he has a better idea. Let's meet at a train station nearby, and he'll drive us over because he knows of another entrance with better hiking trails. Next red flag. I again reluctantly agree, not wanting to be rude. So the day of the date comes, and for whatever dumb reason, I don't tell anyone I'm doing this. I think because I was embarrassed I was using a dating site, and I knew somewhere in the back of my mind my friends would have tried to talk me out of it. So I pull into the train station, and he's there in a late 90s Bronco. Okay, not so bad. We can't all afford newer cars. He gets out, and he's actually the guy from the pictures. Okay, internal sigh of relief. We get in the car, and start to head to this secret hiking trail entrance. We have a nice conversation on the way there. All seems good. We get there, and as we are getting out of the car I go to grab my phone. He says, "Oh no, just leave it here, I have mine." Red flag waving in my fucking face. Again being polite and not wanting to argue, I comply. I see the entrances, and one directs you towards the village and humanity. So I naturally suggest that one. He says no and points to this other trail that goes God knows where. I again, being the good girl that I am, say okay. Right before we go to set off, a bit of rebellion sets in, and I'm like, you know what, I should really have my phone with me. He starts to argue, and I'm like, no, I need it in case the babysitter calls about my son. He gives in and unlocks his car, and I grab my phone. 1 point for me. We set off down this trail side by side. We are talking, and everything seems okay. I start thinking I was just overreacting before, all is good. Well, we get to a part in the trail where you can only go one by one. So I say, you go first and I'll follow. He says, oh no, you go, so in case you trip or anything I can grab you. I do that nervous giggle thing and politely decline, saying how bad I am with following paths. He then insists I go first in a stern voice. Red flag with sirens. I stupidly comply. The trail is getting narrower by the second, and the woods are getting darker because of the amount of trees, brush, etc. We are now no longer talking, and the only sounds are the crunching of our footsteps. The panic starts setting in. I look back at him, and he's just got this scowl on his face and a dead look in his eyes. I try to smile at him, but nothing. So I stop, and I say, you know what, let's turn back. I liked it better when we could walk next to each other and talk. Still being polite, he says he wants to keep going this way. So I say no, I really want to go back the other way, and I start to do just that. As I go to walk past, he grabs my arm and blocks my path. I don't say anything and just casually grab my phone out of my pocket, not saying anything. He lets me go, saying fucking whatever, and we walk back towards the car in silence. Me with my phone in my hand the whole time. I amazingly did have signal. As we reach the clearing where the cars are parked, he looks at his watch and states he has to go now. He has somewhere to be. We were only on this date for less than an hour, but okay, I'm not complaining. For whatever dumb reason, I get back in his car. We drive in almost near silence the entire way back to my car, me with a death grip on my phone, and him looking miserable. He drops me off at my car and speeds away. I never hear from him again. In my naivety, I want to believe there was no chemistry between us. But let's be honest, when I decided to fuck politeness and grab my phone that day, I spoiled his dastardly plans. I have sex with men to steal their power. I felt sick to my stomach. At first she seemed like a normal, although quirky, but I'm quirky too, fellow college student. I was going to a small liberal arts college studded with orange trees in beautiful Southern California. I had been semi-involved with her before, after she came up to me sophomore year and said, "I like your energy, let's be friends." But when I didn't go farther than making out, she lost interest. Then I got elected to a student government position, and for the first time in months she was in my room, saying, "You were so inspiring, it was very sexy." Oh, thanks. I never thought of myself as sexy. I was always more of a theater geek and bookworm. But I guess I had grown up a bit since my awkward, 100-pounds high school days. Why not just have sex? It's no big deal, right? I mean, see if it feels good. I couldn't say no to that. I mean, I could have, but how do you say no to that? She was cute. I liked her. So we did. It was okay. Maybe normal at first. But after having sex for a while, maybe I didn't come soon enough, she straddled me, began thrusting hard, and started screaming. Finish, finish, finish. It was disorienting. But I was new to sex, so I thought, maybe this is the way it is? But it just didn't sit well with me. Just felt like something that I thought was innocent or intimate just took a weird turn. But then maybe I was just a prude. I didn't know how to say no to her, so when she would come over we would have sex, but I never came with her again. Not until my friend invited me to a sexual harassment seminar. So I went. And the professor, she was very captivating, very powerful speaker. She basically said, if you're having sex with someone and you don't feel comfortable about it, that's rape. I was like, whoa, because I didn't know it was okay to say no to someone you'd willingly had sex with. But it was really weirding me out that I would get back to my dorm room from class, and there she'd be, sitting at my desk in my room reading my journals. I know, I'm a guy and I write in a journal. Whatever, I've been writing my dreams and thoughts down since I was a kid. And it just didn't feel right. But she would pass it off like, we're having sex, you're not allowed to have any boundaries from me. So it was one of those days where I come home and she's there looking through my stuff. I'm fascinated by you. I just want to know all about your life. And she saw one of my books on Hermeticism, and she was just like, oh, are you studying this? I'm practicing a sect of Gnosticism, where I have sex with men to steal their power. What? Yeah, there's a lot of energy in semen. Is that why you're not finishing when you're with me? I lead her out of my room, but now I had gone to the sexual harassment seminar. I knew it was okay to say no to someone if you didn't feel comfortable having sex with them. But she wasn't having it. Why not? It feels good, doesn't it? I feel good, don't I? Well, physically yes, but I just don't feel safe with you. But at least we can just have sex. No, I don't want to have sex with you anymore. But why not if it feels good? It went back and forth like that for a while. She just didn't seem to get it. She kept pushing, and I really thought I must be being crazy because here was a cute girl that wanted to have sex with me. That was challenging me about not having sex with her again. Because I feel like you raped me. I don't know why I said that. Maybe because of the workshop, maybe because none of my other reasons or my feelings seemed to matter at all. It was like talking to a wall. Can we at least be friends? No, I don't feel safe with you. About 6 weeks later, I woke up having sex with her, and finishing, which I had never done with her since the first time she was screaming at me to come. What? Do you love me underscore 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 underscore? What? No. It's hard to jump into a conversation while the night and the world is swirling around you, and what might have been a bad dream is suddenly resolving itself into the real, and you're looking down on yourself that should have been sleeping alone, but is instead in bed with someone you thought you would never have to interact with again, and you're having some kind of zombie sex. But what if I was pregnant with your child? That's scary. I kicked her out of my room. I got pissed at my roommate for letting her in while I was asleep, but he didn't know any better. Anytime a girl wants to have sex with, I mean, you're a guy, right? That's a good thing. She kept coming to my room telling me she had something to show me. I kept just closing the door. It was like I wasn't allowed to have any boundaries. Like nothing I said mattered, but what she wanted. But at the very least, as long as I was awake, I could tell her to get the fuck away from me. Fine, have it your way. A few weeks later, everyone in our very small school was looking at me funny. The halls of my building were plastered with "no means no" posters. A kid I knew from one of my classes came up to me, fuming. Rapist. What? I quickly found out that's what she had been trying to show me all those weeks. She had put a piece in the school paper saying that she had said no, that she had been raped. My friend, a feminist that I really trusted and believed was a good sounding board, told me that women were constantly being violated, that maybe I just didn't understand, but that I needed to talk to her and make things right. Not one person asked me what I experienced. Once the accusation was out, I was evil number one, unworthy of listening to. And I had nothing to say. Her whole thing, it was just so gross and disgusting. I didn't feel like sharing any of it. I just didn't have the energy to have to share something that most people were completely unwilling to even consider because, hey, this is a liberal arts college. The white male-dominant patriarchy is bad, and women are victims, and anything that happens, it's your fault, because you must have been horny and lost control of yourself. The school was unwilling to do anything. I asked them about judicial counsel. They literally told me that no matter what the chances were almost nil they would ever side with a male student because of the climate on campus. Anyhow, I finally asked her why she did it, why she created this whole shame campaign against me. I wanted to feel powerful. She said, "That is the creepiest thing anyone has ever done to me." P.S. Years later, at a reunion, her friends teased me about how they had gotten away with slander and sexual assault on me. They were proud of themselves. It was part of their empowerment. So, today as I was going for a coffee, I decided to check out a new cafe that just opened. As I go near the door, I am surprised and happy to see an ex-girlfriend of mine from when I was a kid. We stare at each other for a second, and then I see she mumbles something, and then comes towards me. I go in for the hug, and after we greet, she just says, "Do you remember what you've done to me?" I was baffled. We dated many years ago, and we never had issues of any kind. No major fights, no abuse, no toxicity. As a matter of fact, she left me because I would not commit, but remained on good terms for a while after, still hanging out, until she found a job abroad and left. At first I was scared shitless and immediately thought there was something strange. I asked to be more specific, but she wasn't telling. After a little chit-chat, she told me she was referring to the time me and a friend cleansed her house. It came back to me then. At the time we were stupid, edgy semi-goth kids, really into the weird and otherworldly stuff. After she complained about feeling her house was weird, a friend from our group offered to do some cleansing ritual, which he did while we were basically half drunk. According to her, when 7 years later she talked about this thing with other people, shit started to hit the fan. Like you could feel presence around the house, drops of temperature, all the good stuff. She was very vague, but apparently she believes some kind of ghost is now possessing her house. Something apparently unleashed after that thing we did, and she started telling about it to her friends, because nothing happened in the years prior. She then got back to England, but promptly came back here to escape from an abusive fiancé. At that point I was really nervous, and I excused myself. She hugged me, says now there is only Christ in her heart, and that we should really have a cup of coffee. This gave me really weird vibes, like weird cult stuff. I basically ran away terrified. Keep in mind, we split on good terms, very good. She looked after my dog while I was in England. As a masseuse, she took care of my bad back for months. She even introduced me to her new boyfriend, and we went out for dinner a couple of times as a group. There is no way she could have held animus against me. Hell, once abroad, she even offered to help find a job for me in the city she was currently living in. This was not a prank done to get back at me, and more so her eyes. She once was the light of the room, always laughing and cracking jokes. The person I found was sad, with very still eyes, not smiling, not anything. Like a completely different person. Hey everyone. I've been online dating for a while. I've had some interesting experiences, but none quite like this before. I just wanted to share with everyone what happened on this crazy date. About 2 weeks ago, I matched with this girl on Tinder. She was really cool and fun to talk to at first, and we hit it off pretty well. She was funny and had an interesting sense of humor. She was very attractive. Nothing struck me as weird or odd about her appearance, really. She had a lot of tattoos, which I liked a lot. There were certain comments that she would make at times that just seemed to be pretty dark and morbid. Another thing I found to be weird was that she insisted on driving. I figured that it was because she had a nice car and wanted to show it off. Nope. When she came to get me, she pulled up in a pretty beat-up, dark brown van. When I got in, I noticed an awful smell. It was very messy with trash and dirty clothes everywhere. I didn't want to say anything about it, so I just made casual conversation. We went out to eat, which was normal for the most part. After we left, she said that she wanted to drive me to this one spot she likes to go. She said that it was secluded and deep in the woods, so I figured it was just to make out or something like that. When we got there, she got out of the van and ran off sprinting. I was so confused and in shock at this point. I looked around for her for a second, but it was pretty dark and creepy, so I just decided to get back into the van and lock the doors. A few minutes later, I heard beating on the windows. It was really loud and scary. It did appear to be her, so I opened the door to let her in. She was completely naked at this point. I gave her a confused look, and she said that she just ran off like that to freak me out. She kept laughing and then started kissing me. I went along with it, even though I was a little freaked out. I don't want to share graphic details, but she requested me to do some really weird and odd things that I didn't feel comfortable doing. She was rough and violent while we were messing around. I finally had to tell her to stop, and that I wasn't comfortable doing anymore. She told me to get out of the van. I asked if she could drive me back home, but instead she shoved me out and left me there and drove off. I still had my phone, so I decided to call the police. I let them know where I was and that I felt unsafe. They shortly arrived and I told them what happened. While I was taking to them, she came back in her van. They talked her to her and said that they were going to take her in. The next day I got a long message berating me for calling the cops on her. She said that what I did was uncalled for and childish. I haven't spoken to her since. I was fully embracing my hookup phase. College was the perfect time for it. No strings, no expectations, just fun. Tinder was my go-to for meeting people. Low effort, high entertainment value. Some matches were decent, others were total disasters. Then there was this guy, who became an entirely different kind of story. We matched on a random Tuesday, and after the usual exchange of flirty messages and a few decent jokes on his part, he asked me to meet up at a popular bar in our college town for bingo night. It sounded fun and casual, something different from the usual coffee shop meetups or awkward attempts at Netflix and chill. Plus, bingo at this bar wasn't your typical quiet evening with retirees. It was loud, chaotic, and full of students who used every wrong answer as an excuse to drink. When I got to the bar, I spotted him immediately. He was good-looking, I'll give him that. Nice smile, decent hair, a little shorter than I expected, but not enough to matter. He waved me over, and we grabbed drinks before finding a table. The night started off well enough. We laughed about the ridiculousness of bingo night, bonded over how neither of us actually knew the rules, and made fun of the guy next to us who was way too serious about his bingo strategy. By the end of the night, I'd had just enough drinks to think bringing him back to my place was a good idea. You know how it goes. When you're in the moment, everything seems like a great idea. So we stumbled back to my apartment, where my roommates were already used to my questionable late-night decisions. Things didn't go as smoothly as I'd hoped. Let's just say the chemistry we had at the bar didn't quite translate once we were back at my place. It was awkward, clunky, and not at all what I'd envisioned. But hey, not every hookup is a home run. I figured we'd sleep it off, exchange a polite goodbye in the morning, and never speak again. That's how these things worked, right? Wrong. The next morning, I woke up to the smell of pancakes wafting through the apartment. My roommate, bless her, had a habit of whipping up breakfast for the house after a night out. Normally, it was a great way to start the day. Today, though, I had a different issue. He was still there. At first, I thought, okay, no big deal. He's probably just groggy. Give him some time. But as the minutes ticked by, it became clear that this guy had no intention of leaving anytime soon. I tried dropping hints, mentioning how busy my day was, casually putting on my shoes like I was about to head out, but he wasn't picking up on any of it. Instead, he sprawled out on my couch like he owned the place, chatting with my roommates, and even asking if he could grab a plate of pancakes. I was mortified. The awkwardness was unbearable. I'm not great at confrontation, so I kept smiling through gritted teeth, hoping he'd magically figure out that he wasn't supposed to still be here. But no, this guy was oblivious, or maybe just incredibly stubborn. Either way, I was at my wit's end. That's when my roommate stepped in. She was in the kitchen flipping pancakes when she looked over at me, raised an eyebrow, and mouthed, "Do you need help?" I gave her a tiny nod, hoping she'd have some brilliant plan to get him out of there. Turns out, her plan was far more direct than I expected. Without missing a beat, she grabbed a stack of the ugliest pancakes from the pile, the ones that had burned edges or had fallen apart mid-flip, and marched into the living room. She didn't say anything at first, just stood there holding the pancakes like she was about to serve him breakfast. Then, out of nowhere, she started throwing them at him. Yes, throwing pancakes. "Time to go," she shouted, pelting him with pancakes like she was in some sort of breakfast-themed food fight. At first, he looked completely stunned. A piece of pancake hit him square in the chest, and he just sat there blinking, like he couldn't believe this was happening. "What are you doing?" he finally sputtered, brushing crumbs off his shirt. "What does it look like?" my roommate shot back, hurling another pancake his way. "You need to leave. Now." I was frozen, caught somewhere between horror and hysterical laughter. This was not how I'd envisioned the morning going, but I couldn't deny it was effective. With each pancake that landed, he looked more flustered. "I was just hanging out," he said defensively, ducking as another pancake flew past his head. "Hanging out's over," she said, grabbing one last pancake and tossing it for good measure. "Take the hint, buddy." Finally, he stood up, muttering something under his breath about how crazy we were. He grabbed his shoes, glared at me like I'd betrayed him, and shuffled out the door, still brushing pancake crumbs off his clothes. As soon as the door shut, my roommate and I burst out laughing. It was the kind of uncontrollable, tears streaming down your face laughter that you only get after something truly absurd happens. "Did you just throw pancakes at him?" I asked, gasping for air. "Yup," she said, completely unbothered. "Sometimes, food is the only language people understand." She wasn't wrong. As over-the-top as her approach had been, it worked. The guy was gone, and the apartment finally felt like ours again. We sat down at the kitchen table, splitting the remaining, non-ugly pancakes, and spent the rest of the morning laughing about what had just happened. Looking back, it's one of my favorite college memories. Sure, the hookup itself was a bust, and I spent the next few days avoiding that guy around campus, but the story it gave me was priceless. To this day, whenever I smell pancakes, I think about my roommate standing in the living room, hurling food at some random Tinder guy who overstayed his welcome. I've had my fair share of wild experiences. I can share more if people are interested, but this story in particular is about the killer in the making I dated my sophomore year of high school. I didn't date him by choice. In fact, I already had a boyfriend who I loved very much. I had started dating him in May. He graduated, and I continued high school the next year. That's when this creep took an interest in me. I was never pretty or popular, but this year I had decided to put in some effort. I dressed nice, wore makeup, and out contacts in instead of wearing my glasses. That's when a fairly popular boy noticed me. He started chatting with me, and eventually asked me to homecoming. I was flattered, but of course I said no, since I was very happy with my boyfriend. Well, he didn't take too kindly to being rejected. He proceeded to pull out a knife, one of 3 he carried with him daily, and told me that I had to break up with my boyfriend and go out with him, or he'd kill my boyfriend, my family, and eventually me. I was terrified, so I did as he said. I broke up with my boyfriend on the phone, and of course I couldn't tell him why. He got upset and hung up the phone. Now that I was single, the creep got happier. He stopped threatening me and treated me like a girlfriend. He was pretty nice to me, but I knew if I tried to leave or anything, he'd hurt me. If I did something he didn't like, the same. I became afraid to go to school. I had to do my makeup right, I couldn't wear my glasses, I had to dress girly and pretty. We went to homecoming in matching colors, and it was hard to tell from the outside how fucked up things were. I thought maybe I could do this, and it would be okay. Until I got a strange text. A number I didn't know texted me, and told me to tell my boyfriend, the creep, that if he didn't pay extra for the knife he was trying to buy, he'd kill me with it. That was it. I knew I had to get out. I ran to a teacher I trusted, and she helped me break up with him in a crowded hallway. He cursed, punched a locker so hard he dented it, then stormed off. I thought it was over, but it was far from it. He started to post threats on social media. I went to the principal about it as I started to fear for my life, but since they weren't very specific, she said there wasn't anything she could do. So I went on in fear for weeks until he posted a very specific death threat. There was no argument that it was meant for me. I went back to the principal, and the police got involved. 2 men were assigned to escort me to classes and protect me while I was at school, and they figured out what to do with the creep. It was several weeks before they took action. His punishment? A 40-day suspension. That's it. But at least for those 40 days, I could breathe. Now it was over. Except, a few days after his suspension, I was in the bathroom by the cafeteria. I was the only one there until another girl walked in. She stood next to me and told me that I shouldn't have said anything, that I was lucky for him to pick me. She started getting angry and calling me a bitch. Turned out, she practically worshipped this guy and was jealous of me. Suddenly, she pulled out a knife of her own and lunged at me. I managed to mostly dodge her attack, but she did manage to stab me in the shoulder. I freaked and I bolted away back to my friends, clutching my bleeding shoulder. They tried to ask what happened, but I couldn't stop crying long enough to tell them. She moved to the other side of the country before I could take action against her. With that, it really was over. The creep moved too, so he could have a fresh start, I guess. I went on with my life. This happened almost 3 years ago now, but I still have nightmares. I'm afraid someday he's going to come back and find me, and finish what he started. When I hear someone say his name, even if they aren't talking about him, I freak. If I see someone who reminds me of him even a little, I run. It seriously fucked me up. I don't know how to stop being scared. At least I made it out alive. To make a long story sort of short, when I was in 8th grade, I started to date a guy named Danny, who was a junior in high school. He was completely possessive/obsessive to new levels I hadn't seen before. I threatened to file a restraining order many times, but always fell right back into his gaslighting mind games. After a while of dating someone who was emotionally abusive, demeaning, and damaging, I decided to end the relationship. I had a new love interest named Steven. He was also a junior. Danny was stalking me our whole relationship. Anytime I went out with a friend, he would be somewhere watching me and texting me at the same time. "I see you're wearing a skirt, trying to get fucked, you slut," is just one of the examples of the things he would say to me. He would call over and over again, leaving strange voicemails on my phone and my house phone. It was summer of 2006. My mom was genuinely concerned because of the voicemails and seeing him outside my house all the time. One night my best friend at the time, Kelly, and I were all drinking beers behind the mall parking lot as we often did. It was me, my friend Kelly, and 3 of Steven's friends. Kelly had a huge crush on one of Steven's friends, Sean. It was our routine for the summer to hang with this crew, and I really liked Steven. We were all pretty close, and would always buy a 30-pack of Coors Light, or a cube, as we called it, and drank behind the mall. It was a great night, and Steven and I were making out, laughing and having fun. Danny was texting me the whole night from different numbers. I showed Steven and friends, and they were laughing, calling him weird, and telling me not to worry about him. They assured me they had my back. Every single night, one of the guys would make sure I got home safely, because it got to the point Danny was calling all of their phones Oswell, making threats, etc. They weren't afraid of him at all, and threatened to jump him if he came around. This last night was the final straw. We were all pretty drunk, so my guard was down. We were listening to music, and Danny kept calling me. I blocked his number, and he just kept calling and messaging me from different numbers. My mom called me and asked me if everything was alright because Danny called the house phone 100 times, and he's leaving weird voicemails begging for me to answer. He was making strange bribes, also said he wanted to sit down at Wendy's with me and see me one last time. "I think you should come home soon," my mom said nervously. I told my friends, and I was getting worried, and I was honestly scared Danny was going to show up, and then I had no idea what he was going to do. I could sense something bad was going to happen. He was absolutely unhinged at this point. He was sickly obsessed with me, especially fixated on my past partners, and one of the most controlling people I've ever met. His abuse was horrible. He knew I was with Steven and friends, and that infuriated him. He would write messages putting me down and calling me a slut for being with Steve. Then would text me how much he loved me and that we can't break up. He would threaten to hurt me, and especially Steven. As we finished our beers for the night, everyone went their separate ways to walk home. Steve and I were walking home together because we lived over that catwalk and a few blocks away from one another. I actually wanted to walk Steve home first because I didn't want Danny to hurt him like he kept threatening he was going to do. I had enough of this fucking guy, and his stalking was beyond unsettling. Steve and I drunkenly walked down the block talking and laughing. As we're walking, we see a hooded guy walking towards us fastly. I knew it was him right away. My heart started pounding, and I knew that walk. It was fucking Danny. He came up and tried to punch Steve, and Steve ducked, and I put myself in front/on top of S to block Danny's punches. They were saying shit to each other back and forth, and I literally snapped. Danny was calling me names and telling me to come with him. I threw my purse on the ground and lunged at Danny like a drunken wrestler. I threw him to the ground and screamed in his face, "It's over. Do you get it, you fucking idiot? Don't you dare touch him or me. I've had enough." Tears were rolling down my face out of anger. I pleaded and begged him to leave me alone and let me be free of him. I got up, grabbed my bag, and Steve and I continued to walk. Danny was walking beside us at this point. He was walking with us, crying and blurting out weird things, like weird rants about our relationship, etc. His walk and stare was so fucking unsettling. He was walking at our pace, and every time we walked faster, he would also walk faster. We were walking on the sidewalk, and Danny was walking on the street. He then asked Steve, "Are you going to fuck her on her period? Did you even know she has her period right now? She has it for at least 4 more days. She gets it every month around the 5th, until about the 11th inch," he said, leaning and smiling to see what Steve would do. He was also calling me a slut and demanding me to look at him, which is why I kept my head down. I kept telling Steve and myself to disengage from Danny. Steve ignores him, but throws out a few insults. Steve tells Danny he's acting like a psycho and to fuck off. I held Steve's hand and continued looking down as I walked. The fact he was telling Steve my menstrual cycle, asking questions with a maniacal smile, made me sick. He had a dark tone and sounded like a hyperactive serial killer. After Steve and I stopped answering him, Danny laughed and he ran back into his car and drove away. We got ourselves together, and Steve was saying that he thinks he will confront us again before we get to our houses. We continued walking on the dark roads and over the catwalk, which is creepy in itself. We were both hypervigilant. Every car I heard or saw headlights, I would gasp and hide. As we got to Steve's house, he gave me a kiss goodnight, and I headed for the 6-minute walk ahead. The wind was howling, and it was dark. I heard some noises coming from the bush next to me. I figured it was just a skunk or an animal, or at least I was hoping that it was, and I'm irrationally afraid of skunks, just a side note. The wind was also howling, so I thought maybe it was the wind. I hurried past the bushes. As I was walking, I heard someone singing in a demonic voice the lyrics to the song "Make Damn Sure" by Taking Back Sunday. It was the part, "I'm gonna make damn sure that you can't ever leave. No, you won't ever get too far from me, you won't ever get too far." He was repeating it hunched in the bushes. I started to run and scream. He grabbed me from behind, and I remember the chills I had when I felt him grab me. He was waiting by Steven's house as we were walking home. He must have drove over there. Fucking creep. He knew which route we were taking, and how long it would take us to get to his hiding place. Danny started saying, "I watched you kiss Steve and walk him to his door." He was saying it in my ear. I became enraged and started hitting him with my bag, punching and screaming. "I want you to leave me alone. Please, Danny, I'm begging you. I'm going to file a restraining order on you." As I screamed, my eyes were filled with tears again from fear and the trauma I endured with this guy. I managed to get his fucking hands off of me and ran like hell to my house. I heard him yelling stuff at me, but I just kept running off pure adrenaline. I turned around when I got to my house and was just relieved he wasn't behind me. I hate hearing that song to this day and hate the disrespect I dealt with because of this asshole. He drove outside my house that night a few times. He continued to call and leave messages for a couple more weeks, but I never answered and moved on with my life. Haven't seen him since that night and never want to again. Glad to not be living in my hometown. Please protect yourself and remember you don't have to be abused, and you are worth more than a partner who is toxic and manipulative/controlling. Stay safe, ladies, and stay away from the Dannys of the world. I left out details of Danny's abuse towards me because I just don't feel comfortable sharing some of the things he's done and put me through. I had tried post this elsewhere, but was directed to bring my experience here. Thanks for reading ahead of time. A couple of years ago, I used to serve tables at a shitty steak joint in one of the Carolinas. I met a gentleman while working one Friday night. He had been sitting at the bar and eyeing me all evening. I'm a 20-something-year-old female. He was a good-looking older guy, so of course I strike up a conversation with him. There was something not quite right with him, but I couldn't exactly put my finger on it during the few hours he was there, talking to me as I ran drinks back and forth from the bar to my tables. He smiled a lot, but the smiles felt empty, and his eyes never crinkled like they do when someone genuinely smiles. At any rate, he asked to meet up with me for a beer or two the following night after I got off of work. Despite the little blinking warning light in my head, I agreed. I end up meeting up with him the next night at a local bar that I frequented. He has a beer waiting for me when I walk up, which made me immediately uneasy. Not trying to be rude, I told him that it had been a rough day and that I was going to go for something a little stronger. So I go order myself a whiskey sour and come back to where he was sitting. The little patio area outside of the bar was packed. He had managed to wrangle the little bench in the very back for us, so I had no choice but to sit as far as I could on the other end of the bench from him, so that I didn't have to touch him. He seemed to notice that I was intentionally trying not to touch him and could keep moving closer. He kept doing the man-spreading thing so that his leg would graze mine. I kept my body facing forward and not towards him, cradling my drink in towards my chest and a cigarette in my hand on his side. I was hoping that he'd get that I was sending obvious, don't touch me signals, but nope. So we start talking. Everything's fairly normal. Maybe half an hour goes by. He gets up to get another beer. He's gone for a while. The bar was busy. Comes back with 2 more beers. Says the second one is mine, even though I didn't even touch the first one. Told him that I'm good, still nursing the whiskey sour. I wanted to get silly, but not near this dude. Out of absolutely nowhere, he tells me, sometimes I have really bad anger problems. I'm kind of an asshole and quite frankly don't care if I offend this guy at this point. So I respond, so that's what's wrong with you. To this he kind of cracks and gets real quiet. We're sitting there in uncomfortable silence and he breaks it by saying, I can't believe you would say that to me. I apologize, saying that I'm in a bad mood. I probably need to just go home, blah blah blah. He then begins to tell me that I can't take back what I said. That he just wants to love me and I won't let him. That how is he supposed to spend his life with me if I insult him? That he knows I'm sleeping with other men. How can I handle being a whore? I'm slack-jaw shocked at this. Completely confused. I try to diffuse the situation a little by saying, look, I didn't mean to offend you, but I've got to leave now, and I don't think it's a good idea for us to go on a second date. He gets quiet again, stands up, punches the fence that runs along the bench and separates the patio from the street really hard, and disappears inside. I just kind of keep sitting there because people are staring at me. I smile, light up a cigarette, and keep hoping he's paid up and leaving. Nope. He comes back out and begins shouting about how I broke his heart. He then goes to say that how dare I try to use him for his money. I'm kind of just watching him freak out, but on the inside, I'm actually terrified that this dude is going to hit me. I stand up, reach into my clutch and pull out $10, give it to him and thank him for the beers I didn't drink, and then hightailed it to the bathroom. Stalling for 15 minutes. I decide maybe that's enough time for him to have gone away. So I creep back outside and look around. He's not there. I go up to the bouncers. I'm very close with them from having been a regular at this bar, and ask them if the guy had left. They told me that they had to kick him out as soon as I left for the bathroom, because he had started following me. They also told me that as they were dragging him out, he threatened to stab me for being a two-timing bitch. Needless to say, I didn't feel comfortable walking the 20 minutes to my house, so I stayed at the bar for a few more hours and called up a close male friend to walk me home, just in case. I bartend at this craft cocktail bar in my town, quite a nice place. It was just prior to this past Christmas. My female friend was there visiting, and this one girl came in alone, and we really hit it off instantly. Vibe was great. I let her and my friend chat a while. We had talked about getting her to join us for yoga. I gave her my number and she left. Didn't hear from her for a while, but eventually I got a text. Hey, I just put on this little black dress to come visit you and the place is closed. So we started chatting a bit. Conversation was fantastic. Planned a date for that Thursday. Met and again. Instantly the vibe was immaculate. We had to make it brief, 45 minutes only, but it went so well that we were literally making out in the parking lot before we split ways. Kept talking again for another week until our second date, and we both made it very clear that we were very much into each other. She even showed me a conversation she had with her sister about how shocked her sister was she was letting a man pursue her, because it had been 2 years since she had allowed that. Second date arrives, we meet, are holding hands across the table, starting lovingly into each other's eyes. I was like, wow, is this what it's like to fall in love? She gets a phone call and starts holding back tears. She's got to go to the hospital. Her mom has been in poor health for about 4 years, she said. And it's this again. She was profusely sorry and made sure to say that she wanted to see me again as soon as possible. Gave me a kiss and left. Worried sick about her, I text her the next day, message only registered as sent, not delivered or read. So curious, I pick up the phone and call, and that's when I figured out my number got blocked, lol. Several months later, still no word or sight of her. What's crazy is I actually had to go through a short 3-day grieving period, even though it was literally a 1-week thing start to finish, lol. I've been ghosted before, but never anything like that, especially after having felt such a connection that she has confirmed to me was mutual. Looking back, she mentioned she had to set an alarm on her phone to take her meds every day, but I can't really confirm much from that about her mental state, But either way, that shit sucked. Didn't want to go on a date for a few weeks after that. Guy I met on Hinge were talking for a bit, and he invited me on a date to the zoo. I love animals, and it was the start of summer, and incredibly hot out, so I figured it'd be great to get my steps in and look at critters. I show up, he's wearing a clown sweater, long jeans, and boots. Meanwhile, I'm in jean shorts and a tank top with a water bottle. I was confused on why he was dressed so warmly as it was 90 degrees and humid, but I ignored it. We walked and then took the subway, and he knew the city better than I did. Tried making conversation, and he was virtually silent the whole ride. I made comments about how excited I was to go to the zoo, as I hadn't been to one in a while. He doesn't respond to this, weird, but I assumed he might be nervous and let it go. We get off our stop and he goes, "We're here." I look up confused. We aren't at the zoo. He took me to the Death Museum, as in a museum with real corpses and organs and the macabre. And listen, I would have been into it if I knew that's where we were going, but he asked me to go to the zoo. Spent the whole date awkwardly looking at colons and skulls and bog bodies. Kept trying to make conversation, but quickly realized he was just not a talking person IRL. Complete 180 from how he was over text, but I found him attractive, so I kept trying. It came time to leave and grab food, and people were out walking their dogs. BC, it was a wonderful day, and being inside a dark, freezing building. Had to be cold to preserve the bodies and such. Being outside again was so nice. We had food from a truck. A lady walked by with a gorgeous giant dog, and I said, "Ah, so cute," and complimented her dog. After she left, my date said he couldn't stand dogs with an annoyed face, and at that point things felt so awkward. We finished eating, and were heading back to the subway so I could get to my car and leave. I kid you not, when we got off the subway, a man on the platform stabbed 2 people in front of us, and apparently had done this at a previous stop, and police were waiting to catch him at the top of the stairs. Me and my date had to walk through literal blood splatter and past paramedics to get back to the surface. I was officially bewildered, and he laughed about it, and he gave me an awkward fist bump and went back to his dorm. I took it all as a sign to stop seeing him and ghosted. This was all in Philadelphia, if you are curious. Clown sweater guy, I hope you find someone for you, weirdo. When I came across his profile, I wasn't immediately sold, but there was something about his messages, charming, self-deprecating humor, quick replies, that piqued my curiosity. He suggested we meet, and before I could talk myself out of it, I agreed. He wanted to see my favorite hiking trail. It seemed harmless enough. A busy trail, popular even in the rain, more of a scenic walking path than a trek into the wilderness. Looking back, I should have known better. The day of the date, a light rain had started to fall, leaving the air sticky and thick. I pulled into the trailhead parking lot and spotted his car. He was waiting inside, and I joined him to wait out the drizzle. It felt awkward immediately. There's something about sitting in a car with a stranger that makes the silence heavier, the small talk sharper-edged. He seemed normal enough at first, fiddling with his keys and talking about the weather. Then, out of nowhere, he pulled a pill bottle from his pocket, popped it open, and casually took something. "Klonopin," he said. "No big deal. People take medication all the time." But then he turned to me and said, "Want one?" I laughed nervously. "No, I'm good." He asked again a few minutes later, his tone playful but insistent. "Are you sure? Just one. It'll chill you out." I said no, I replied firmly. A faint alarm bell rang in my head. Offering once was weird, but 3 times? That was something else. I brushed it off, though. Maybe he was just awkward. Maybe I was overreacting. When the rain lightened, we started the hike. The forest smelled damp and earthy, the trail lined with towering trees whose leaves dripped from the earlier rain. We walked side by side, talking, or rather, he talked, and I listened. He told me about his life, about his wealthy parents who owned a second home in my town. They let him live there rent-free, and recently, he'd turned it into what he called an artist collective. "We're just a bunch of creatives living together," he explained, grinning. "Sharing ideas, making art." When I asked what kind of art they made, his grin faltered. "Oh, you know," he said vaguely. "We're still figuring it out. Mostly we just hang out, drink, and smoke. Build the vibe." I didn't have the heart to point out that didn't sound much like an artist collective. Instead, I told him about nursing school, about how hard I'd worked to get in, and how much I wanted to make a difference. His response caught me off guard. "That sounds like it'd be really hard on me if we were together," he said, his tone almost accusing. "I need someone who can be fully present, you know?" My stomach sank. Clingy wasn't even the word for it. Possessive? Controlling? I wasn't sure, but whatever it was, it sent a shiver up my spine. By the time the hike was over, I was already counting down the minutes until the date would end. But it wasn't over yet. He wanted to stop by Target, and I felt too awkward to say no. Inside the store, he wandered the aisles aimlessly, picking up a laundry basket and several kinds of socks. More socks than any one person could reasonably need. His sense of humor, which had seemed endearing in text, took on a strange, almost childish edge. He made bizarre noises at other shoppers, drawing confused glances and making me cringe, so hard I wanted to disappear into the floor. When it was finally time to leave, I drove him back to his car at the trailhead. Relief washed over me as I said goodbye, but it was short-lived. When I got home, I realized he'd left his socks in my back seat. Great. Now I had to see him again to give them back. That's when I noticed my phone had died. Plugging it in, I was greeted by a flood of missed calls and texts. 15 missed calls. Dozens of messages. My heart sank as I scrolled through them, all variations of "Are you okay?" and "Please respond." It had only been an hour since we'd parted ways. 1 hour. I felt the creepiness crawl over me like a second skin. This wasn't normal. This wasn't okay. I texted him back to let him know I was fine, but made it clear that I didn't feel a connection and didn't want to take things further. His response was intense. The calls and texts didn't stop. By the next day, he'd sent more messages, still asking if I was okay. "I had a dream you died," one of them said. It felt so real. I even searched for your name in the news to make sure it didn't happen. I didn't reply. What could I even say to that? I started ignoring the messages, hoping he'd get the hint. But then, a text came that sent a chill down my spine. Fine. This is how supervillains are born. Supervillains? Was that supposed to be a joke? A threat? I didn't wait to find out. I blocked his number and deleted his messages. For days afterward, I felt a lingering unease, like his presence was still hovering over me. I replayed the date in my mind, trying to figure out where it had gone so wrong, why I hadn't seen the red flags earlier. The Klonopin, the artist collective, the possessive comment about nursing school, it all seemed so obvious in hindsight. But at the time, I'd chalked it up to nerves, to quirks, to anything other than what it truly was, a disaster waiting to unfold. Posted this one before, but here you go again. It was grade 11, and I had just moved to a new town. I quickly became attracted to this one girl, and would have given my left nut for a date. We got paired up to be partners in our food and fabrics class, and I totally pulled out all the stops. I was doing whatever it took to get a date with this girl. In the class, there were a couple projects where you would have to sew a pillowcase, or a pair of pajamas, etc. My family didn't have a sewing machine, so we would do the projects at her house. Upon these visits, I began to question how badly I wanted this girl. She lived in what appeared to be a wood cabin, and her father seemed legitimately insane. The walls were lined with animal skulls. The guy was a hardcore hunter. He had bearskin rugs and antlers all over the place. He would always walk around with his shirt off, drinking a Budweiser, chewing tobacco, carrying a shotgun. He never spoke a word to me. By this time I was starting to gain some friendships in the school, and one of the guys I met, Neil, noticed that I'd taken a liking to her. He then asked me if I'd heard about her parents. He then proceeded to tell me that her dad killed her mom and got away with it. Her body was found in the middle of town, pumped by a couple of rounds from a shotgun. He got off on the charges from lack of proof, and she had to live with him because he was her last living relative. At this point, I was like, WTF? The story made no sense, and I wasn't about to believe it, but it definitely kinda rattled me. But there was no way that I was going to bring it up to her. Anyways, a little time passes, and I ask her out. I go to her place to grab her, and she's gorgeous. Her dad makes a comment about, you know what'll happen to you if you touch her, and suddenly the story is the only thing I can think about. We went skating, then to a movie, but I was terrified the whole time. I just couldn't get the thought out of my head that her dad was going to kill me when we got back to her place. So after a subpar date, I start the long drive back to her place. We get to the end of her driveway, long driveway, she had an acreage, and she gets me to park and turn of the lights. She wants a kiss. At this point, forget her dad. I lean over and put some moves on. We stop, and I turn the lights back on. There's blood in the snow at the end of the driveway. I wanted to say something, but didn't want to sound like a pussy. Her dad was a hunter, right? I'm sure there's a logical explanation. I put the car in drive and start the winding drive down her driveway. The trail of blood seems to be getting thicker, and I'm getting more freaked out. She still says nothing, as she's fixing her hair in her mirror. I keep driving. More blood. I turn the last corner of her driveway, and see my headlights shift from the trees to her father. Standing in the middle of the driveway, covered in blood. Blood all around him. Huge fucking knife in hand. And what appeared to be a naked human body lying at his feet. I start hyperventilating. Suddenly I'm crying, and don't know why. I piss my pants. Her dad takes me to the hospital. Turns out, I have had mild asthma for my entire life. And had a panic attack. The dad found a bear at the end of the driveway, shot it, drug it down the driveway and skinned it, or at least the part one saw, before we got back. Anyways, that was a little over 3 years ago, and I'm still with the girl. Her dad calls me a pussy all the time, except we've gone on hunting trips together, and I'm pretty sure he's a fan. Neil was a jealous ex, her parents split up, her mom's actually pretty awesome too. So, that was my worst date ever. The night began like so many others in my college life, late, lazy, and entirely unremarkable. I was scrolling through my OkCupid messages when a new one popped up, the notification breaking the monotony of my evening. It was her. Her profile had been average, not someone I'd swipe on instinctively, but her messages were engaging enough to pique my interest. She was quick with her words, seemed eager to meet, and when she suggested grabbing food, I figured why not. It was already 9 p.m., I hadn't eaten yet, and a diner meetup sounded harmless enough. I told myself it wouldn't be life-changing, just a casual dinner, a chance to connect. But what unfolded that night was something I could never have anticipated, something so bizarre and nightmarish it would live rent-free in my head for years. When I pulled up to the local diner, I was still trying to temper my expectations. Her profile picture, though not exactly my type, had been perfectly reasonable. But as soon as she walked through the door, I felt my stomach tighten in a way that had nothing to do with hunger. She wasn't what I'd expected, at all. Standing before me was a woman about 5 feet 2 inches, and somewhere in the range of 190 to 210 pounds. That in itself wasn't an issue. People looked different in real life, and I was prepared to roll with it. But there was something about her demeanor, her presence, that was toadish. Her movements were awkward, her smile forced, her energy heavy in a way that sucked the air out of the room. I tried to shrug it off. Looks weren't everything, and first impressions could be deceiving. Then I noticed she wasn't alone. Trailing behind her was a friend. And not just any friend, a 16-year-old girl. My date, by the way, was 20. I was 22. I froze for a moment, confused, as my mind tried to connect the dots. What was a 16-year-old doing here? Before I could even ask, another person walked in. A second friend, older, carrying a squirming toddler in her arms. I blinked. Was this real life? The whole group shuffled toward me, laughing loudly and cracking open cans of Monster Energy drinks as they plopped down at the booth. Yes, they had brought their own drinks into the diner. The server gave us a pointed look but said nothing, and I knew from that moment that the night was spiraling into something far beyond my control. I sat there, dumbfounded, as chaos unfolded around me. The toddler's mom, one of the 2 random tagalongs, quickly ran out of juice for the kid's sippy cup. Without missing a beat, she poured her Monster Energy drink into it and handed it back. The toddler took a few eager gulps before tossing the cup aside and grabbing the sugar shaker from the table. You know the kind, the metal cylinder with the little flap on top. The kid managed to dump sugar all over the table before shoving fistfuls of it into her mouth. The mom, she laughed. The friends, they laughed harder. And my date, she didn't even glance in my direction. I should have left then and there, but a part of me was too stunned to move. I kept thinking, this can't get worse. It always does. The 3 of them ignored me entirely, chatting amongst themselves like they were in their own private bubble. They reminisced about high school, gushing over which boys they'd had crushes on and who'd gotten fat after graduation. I wasn't even a blip on their radar. I might as well have been invisible. The server brought out my chicken sandwich, a lone island of normalcy in the chaos. I picked at it half-heartedly, tuning in and out of their conversation. I didn't even know how to interject, and at this point, I wasn't sure I wanted to. They were loud, oblivious, and obliviously loud. The toddler had graduated from eating sugar off the table to smearing it across her face, and nobody seemed to care. By the 5-minute mark, I'd given up on salvaging any sense of dignity. I focused on eating half of my sandwich, resigned to the fact that this was the worst date of my life. I didn't even know what the hell was happening anymore. Who brings a friend? Or 2? And a toddler? To a date? When I finally decided I couldn't take another second of this madness, I excused myself. Nobody noticed. Not my date, not her friends, not even the toddler, who was now licking sugar directly off the table like a deranged cat. I walked up to the counter, caught the server's eye, and apologized profusely for the disaster at the table. I slipped her $50, way more than the meal cost, but I couldn't leave knowing she'd have to clean up that mess without something to soften the blow. Then I got the hell out. As I walked to my car, the cool night air hit me, and I felt like I'd escaped a war zone. My hands were still shaking as I gripped the steering wheel and drove home. I didn't even bother checking my phone when I got back. My roommates were waiting, eager for the post-date debrief. "How'd it go?" one of them asked, grinning. I flopped onto the couch and stared at the ceiling for a long moment before answering. "Let me tell you about the worst night of my life." And so, I recounted the chaos, the monster-drinking toddler, the sugar-covered table, the bizarre absence of any acknowledgement that I was even there. By the end, my roommates were howling with laughter. "It sounds like a fever dream," one of them said. "You're making this up." "I wish I was," I muttered. That night, I swore off OkCupid for good. I don't know what happened to my date or her entourage, and I don't care. But one thing's for sure, no amount of late-night hunger is worth what I went through. About a year ago, I went on a date with this guy who I had a few classes with. Let's call him Dice Guy. I lost touch with Dice Guy after the classes were over, and a few months later, he adds me on Facebook during the second semester of my freshman year. We exchange some messages, and he begins to explain that he has dropped out of university due to personal reasons. To be honest, I really didn't know much about him other than the insightful comments he made during class discussions. One day I was bored, and he suggests that we go out on a date. What was about to come was worst date ever. Because he dropped out of the university, he lives at home. He has a license to drive as well as some cars. I lived about 30 minutes away, and he asks me to drive. I thought, okay, might as well, because we were headed for a zoo about 20 more minutes away. He lived closer to it. I pick him up, he loads my car with his camera gear, a backpack, a heavy-ass tripod, and some random equipment. We're just going to the goddamn zoo, not a National Geographic photo shoot in the Costa Rican rainforests. I ended up wasting half a tank of gas, $30, just to pick him up and go to the zoo. I had also paid $5 for parking. Admission was cheap, about $7 for students, and because he still had his student ID, he got in for that price. Usually guys would offer to pay for movie tickets or dinners and whatnot, but Dice Guy thought I didn't deserve this. I paid for gas money and parking, and soon I will find I will pay for a lot of things, and the Chia Pass wouldn't fork over $7, so I ended up paying for it. The zoo had some pretty miserable-looking animals, and Dice Guy went on and on about his photographic repertoire. He then started talking about how he likes watching animals being eaten by other animals, and how attractive Virginia Woolf was. When I spoke, he would immediately interrupt with his own stories, or ask me why my stories were worth talking about. We later went out to eat, and when the check arrived, he looked at me expectantly. The meal was only about $20 for both of us. He still didn't offer to pay, but would begrudgingly pay for his own. I had to take the check to the waitress to split it, and we ended up paying separately. When I thought the date was over, he suggests that we should drive an hour towards our university. It was still early in the day, and I told him I was almost out of gas. He says, "Well, go get some." I was stupid enough to do this, thinking he would pay, but nope. Instead, after I got back into the car and on the interstate, he whips out this big plastic canister containing a bunch of rocks. However, these rocks were colorful, geometric, and had numbers on them. I asked him what he was doing, and he said, "Oh, I'm just looking at them. These are my dice for Dungeons and Dragons. I always keep them in my pocket, because I never want to lose them." I laughed nervously and thought I would let this slide. After all, most people have their own hobbies and interests that they're passionate about. While driving, he started to rant about his ex-girlfriend. I had a few classes with her, and she was a very sweet girl. Dice Guy disagrees, and was apparently still bitter about their breakup. He said, "Yeah, I still stalk her on Facebook. She has a boyfriend. I sent her emails telling her she made love like a statue and what a sadistic bitch she was. I just nodded and kept driving." He continues, "When she didn't reply to those emails, I started emailing all her other email accounts she had in junior high and tried getting passwords to them. I asked, 'Why did you do that, Dice Guy?' 'I don't know, but she deleted those email accounts. I tried getting a hold of her new ones. I also emailed her new boyfriend and chewed him out. You should see it, I did such a good job. At this point I was already scared of him, but then he begins to elaborate on dropping out of university. Turns out that he was actually suspended for some reason. He will not tell me exactly why, which made his roommate freak out. His roommate had reported him to the university police, and Dice Guy was instructed to pack up his things and leave, never to return. I asked him if it was okay to go visit the university, and he said no, because there is a detective guy working there, and he caught me on campus before. It's okay though, I doubt he'll see me. I wasn't aware of what was going on, but apparently Dice Guy probably did something really bad that the university needs a detective to be on the lookout for him. I had my iPod plugged into the car and music was playing, and Dice Guy disconnects the AUX cord and plugs in his voice recorder. WTF, Dice Guy? I want you to listen to my voice in the very last lecture I attended. It's a recording he made of himself talking to his instructor in a class, and how he felt about being suspended from school. I forget most of what the recording was about, but the bulk of it began with, "Hello, can I go off topic and tell everyone what's been bothering me?" Dice Guy went on a tirade about not trusting anyone anymore, especially his roommate. You can hear the snickers from other students in the background and how flustered the instructor was. It was extremely painful to listen to. We walked around campus, and he started pulling out some papers. It was graded by a professor, and Dice Guy started beaming. This was the best paper I've ever written. I keep it around with me all the time. I asked him why he carried it around with him, but instead he pulled out more stuff. There was some hideous drawing with a snake eating its own tail and ugly writing all around it. This is a piece of artwork I made. I'm going to have it as a medallion one day. It was starting to get late, and there would be a long drive home, so we headed back. On the way, there is a toll booth, $5. Of course, I end up paying while Dice Guy replays his fucking recording again over my car stereo. I was already extremely infuriated and sped him back to his house another hour. We said goodbyes, and he immediately texts me later asking to hang out again, but I didn't reply. The following day, he texts me again. "Hey, I left my camera equipment in your car." Great. A friend told me that he would purposely leave his shit, in my case, camera equipment, in cars just to revisit you again in case you break off contact. Dice Guy finds out where I work. I had the opening shift, and goes to take his equipment. My workplace hasn't opened yet, but the pet store next door was, and he drags me inside to look at snakes. I would love a snake and watch it feed on mice. I love watching animals kill things too. Isn't it so epic? I had cut off contact with him and ignored his texts after that day. He would sometimes go into my workplace and try to talk to me, but I would immediately try to speak to another customer and look busy. Some of my co-workers even warned me if he was in the store, in which case I would hide. I ended up quitting my job in order to focus on school, and he messaged me almost a few days after I quit asking what I was up to, and if I still worked at the same place, and if I wanted to go out on a date again. After I blocked him, he made another FB account asking why I blocked him. Honestly, I was fucking scared of this guy. I was 15, young, naive, and hopelessly boy crazy. Every fleeting glance or half-hearted compliment from a guy had me spinning fantasies of epic romance. I wasn't picky. If you told me I was pretty, chances were I'd develop a crush on you. But then came Jesse. Jesse wasn't just another guy. Jesse was something else entirely. We met through a mutual friend. He wasn't exactly my type, but when he called me pretty, I felt a flutter of possibility. At 15, that's all it took. A simple compliment could crack open the door to daydreams of holding hands, whispered secrets, and, if things went well, one of those sweet teenage love stories you see in movies. I decided to give him a chance. A couple of weeks later, Jesse and I planned our first official date at the mall. I was a bundle of nerves, spending way too long picking out an outfit and convincing myself that this could be the start of something magical. When I finally saw him waiting for me, his smile stretched wide as he waved. My stomach did a little flip. It wasn't love at first sight, but it was something. The first half of the date was straight out of a rom-com. We walked through the mall hand in hand, laughing and joking, and I remember thinking, this isn't so bad. Maybe he's actually a catch. We grabbed sodas from the food court, played around in a cheesy photo booth, and wandered aimlessly through stores we couldn't afford. Everything was light, sweet, and entirely typical. Then things took a turn. We found a bench tucked away in a quieter section of the mall, and Jesse suggested we sit for a while. I shrugged and sat down, still smiling, still lost in the glow of newness. He turned to me, his expression suddenly serious, and looked deep into my eyes. And I mean deep. "Wow," he said, his voice soft but intense. "When I look at you, when I look into your eyes, I feel like I'm looking into your soul." I froze. My brain scrambled to process the words. Was this a compliment? A confession? Or something else entirely? I was 15, remember. Romantic, yes. Prepared for this? Absolutely not. I smiled awkwardly, unsure how to respond. But he wasn't done. "DFB awesome," he said, his voice trembling slightly with emotion. "I know this seems soon, but I think you might be my soulmate." Soulmate. On a first date. At the mall. I stared at him, my smile slipping just a fraction as he kept going. "I can't wait until the day we can get married," he said, his eyes still locked on mine. "Have babies together. Build a life. It's going to be amazing, don't you think? Don't you think?" What the hell was I supposed to think? 1 minute we were sipping sodas and goofing off, and now this guy was essentially proposing to me on a bench outside Eclair's. My mind reeled as the weight of his words sank in. I'm 15. I'm on a first date. And this guy is talking about marriage and babies. For a moment, I just sat there stunned. Part of me wanted to laugh, but another part of me was scared. The intensity in his eyes wasn't playful or teasing. It was serious. Dead serious. And I realized with a cold jolt that Jesse genuinely believed everything he was saying. This wasn't just a line. He actually thought I was his soulmate, and he was laying out our future like it was the most natural thing in the world. I knew I had to get out of there. "Oh," I said, standing up quickly and forcing a nervous laugh. Wow. That's a lot. I need to use the bathroom." He looked confused, maybe even a little hurt, but I didn't stick around to explain. I turned and walked away as fast as I could without breaking into a full-on sprint. My heart was pounding, my face burning with a mix of embarrassment and panic. I ducked into the nearest store, pretending to browse while I tried to figure out my next move. After a few minutes, I peeked out from behind a rack of clothes, half expecting Jesse to be standing there, waiting for me. Thankfully, he wasn't. I bolted for the exit, pulling out my phone to text a friend for a ride. There was no way I was going back to that bench, or to Jesse. I ghosted him after that, deleted his number, ignored his texts, and avoided the mutual friend who had introduced us. For weeks, I lived in fear that I'd run into him at the mall or somewhere else, but thankfully, our paths never crossed again. Looking back, it's almost funny how quickly things went from sweet and innocent to full-blown run for your life. Almost. At the time, though, it was one of the most bizarre and uncomfortable experiences of my teenage years. I mean, who talks about marriage and babies on a first date? At the mall. One time I was talking to this girl via MySpace that randomly friended me. I was 17 at the time, very dumb of me. And she happened to live around 15 minutes from me. She told me that her and her cousin were throwing a party at their place later, and that I should come. I was bored and recently got out of a relationship, so I thought even though I had never met this chick, it'd be a good idea to go over and try to meet some new girls. I look up the directions to her place, and I can tell it's in a backwoods area. I live in Louisiana, so I was already thinking it was sketchy, but I went with it. I find the place, and it turns out to be this really shitty-looking trailer park like some place you would definitely find a few small meth labs. I walk up, and the girl lets me in, and it's got this extremely weird feeling in the air. I sit down and start talking to the girl. She's the only one there at this point. And she was just talking about music and whatnot, and then was saying her cousin saw me on MySpace and was looking to hook up with somebody, so I could easily get lucky tonight. I was thinking that it'd be awesome if the girl was attractive, I might go with it. But about 1 minute later the cousin walks in with a fucking baby attached to her tit, and comes and introduces herself to me. This chick was fairly large and had some serious meth teeth. The area I lived around that time had some real problems with the shit, and the most country accent I had ever heard at that time. At this point I'm freaking the fuck out inside my head, because having never been in this situation, I'm just absolutely astonished. So these two girls who I've now definitely concluded are crazy are sitting there talking to me, baby still sucking on the cousin's boob, when this guy with a lazy eye walks in with one of those cardboard cup holder things you would get from McDonald's holding 4 daiquiris. I'm not even sure that this shit is actually happening when he walks in, because it seems like one of those situations you would only see in a movie. So the chick with the baby on her tit says that now that the drinks are here, it's time to party, which makes it even weirder that the plan for a party was us 4. Anyway, the chick puts the baby in a car seat type thing, and puts the fucking baby in the bathroom and shuts the door. Now I know shit is way out of hand, and I'm not even going to stick around for whatever would happen next. After the chick went and put her baby in the bathroom, the guy looks around on the entertainment center and finds some burnt CD and puts it into this really beat up looking stereo system. The reason I saved stereo is because it was like, I'm having a hard time describing this, but it was pretty much a CD player that was somehow spliced together to two really old computer speakers. So the guy presses few buttons on the stereo player, and it starts playing this really shitty techno music, and as you can imagine, the quality of the speakers was horrendous. This really caught me off guard because, as you can tell, these were some really white trash / redneck looking people. So they start drinking daiquiris and offer me some, to which I decline. I sat through about one song when the chick that just locked her baby in the bathroom, the baby was awake, by the way, got her cousin to move away from me, and she sat next to me and started rubbing my leg and was telling me how she was feeling so lonely because her and her baby daddy had just broken up and she needed a friend. This was as far as I was going to let this go, so I do that old thing where you get your phone to set off its own ringer, and I went outside to take a call. As soon as I get outside, I make a dash to my truck, open the door, turned the thing on and floored it in reverse, sending rocks from the gravel road everywhere. I hauled ass out of that trailer park. After a few minutes, I guess they realized that I wasn't there, and the first girl I had talked to on MySpace kept calling my phone, but I never answered. As soon as I got home, I removed her, blocked her, whatever the fuck you had to do on MySpace to keep somebody from seeing you. I know this may not have exactly been a date, but I classify it as such because I went in with the intent of fucking some chick. That was the only time I ever looked on the internet for a hookup or even gave it a single thought. To this day, I don't know what happened to those people, but I hope that baby grows up and realizes that her mother is fucking insane. I was walking down the street, cradling my old beat-up flip phone, the kind that creaked when you flipped it open and felt like a relic even then. I was wrapping up a phone call when it happened. Wham! My shoulder slammed into someone, and the phone slipped out of my hand, clattering to the sidewalk. Sorry, I stammered, kneeling to retrieve it. My brain barely registered the person I'd collided with, a quick flash of red hair, a murmured apology from her, and I was already hustling back to work. 10 minutes later, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I flipped it open, expecting another work call. Hello? Hey, a soft voice said, tinged with amusement. I think we accidentally swapped phones. For a second, I didn't understand. But then it clicked, same model, same beat-up state. I'd grabbed her phone in the chaos. Oh wow, I think you're right. My bad. No worries, she said, laughing lightly. Want to meet up after work to switch back? We agreed on a coffee shop near downtown, and when I walked in later that day, I spotted her instantly. She was sitting near the window, a sharp, professional-looking ginger in a suit dress, sipping on what looked like an espresso. She glanced up, caught my eye, and smiled. I won't lie, she was cute. Really cute. The kind of cute that makes you sit up straighter and wish you'd bothered ironing your shirt that morning. We chatted for a while, both laughing at the absurdity of the phone mix-up. She worked at a bank, loved the same movies I did, and even joked about how she thought fate might have orchestrated the whole incident. Before I knew it, we'd made plans for dinner that weekend. Saturday evening rolled around, and I was optimistic. Maybe this was one of those meet-cute stories people gush about. I pulled up to her place, parked, and waited. When the door opened, I blinked. Twice. The ginger who walked out was barely recognizable. Gone was the polished bank attire, replaced by platform boots that must have added at least 4 inches to her height, fishnet stockings that shimmered in the porch light, and a corset-like top that left little to the imagination. Her hair, once sleek, was now spiked dramatically. Wow, I said, scrambling to keep my surprise in check. You look ready for a fun night. She laughed. I know, right? Let's go. I shrugged off my hesitation, reminding myself not to judge a book by its cover. Style was personal, and if her personality was as great as it had been at the coffee shop, this could still be amazing. On the way, we fell into an easy rhythm. She laughed at my jokes, matched my banter, and even one-upped me a few times. My spirits lifted. She asked what the plan was for the night, and I decided to joke about it. Well, I said, grinning, I'm taking you to my absolute favorite high-end dining establishment. If you're lucky, I might even supersize it. McDonald's, she said, catching on immediately and playing along. A Big Mac? Oh, be still my heart. We both laughed, and I felt the tension from earlier melt away. This girl might have wild fashion, but she had wit to match. When we pulled into the parking lot of a cozy, upscale pub, I killed the engine. Her smile faltered. "What about McDonald's?" At first, I thought she was kidding, but the look on her face told me she wasn't. I chuckled nervously. "I was joking about that. Thought you caught on." "Oh," she said, her tone flat. "Okay." We headed inside and found a table. The vibe was warm and inviting, a place where the dim lighting and wooden beams made it feel timeless. I ordered a scotch to steady my nerves. She, however, ordered the largest boot of Bud Light I'd ever seen. For a moment, I was impressed by her confidence, until she leaned in close and whispered, loud enough for nearby tables to hear. "I can't believe they let his kind into a place like this. We'd better check our food for spit." I froze. Our waiter was black, and he'd just walked away from our table. The man had ears, and judging by the stiffening of his shoulders, he'd heard every word. My stomach dropped. Surely I misheard her. Nobody says things like that in public, right? But no. She kept going, leaning over her massive glass boot and whispering a steady stream of vile commentary about racial superiority. I could feel the panic bubbling up inside me. The cozy pub, the polished wooden beams, the faint hum of laughter from nearby tables, it all felt surreal. How had this funny, engaging woman from the coffee shop turned into this? Dinner arrived, and she made a show of inspecting her plate for spit. My appetite vanished, replaced by a nauseating cocktail of secondhand embarrassment and anger. I caught the waiter's eye and gave him a look I hoped conveyed my apologies. He nodded faintly, his professionalism unwavering. By the time she'd polished off 3 more boots of beer, I was counting down the minutes until I could escape. She excused herself to the bathroom, giving me the opportunity to settle the check. I waved over the waiter and apologized profusely. "Don't worry about it," he said, his voice calm and measured. "There are all kinds of people in this world." He gave me a small, understanding smile that only made me feel worse. I tipped him generously, hoping it would at least soften the blow of the night. When she returned, I braced myself for round 2. Instead, she lit a cigarette in my car without asking, filling the small space with smoke. "We should totally go shooting at my dad's farm," she said, exhaling casually. "What's your favorite gun?" I muttered something about not being much of a shooter and pointed out that it was getting late. Thankfully, she didn't argue. When I dropped her off, she turned to me with a smile. "This was great, except for that slur waiter. We should totally get that Big Mac next time. See you soon." I didn't even respond. I just nodded, forced a weak smile, and drove off. As soon as I turned the corner, I let out a shaky breath. My hands were gripping the steering wheel so tightly that my knuckles ached. What the hell had just happened? When I got home, I replayed the entire night in my head, disbelief washing over me in waves. The initial charm, the jokes, the sharp descent into something dark and ugly. It was like dating 2 entirely different people. I blocked her number before I even made it to my front door. Swapped phones with a cute ginger, went on a date, discovered she was wildly racist and generally unhinged. 0 out of 10, would not recommend. That's a pretty bad one. Mine isn't quite that bad, but it's pretty funny. So I had met this girl online. She was a friend of a friend. We got to talking for a bit and eventually decided to hang out. She lived about 30 minutes away in the middle of absolute nowhere, so I had to drive up to meet her. Since I'm not familiar with the area, I asked her where she would like to eat. She says, "Oh well, my favorite restaurant is not too far from here. We can go there. It's really fancy and expensive, though." I told her that I didn't really mind, that I was willing to go wherever, and asked her what the restaurant was called. She says, "Oh, it's Red Lobster." Now, I'm not one to care about how much money people have, but I was quite shocked that she thought Red Lobster was a high-class establishment. However, I let it ride because maybe to her Red Lobster is the epitome of fine dining. Turns out, Red Lobster is another 30 minutes away. On the way there we pass a handful of other restaurants, Olive Garden being one of them. This is one of those details that gets dropped in stories very nonchalantly, like I wonder if this will be important later. Anyway, so we get to Red Lobster and the hostess is walking us to our table. She seats us, hands us our menus, and begins talking about the specials. Before she is even able to finish, my date blurts out, "I already know what want." It was so awkward. She didn't say it in a rude way. She more said it in a more excited way. Like it was awesome that she already knew what she wanted, and everyone needed to know. Anyway, the hostess is stunned, and just kind of walks away. Eventually the waiter comes to our table, and she orders. She gets shrimp Alfredo with no shrimp. At this point I'm stunned. She made us drive 30 minutes, which is a long time to spend in a car on a first date, so she could get fettuccine Alfredo. Clearly this was the best restaurant choice, and not the Olive Garden. I still let all of this slide, because at this point she just seemed extremely eccentric, and I thought that maybe if I got to know her better then her behavior would be less odd. After dinner we are closer to my place than hers, and she wants to go back to my place to watch a movie. I oblige, obviously. We get back there, and I ask her what movie she wants to watch. She picks Happy Feet. Motherfucking Happy Feet. I guess at this point it's my own fault for even asking. So we start watching Happy Feet. She wastes no time in jumping my bones, so I don't make too much of a fuss. Now the clothes are coming off to the soundtrack of Happy Feet. Really awkward. She starts talking about how great she is at giving head as a little warm-up dirty talk. This was surprisingly not as awkward as it could have been, Happy Feet aside, and it was effective. Then she insists, no. Demands that she remove my pants using her mouth. Now I can see how some people would be into this, but not me. I tried to talk her out of it, but she was convinced that she was going to do it. And God bless her, she did. Button, zipper, and all. It was still just a really odd thing to do. Especially on a first date. Then she gets to the cusp of giving me oral sex, stops, looks up at me and says, I don't mess around with guys that are not my boyfriend. So ask me to be your girlfriend. So I did. We dated for about 3 weeks after that, and she only got more crazy and weird. She actually got married a little while back, but before doing that she contacted me on Facebook to see if I wanted to have one more try with her. I informed her that I would not be interested, to say the least. A montage of French nuclear tests in the Pacific Ocean, observed by many marine iguanas. Then, in present days, a Japanese fishing ship is being attacked by an unseen monster. Only one survived. Traumatized, he is later questioned in a hospital by a mysterious Frenchman and repeatedly says only one word, Gajira. NRC scientist Nick Tatopoulos is called in to investigate the matter, and he quickly arrives at the conclusion that a giant, irradiated lizard known as Godzilla has been created by the explosions. Then Godzilla makes its way north, landing at Manhattan to begin wreaking havoc in the big city. Even with the combined forces of the US military are going to destroy Godzilla at all costs. But will it ever be enough to save the people of New York? I'll never forget the night I swiped right on disaster. It started innocently enough, an exchange of messages on Tinder, his profile picture showcasing a disarming smile and a laid-back confidence. His name was Daniel, and for days we texted about everything under the sun. Favorite movies, the books we were totally going to finish someday, and the weird quirks of our new city. He seemed normal, charming even, and after a few phone calls we decided to meet in person. Little did I know I was about to meet the man who would forever be saved in my contacts as Dono Tancer Penispic. The restaurant was a cozy bar downtown, dimly lit with warm amber tones and a low hum of conversation. When I walked in, Daniel waved me over to the table he'd chosen. He was undeniably cute, tousled brown hair, a strong jawline, and a confident grin that hinted at mischief. But as we settled in, that charm quickly began to fray. Something about him felt off, like a puzzle piece forced into the wrong spot. He was smiling, sure, but there was a bitterness in his eyes, as if the world owed him an apology. He launched into a tirade about the city. I mean, this place is such a joke compared to California, he scoffed, swirling the drink he'd already half finished before I even arrived. People here are just so uptight, you know? Like, especially about sex. Back home, people know how to live. I laughed nervously, unsure of how to respond. I guess every city has its quirks, I offered, trying to steer the conversation somewhere lighter. But Daniel was like a storm gathering strength. He leaned in, his tone growing conspiratorial, and started talking about sex, specifically his frustration with how prudish people were here. It wasn't playful or flirty. It was unsettling, like he was trying to test how far he could push. The waitress came by, a cheerful young woman who clearly didn't deserve what was about to happen. Daniel ordered a plate of fries, but when they arrived, he scrutinized them like they'd personally offended him. Yeah, these aren't crispy enough, he declared, sending them back without a second glance. Then, as if that wasn't enough, he turned to the waitress and said, Hey, my company's throwing a party this weekend. You should come by. Her polite smile faltered for a split second before she nodded and walked away. I sat there, stunned. Did he really just hit on the waitress in the middle of our date? Trying to salvage the evening, I pulled out my phone to show him a picture of my dog, a golden retriever with an uncanny ability to cheer me up no matter how bad a day I was having. "This is Max," I said, smiling. "He's basically my best friend." Daniel glanced at the photo, then smirked. "Oh yeah," he said, pulling out his phone. "Check this out." And then, as casually as someone showing off their new car or a vacation photo, he turned his screen toward me. Staring back at me was a picture of his penis. For a moment, time seemed to freeze. I blinked, hoping I'd misinterpreted what I was seeing. But no, there it was in all its unwelcome glory. My brain scrambled to process the sheer audacity, the blatant disregard for any semblance of decency. I wanted to laugh, cry, scream, all at once. I stammered, my voice barely above a whisper. "What the hell?" He chuckled, as if he'd just shared an inside joke. "What? You're cute. I thought you'd appreciate it." "Appreciate it?" I could barely breathe. The room felt suddenly claustrophobic, the warm amber tones now suffocating. I needed to get out of there. The rest of the date was a blur of awkward silences and half-hearted attempts at small talk. When the check finally came, I didn't even pretend to linger. We walked out together to the valet stand, the air between us thick with discomfort. My car came first, a merciful stroke of luck. I mumbled a quick goodbye and practically dove into the driver's seat, my heart racing as I sped away. It wasn't until later that I realized my sweater was missing. In my haste to escape, I must have dropped it somewhere between the restaurant and the valet. I debated texting Daniel about it, but decided against it. I didn't want to give him any excuse to prolong our interaction. Of course, Daniel didn't leave it at that. A text lit up my phone that night. "Hey, you left your sweater. If you want it back, you'll have to hang out with me again, winky face." I stared at the message, a mix of anger and disbelief bubbling up inside me. The audacity, the sheer entitlement. It was like he thought he held my sweater hostage, as if a piece of clothing was worth enduring another second of his company. I typed out a response, then deleted it. No sweater was worth this. I blocked his number and let out a long sigh, mourning the loss of my favorite sweater, but grateful to be free of him. That night, I saved his contact under a name that would serve as both a warning and a reminder. Dono Tancer Penispic. It felt like a fitting epitaph for the brief, nightmarish chapter he'd written into my life. I'd met her through community theater, where her sharp wit and undeniable presence had caught my attention. When she said yes to going out, I thought I'd struck gold. She was everything I could have hoped for, brilliant, beautiful, and way out of my league. So of course I was nervous. We planned to see Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, a cheerful animated movie that seemed perfect for a casual evening. As we settled into our seats and started talking, it quickly became clear that we were not on the same wavelength. It started innocently enough, small talk about movies and hobbies, but gradually drifted into deeper waters. She loved indie films. I was more of a sci-fi fan. She mentioned her views on faith and politics, and I countered with mine. Neither of us backed down. What started as a polite discussion turned into a subtle but undeniable clash of opinions. Every exchange felt like a game of conversational tug-of-war, and I could feel the tension building with each passing minute. My jokes landed flat, her smiles didn't reach her eyes, and the air between us grew heavier. I was young, awkward, and out of my depth. What had started as a promising evening was quickly circling the drain. Desperate to release some of the pressure, I did something stupid. While we waited for the previews to start, I pulled out my phone and sent a quick message to my best friend. "This date is a disaster. We're already arguing about politics, and I can tell this isn't going anywhere." I hit send and tucked my phone away, thinking nothing of it. Then I heard her phone chime. My heart sank as she reached into her purse and pulled out her phone. Her eyes scanned the screen, and her brow furrowed in confusion. Slowly, she turned to me, holding her phone like evidence in a trial. "Did you mean to send this to me?" she asked, her voice calm but laced with disbelief. I felt the blood drain from my face. My mind raced as I tried to piece together what had just happened. "No," I stammered. "Oh my God, no. That was meant for my friend. I must have clicked the wrong contact." I forced a nervous laugh, hoping to downplay the situation. "You're both the only M names in my phone. It was an honest mistake." She didn't look convinced. Her expression was an unsettling mix of irritation and hurt, and the silence between us stretched painfully. Finally, she slipped her phone back into her purse and sighed. "Well," she said, her tone dry, "this is awkward." I scrambled to recover. "Look, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean it the way it sounded. You're amazing, brilliant and beautiful, honestly. I was just nervous and, yeah, I'm an idiot. She raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything, leaving me to stew in my embarrassment. The lights dimmed, and the movie began, but I couldn't focus on a single frame. My mind was too busy replaying the incident on a loop, each repetition more painful than the last. She seemed calm, too calm, but I could tell she wasn't enjoying herself. Every now and then, I caught her glancing at me out of the corner of her eye, and each time, I felt like shrinking into my seat. When the credits rolled, we exchanged polite goodbyes in the parking lot. She thanked me for the evening with a tight smile and walked to her car. I watched her leave, certain I'd never see her again. Relief and regret churned in my chest as I drove home, trying to convince myself that the worst was behind me. When I got back to my apartment, I collapsed onto the couch and grabbed my phone. I needed to vent, to purge the evening's awkwardness with some cathartic oversharing. This time, I triple-checked the contact name before typing. That was the most uncomfortable date of my life. We argued about everything, and I doubt I'll ever hear from her again. Satisfied, I hit send. My phone chimed almost instantly. I frowned, confused by the quick reply, and glanced at the screen. The message wasn't from my friend. "You sent it to me again." I stared at the screen in disbelief, my stomach dropping into a pit of mortification, so deep I didn't think I'd ever climb out. Somehow, despite my best efforts, I had managed to text her again. Twice in one night, I had told the same woman how terrible the date was, once while sitting next to her, and once after swearing I wouldn't make the same mistake. I didn't even try to explain. What could I possibly say to fix this? Instead, I set my phone face down on the table, buried my face in my hands, and let out a long, defeated groan. We never spoke again after that. I like to think she tells this story to her friends, laughing about the idiot who accidentally texted her twice about how bad their date was. And honestly, she deserves to. If nothing else, it's a hell of a story. I have many, but I'll keep it to this one. It's because I think it takes the cake. I was a freshman in college, 18. I was going to a community college to gain the needed credits, so I can get my prereqs out of the way for less dollar than going to the local university. I met a girl who was a friend with a few of my friends. She was a very good-looking redhead with a large bust and small waist. Her name is Amber. I went out with them in groups a few times for lunch. After about a week of this, we start hanging out, dating, and studying after classes. It's going well. That weekend, my friend Ted was throwing a birthday party, complete with the shed out back converted into a bar. I show up with her, and she proceeds to drink a little. I do too, and we're having fun. Ted and company are a bunch of geeks. At one point, they were all hanging about talking about putting a gaming rig together. Amber decided to refill our drinks, and would be back to hang out some more. It was about 10 minutes before I realized that Amber wasn't back with my refill, and I wanted my Jameson. I go out to the shed to look for her. I get there, and I find her and one of Ted's friends with a bottle, plastic, of whiskey, and she is shotgunning half the bottle. Impressive, but she is about 5 feet 2 inches and 100 pounds. I laugh, get my refill, and she comes and hangs out for a bit. I'm a bit wary of this, and she starts to get weird. I excuse it as the alcohol is hitting her hard. To which I was right. She went from a slight buzz, straight to full-blown screaming and crying. She ran down the stairs to the basement and started screaming. I'm standing at the top of the stairs looking at her, and the entire house came running. They all thought I was murdering her or something. Sensing that Ted isn't happy about this situation, I apologize and ask his help in getting her into my car. He helps me get her into my freshly detailed BMW project car I was working on. I start to drive away, and she is still screaming and crying. I'm trying to shift gears while she cries on my arm. At one point I had the sunroof open, and a cop pulls up next to me. Me being slightly drunk thinks nothing of it. He hears Amber screaming and crying and rolls down his window. He asks if she is all right. I respond in the most confused look on my face, and say, I think so, but I think she's not taking the news her friend died very well. Cop rolls up his window and drives off. Ted's house is a 30-minute drive from his hose to Amber's. I stop at a light by Amber's house. I start to smell booze. I start thinking, where is the booze smell coming from? I look all around. All of a sudden, where Amber is grabbing my arm, I hear her gag, and my arm is wet and it just smells terrible. I realize that she threw up all over me in the car. I blow through the light and get to the side of the road. I pull her out in front of a fire station. I'm holding her whole body over some landscape rocks, and letting her puke it all out. I was there for about 10 minutes with the entire department laughing at us. I finally managed to get her to her house. She's conscious again and in good spirits. I tell her what happens, and she offers to pay for the cleaning. She tries to get out on her own, but ends up being so drunk she fell over and racked her head on glass of the car door. I got her inside, and her mom wasn't mad at me but mad at her. I go home smelling like booze and vomit, and I have to spend the next 2 hours cleaning everything up. My car forever smelled like booze and vomit when the heater would be on. She managed to get it into the vent fans. Saddest part is I ended up dating her a couple more weeks. The final straw was when she punched her mom in the back for eating some cheesecake. Then the next day, insults my lab partner because he is fat. She was attractive, funny, and we clicked over shared interests during the week of texting leading up to the date. You know that cautious optimism you feel when you think you might have hit the jackpot? Yeah, that was me. We met at a bar she loved, a spot she was apparently a regular at, which I took as a good sign. It felt low-key but trendy, a place where the dim lighting made everyone look about 20% better, and the background music was just loud enough to drown out awkward silences. Things started off strong. We laughed, shared stories, and traded the usual first date questions. It was smooth, effortless. Or so I thought. That's when the conversation started veering toward the "what do you really want to do with your life?" territory, and I, being the curious type, asked the seemingly innocuous question. So, you work in an office, but is that what you really want to do? Did you go to school for it? Her eyes lit up like I'd handed her a winning lottery ticket. Actually, she said, a mischievous grin spreading across her face as she reached into her bag. I had no idea what was coming, but I leaned forward, curious. Then she pulled out a red clown nose and stuck it on. I'm not exaggerating. A red clown nose. She sat there, wearing it like it was the most natural thing in the world, her grin widening as if she'd just revealed a deep secret. Wait, what? I managed to choke out, my brain short-circuiting. I'm going to clown school, she said proudly, her voice muffled slightly by the ridiculous piece of foam on her face. I'm training to be a clown. Now, let me be clear, I have nothing against clowns. They're a staple of birthday parties and bad dreams everywhere. But this was our first date. A first date is where you're supposed to highlight your best traits, right? Put your most impressive foot forward. Not lead with, I'm dedicating my life to juggling and balloon animals. But I didn't want to blow it. She was gorgeous, and I figured, hey, maybe this could just be a quirky thing she does on the side. So I plastered on my best supportive smile and rolled with it. Oh wow, I said, trying not to sound as thrown off as I was. That's so cool. I didn't even know clown school was a thing. It's actually really competitive, she said, taking my comment as an invitation to dive into the finer points of the clowning world. I tried to keep the mood light. So what is it? Like clown university, clown college, or clown technical school? Big mistake. Her expression changed in an instant. The playful glint in her eye vanished, replaced by something cold and sharp. It's clown school, she said, her tone clipped. And it's not easy. It's a serious art form. I blinked, thrown by the sudden shift. Oh yeah, of course. I didn't mean it like that. I was just joking. But the damage was done. For someone training to bring joy and laughter to others, she had an alarmingly bad sense of humor. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she leaned back, arms crossed, still wearing the damn clown nose. At this point, I was stuck. Half of me wanted to laugh, the other half wanted to apologize profusely, and the third panic-ridden half, yes, I had 3 halves at this point, was screaming at me to escape. But I stayed, trying to salvage what was left of the date. So, I said carefully, what's your clown school experience been like? Do you learn, like, juggling and stuff? She softened, but only a little. It's a lot more than that, she said. There's slapstick, improvisation, character work. It's about bringing joy to people. That sounds amazing, I said, and for a moment I meant it. I mean, who was I to judge? It wasn't the most conventional dream, but it was hers. And maybe there was something admirable about someone willing to dedicate themselves to something so unique. But then she started talking about clown hierarchies, about how some clowns didn't respect her particular approach to the craft, and how the clowning world could be cutthroat. She went on about mime snobs, and how she wasn't sure she'd ever earn the respect of her peers. The more she talked, the more it felt like I was listening to a documentary about some secret clown mafia. I smiled and nodded through it, occasionally chiming in with wow, and that's wild. But inside, I was begging for the date to end. We finished our drinks, and I mustered all my strength to politely suggest we call it a night. She agreed, but not before slipping the clown nose back into her bag like it was a loaded gun. We parted with an awkward hug, and I walked away wondering how I'd gone from excitement to existential confusion in under 2 hours. Here's the kicker. The next day, she texted me to say she didn't think we were a good match. She told me I seemed judgmental about her passion, and she needed someone who could support her fully. I didn't even argue. I just texted back, "Yeah, you're probably right." Several years ago, there was a new girl at work that I decided to actually make a move on for once. She was 20, kind of scuffling through community college, and in AA. Being the dumbass that I am, I think I can be the stake that supports her as she grows back into a wonderful person, and then she's so grateful that I stood with her during the bad times that I'll get to share in the good times to come. I mean, she's 20. How bad could her drinking problem have really gotten? So, I invite her out for dinner at a fairly nice restaurant here in town on a Saturday between newscasts we're both working. We both worked in newscast production. I dress up and go to the restaurant. She says she'll meet me there, and I wait up front for her to arrive. For 20 minutes, and she doesn't show. She went back home to chill out or whatever, I don't know. I call her wondering where she is, and she says she'll rush right over. 10 minutes or so later, she just shows up, in the same sweats she rolled out of bed in, rolled into work in, and rolled back into bed in. We have dinner, and during that 45 minutes, she ducks off to the bathroom twice, takes 3 calls on her cell phone, and constantly checks on her recently inked tattoo. Winnie the Pooh with his honey pot, in close proximity to hers. Later, back at work for the late show, she actually just thanked me for taking her out. It was her birthday. She needed to take her mind off of what was going on in her life, etc. After leaving work for the night, she calls my cell, but I miss the call and figure it's too late to call back. A few days later, I'm still stupidly thinking this can work out, so I call her to say hi and possibly set something else up. She seems rather surprised I called, doesn't really say much, and excuses herself to go to an AA meeting. The next day, she goes into work in the morning and starts telling her friends there, her coworkers on the morning show, and my supervisor what an awful, horrible person I am. I don't know what she said, but it was apparently bad enough to turn friends and coworkers against me. Our supervisor advises her to let him know if this becomes a bigger problem, but never says anything to me about it. Soon after, she decides to give in to a building attraction to a horn dog coworker and screws him in the bathroom, at work. This is on top of the overt sexual advances she was putting off towards another coworker, on top of the guy she was apparently already dating at the time. Several weeks later, she abruptly quits, now pregnant. I think it was her bathroom lover that knocked her up, I don't know, but I do know it wasn't me. Showing me her new tattoo was as close as I was getting, and she was showing that thing off to everybody. But a few months later, she comes back, still pregnant of course, and heaping scorn all over her sperm donor, while the other women at work rally around her. They don't care that she broke my heart. They're too busy being there for her, because she's just such an awesome person. Yeah, whatever. So now, I won't date women that are significantly younger than I am. I won't date coworkers. I won't go near anyone in AA, and actually, I don't even date that much at all. I didn't date much before, but managed to have such a bad experience that I have felt little need to climb back on the horse again. 6 months ago, I started talking to a girl from an online dating site. She was sweet, kind, and pretty. After a few weeks of chatting, we decided to meet and go see a movie, her suggestion. I would have rather gone for a beer at a pub, so being the gentleman that I am, I agreed. Turns out she only lives a few blocks away from me. I pull up in my car and wait for her. Normally I would have gone to the front door. However, she asked that I text her when I was out front, and she'd meet me at the car. I sit there waiting for 10 minutes, and she finally comes out. So does her cousin and her cousin's boyfriend. She tells me that they're coming along. Goody great. Her cousin is pushing 300 pounds, loud and I'll be frank, ugly as sin. And her cousin's boyfriend is a trashier scumbag Steve. He works in the oil field, and both he and her cousin like to smoke a lot of doobies. I know this because all the way to the theater, that's all those two would talk about. The girl I was meeting was pretty quiet the whole way through. Anyways, we get to the movie. It was Resident Evil 3D, and during the previews all three of them were getting giant erections over the Saw 3D trailers. Movie starts, and 20 minutes and her cousin has a melodramatic panic attack over the 3D, giving her a massive headache. Her giant cousin the proceeds to leave and enter the theater about 50 times. She's big, she smells bad, is loud, and had no respect for the people trying to watch the movie at all. Movie ends, and we all go outside. Her cousin then proceeds to dry hump her boyfriend on the bench outside while they share a cigarette. Fast forward 30 minutes, and I drop them off at home. I say goodnight and speed away. This is where the story should end. But halfways home I get a call from the girl asking that I come over and chill out with them. I honestly wanted to say no, but I figured I wasn't doing anything, and this might turn out to be something funny to tell one day. I go back and enter her house. I now know why she had me wait outside when I picked them up. She lives at home with her parents, which is fine. That's not an issue for me. Her cousin and boyfriend live downstairs in the basement. The main floor of the house looks like an episode of Hoarders. It was filled with trash. Everywhere. I keep my shoes on and ask where the washroom is. Having a big drink at the movie had me wanting to pee pretty bad. I find the washroom, flick on the light, and there is piss and shit all over the toilet. On the seat, on the tank, around it. I pee and flush with my foot. I touch nothing. I even managed to turn the doorknob with my elbows. Anyways, after that I sat for an hour watching South Park and playing with two very cute cats. I ignored everyone for the most part. I caught bits of conversation between her cousin and her boyfriend. Lots of dirty talk, lots of, "Oh, you're gonna be my hubby, and I'm gonna fuck you so hard" sort of shit. It made me sick. So after the hour was up I tell the girl that I have to go. I have to be up early to make an appointment at the bank. Lie. She walks me upstairs, and as I'm saying goodbye at the front door, about 10 cats that I hadn't seen before literally emerge from the garbage in the living room. I left, and hadn't talked to her for about 6 months. Last week she messages me on MSN. She asks me how I've been. I tell her I've been okay. She tells me she has good news. I ask what. She tells me she's getting married. Oh, that's good. To who? I ask. She says John. I say, who's John? She says the guy we went to the movies with. At the time, I thought it was quirky, maybe even endearing. In hindsight, it was a massive neon red flag waving furiously in the wind. He picked me up at my house that evening. Grinning like this was the beginning of something grand. I was nervous but excited. First dates are supposed to feel special, and I was ready to see what he had planned. Little did I know his plan was nothing. We drove a single block to his friend Tony's house. I figured he just needed to grab something real quick, but instead, he marched straight into the backyard, cupped his hands around his mouth, and started yelling, "Tony! Tony!" The night air carried his voice far and wide, but there was no answer. After a minute, he scowled, muttered something under his breath, and stormed back to the car. Without a word of explanation, he got behind the wheel and sped off. "So, where are we going?" I asked hesitantly, glancing out the window at unfamiliar streets. He didn't answer. He just drove, zigzagging through back roads like he was avoiding something, or maybe just lost. We finally pulled up to the bowling alley, and he announced, "I wanted to surprise you." Surprise? I thought, skeptical. More like he had no clue where he was going. But hey, bowling sounded fun, so I let it go. The first game started off well enough. I won, which didn't seem to bother him much at first. "I let you win," he said, laughing. "I'm nice like that." But by the second game, he wasn't laughing anymore. I won again, and the smile on his face turned into a tight-lipped grimace. By the third game, it wasn't just a grimace, it was full-blown frustration. He was sweating, cursing under his breath, and glaring at the pins like they owed him money. "Want bumpers?" I teased, trying to lighten the mood. He didn't even look at me. He just plopped down on the bench across from me, arms crossed like a sulking child. I won game 3. "That was fun," I said, hoping to diffuse the tension. "I used to be on a bowling league, so I guess I've got an unfair advantage." His scowl deepened. We left shortly after. Next stop, Chinese food. Things seemed to calm down over dinner. We ate, chatted, and for a moment, I thought the night might actually turn itself around. But then he went up to the counter to get a refill on his drink, and the cashier told him there was a 15 cents charge. That's when it all fell apart. "Are you kidding me?" he snapped, loud enough for everyone in the restaurant to hear. Without waiting for a response, he turned on his heel and stormed back to the table. "We're leaving," he barked, his face red with anger. I hadn't even finished my food, but I wasn't about to argue. We got in the car, and he drove us. Where else? Back to Tony's house. He stomped into the backyard and once again started yelling, "Tony! Tony!" Still no answer. I finally asked, Why are we here? I wanted to finish the video game we were playing earlier, he said matter-of-factly, like that was the most normal thing in the world. With nothing left to do, he drove me the 1 block back to my house. I got out of the car, said goodnight, and went inside feeling utterly baffled. That was my first date with him. And somehow, against all odds, we ended up dating for a year and a half. Things didn't end until Valentine's Day, a date so catastrophic, it made the first one look like a fairy tale. I'd just gotten off an 8-hour shift waitressing, my feet aching and my patience worn thin. On the drive home, he texted me, "Hurry up and get ready." I just wanted to shower and rest for a minute, but he insisted I be ready earlier than the 9 p.m. time I'd suggested. He never mentioned reservations or plans, so I figured he just wanted to hang out. When he picked me up, he barely said a word. The silence was deafening as we drove, tension filling the car like a heavy fog. We finally pulled up to BJ's, a chain restaurant that was clearly packed. "It looks busy," I said, eyeing the line of people waiting outside. "We're not going to get a table." "I had a reservation," he snapped, "but you weren't ready on time." That was the match that lit the fire. We started arguing, him furious about the missed reservation, me furious that he'd never told me about it. The fight escalated quickly. I reminded him that I was the only one with a job and that I'd likely be paying for dinner, just like every other date we went on. He retorted that his parents didn't give him money because they didn't like me. Then he started punching the steering wheel. Hard. Over and over, his fists slamming into the wheel like it had personally insulted him. That's when I noped the hell out of the car. I ran to the nearest closed-down furniture store and called a co-worker, telling him I needed a ride. My ex followed me, still fuming, but I turned and yelled, "Stay away from me. You're never going to see me again." My co-worker, bless him, left his own date to come pick me up. The next day, I went to my ex's house to grab my stuff and give back the promise ring he'd given me. When I handed it to him, he said, "Hopefully the next girl will appreciate it more." I looked him dead in the eye and said, "You might want to think twice about giving that to someone else." He texted me later that night, saying, "Give me some time, and maybe we can be friends." I never replied. I never saw him again. The coworker who picked me up that night? He had feelings for me. We started dating, and 5 years later, we're still together, happier than I ever thought possible, with a wedding on the horizon. Funny how life works out. Went on a blind date that my friend set me up on at a local bar with a live music night. It went well, and we decided we might do it again. The next weekend we met at a big art show/festival and decided it was a good night for some karaoke at a favorite local dive. She had had a couple drinks, and so had I, but everyone seemed pretty with it. On the drive over to the bar, she was looking around on the floor of the car while driving down a busy street and started to veer into the parked lane of cars. I managed to grab the wheel and correct before we slammed into the back of a parked car, which we most definitely would have hit if I hadn't. Strike one, bad driver, she's a distracted chick, etc. Sexist maybe, but in this case very true. About that time she told me she hadn't eaten that evening and was feeling a little tipsy. We got to the bar in one piece and started to enjoy the karaoke and some more beers. After another beer or two, she began to let her hand wander around my crotch, etc., which I was fine with. Then she started to pinch me on the arm and what we called horsebitting, basically taking a handful of flesh and pinching and pulling at the same time on the inside of my thigh. Now I'm all for some rough play and aggressive folding, but this fucking hurt. I had to pin her hands to her lap and tell her to stop. By this point she was pretty drunk, it would seem, punctuated by nearly knocking the prompt monitor off its table while singing some damn song. I decided it was time to leave, and her being obviously rather on the trash side, I opted to drive because in Houston, it's basically a calculated risk of who's the least drunk. Dumb maybe, but she was still coherent and wanted me to come over. Sex makes dumb. So we start driving towards her neighborhood, which is on the opposite side of the city from mine, and about halfway there she tells me to pull into a side street. I do so, and she dives like a scuba enthusiast and starts giving me the business on the side of the road. I enjoy this for a while, but we're not really that far off the map, and cops in Houston like to patrol the burbs looking for degenerate idiots doing dodgy things in cars. Also, it appeared we were near her place, based on her previous information given. So I zip up, buckle up, and we start off towards her hood once again. She promptly passes the fuck out. This presents a difficulty as she didn't ever tell me an exact address, just a general area. I repeatedly try to wake her up to the point, where she can be exacting in her location finding capacity. So there I am driving around buzzed with a passed out girl in the passenger seat in a neighborhood which caters to a certain demographic that is decidedly not my own and rhymes with Flixican. Not usually a problem, but at 1 a.m. on a Saturday night is not where I needed to be driving around aimlessly. At this point I make the decision that she's not going to be any damn help and that I should just drive home and put her up in my extra bed. She's mumbling the odd nonsense about, right over there, nobody knows yada yada. So after a white-knuckle drive with Houston's finest on my tail for a good portion, I make it home and carry her passed out ass up to my place. After checking to make sure she has a pulse and water and all that jazz, I dump her in the guest bed and start to get ready for bed. All of a sudden she's walking around, bumping into things and generally being a confused drunk. I ask her what she needs, and she pushes past me into the bathroom and slams the door. Fair enough. I leave her for a few minutes, but after 10 I realize she's probably passed out in there, which I'm just not going to have. She is indeed passed out face down on the floor blocking the door. After a little creative pushing and pulling I get inside and get her back on her bed. She starts ranting about how I'm being a stupid boy and something else about how I have no inbox. I've dealt with hammered chicks before, but this was a new one. She kept repeating something about my lack of an inbox and then lurched into my kitchen and began banging around. I walked in and asked what she was looking for. A bowl, she growled. I was glad to give up a mixing bowl if it was going to keep my sheets and floor clear of vomit, so I got her a large one and tried to figure out how to convince her to go back to bed or hit the bathroom to deal with her purge. She told me to go away and leave her alone, so I went to the opposite side of my apartment out of sight and waited while she banged around a bit more. Then I heard a wet splat and a groan. I called over, "Are you okay? Are you puking?" To which I got the unbelievably disturbing answer, "No, I'm pooping." My heart sank. This girl was dropping a deuce in my mixing bowl in my kitchen. I sort of clammed up and waited for it to end. After a minute I heard her stumble to the bathroom and dump the bowl into the toilet, run some water, drop the bowl and stumble back to her bed. I nervously did a sweep of the place to survey the damage. No turd on the floor in Tay kitchen, but the ghost of horrible acts very present. The bathroom was undisturbed, minus the very conspicuous blue mixing bowl sitting next to the John, with a not-so-blue film coating the inside. She had managed to rinse it, but not well. I gagged a little, decided to deal with it in the morning. I checked once more to make sure she was stationary, and went to sleep wishing it a bad dream. The next morning I awoke to her telling me she had a great time from what she remembered, and that she had to get to work. No mention of recollection of the night's previous events registered in her salutations. I decided to let the sleeping dog lie for the sake of her dignity, and told her basic geographical location. She chipperly bade me a fair day, and was out the door. I got up, found a trash bag and a rubber glove, walked into the bathroom, and trashed that bowl faster than you can say shit. I was in shock for days, and never called again. Unless someone died in a date. Hey, who knows? I do believe I have the worst date ever. I mean, ever. So, I'm newly single from a bad breakup of 5 years. She leaves me for another gal, and her friends, feminazis, decide to right a wrong and rob me of everything I own, save for my dog, bed, and some of my clothes. Anyways, so I'm a few months along, and try a dating website, Yahoo Personals. A gal messages me she's Hispanic, I'm white, I don't discriminate. And I'm like, alright, your picture looks okay. You type a little innocently immature, but text is sterile. I give her a shot, and we meet a bit south of me in a mall. It's public, they have restaurants. If things don't work out well, that's fine, we can go our separate ways. So I go there, and she messages me where she is in the mall. And I see a gal, but it doesn't look much of anything like the gal I've been talking to. Sorta, but like her uglier sister. Well, it's her. She photoshopped her pictures. A lot. Her smooth face in the pictures? Nah, moles all over. I'm not talking 1 to 2, I mean like dozens. All over her face. It's so strange and repulsive. Most guys would be like, I'm out biatch, but I don't want to hurt her feelings. I figure I'll chat, see what's up. I introduce myself to her, she says hi, and we walk through the mall. I notice a few minutes later someone is following us, shop to shop. Oh, that's my mom, she says. It bothers me a bit, and I ask, why is her mom here? By the way, we are both 25 plus. She explains her mom came along for the meet, with her brother-in-law, and his wife, pregnant, by the way, 8 months along. The gal keeps trying to kiss me in every store, but her mom is literally in the other all giving me the eye. It's freaky as hell, and not in a good way. So we, after an hour, go to the food court and get some food with the entire family. They seem nice, but it's just too damned creepy. They invite me back to their place for cards and family games. No orgies, but more of a grilling. They want me back at their place to grill me about their daughter. Not good for me. My stomach starts acting up as we're finishing up dinner, but it's not feeling like my stomach, like a weird diarrheal feeling. I excuse myself to the bathroom, where the feeling of needing to go intensifies quickly. I enter the bathroom, downing an Imodium as I enter. I'm sweating, and I do not feel good at all. I saddle up to the toilet, not much, and the feeling moves into my kidneys. It's all fast, I'm sweating, I don't feel good at all. It's not food poisoning, my stomach is fine, but I feel like I have a goddamned iron spike moving from my kidneys to my dick, and I'm not liking this at all, and it's getting bad. I see her outside the bathroom, and she says her family has gone to meet us nearby for me to follow them to their house, but we're parked at different areas of the mall, so we're to meet up at a nearby Denny's. While driving there, my dick track feels like it's on fire. The pain is too intense, I'm afraid I've broken something, and I don't know what, or how. We get to the Denny's parking lot, and I bust inside. Customers only, the sign says, but I don't give a fuck. I get into the bathroom, pull up to a urinal, and whip out my tang. At this point, I'm either going to shit my pants, piss an iron spike out, or pass out. I actually briefly pass out for a second. I catch myself falling against the wall in pain, but nothing coming out. I zip up and stumble outside. My ugly fucking date is standing next to my car, and the world goes gray, such a weird fucking feeling. I fall into the grass on my knees. The pain is so intense, I'm half a second from passing out. I try and mumble something to her about being in mortal pain, that I might need to go to the doctor, and there she is, 1/2 an inch from my face, hairy moles all over her face. I want to puke on her, but I'm in so much pain, and she closes her eyes, and moves in a bit further for a kiss. A fucking kiss. While I'm passing out in pain, I push her away and stumble to my car and manage to peel out. I'm not sure how I made it to the highway. I should have gone to the hospital. I don't even know how I managed much of anything. Once I got back to my apartment about an hour later, the pain was gone, just a little pebble in the toilet. I'd met her on Plenty of Fish, and for 2 weeks, we'd been messaging nonstop. She seemed smart, funny, and even a little quirky in a charming way. So when she suggested we meet for dinner, I thought, why not? The evening began smoothly enough. We met at a casual steakhouse, the kind of place with dim lighting and country music playing softly in the background. She was even prettier in person, dark hair, confident smile, eyes that sparkled when she talked. We laughed, shared stories, and ordered our food. For a moment, everything felt easy, natural, like we were two people who could actually have something. Then he showed up. I didn't notice him at first, too caught up in the conversation. But when he stormed up to our table, his voice cut through the ambient noise of the restaurant like a blade. "What the fuck are you doing here?" he shouted, his voice trembling with rage. He was pointing at her, his face twisted with fury. Her entire demeanor shifted. She stiffened, her smile vanishing as she turned to face him. "What the hell do you want, Greg?" she snapped, her voice sharp and biting. "I told you to stay the fuck away from me," he yelled, leaning closer to the table. "You're insane. You ruin everything you touch." The entire restaurant fell silent, all eyes turning toward us. I sat frozen, unsure whether to step in or let them hash it out. The tension was suffocating, like standing at the edge of an active volcano. She fought back, matching his insults with venom of her own. It was like watching a grenade with a loose pin. Any second, it was going to blow. I managed to get between them, raising my hands in an attempt to de-escalate. Hey, let's calm down," I said, my voice as steady as I could make it. The manager was already on his way over, his phone out, ready to call the cops. "We don't want to cause a scene here." For a moment, it seemed to work. Greg took a step back, his chest heaving, while she sat down, her expression a mask of icy calm. The manager hovered nearby, waiting to intervene if things got worse. And then it happened. She picked up her steak knife. It wasn't dramatic. There was no yelling, no warning. One moment she was sitting there, eerily quiet, and the next, she lunged across the table and drove the knife into Greg's chest. The sound was sickening, a dull, wet thud that seemed to echo in the silence of the restaurant. Greg staggered back, clutching at the knife, his eyes wide with shock and pain. Blood seeped through his shirt, dark and spreading quickly. My heart slammed in my chest as I stumbled to my feet, but before I could react, she turned to me. Her face was blank, disturbingly calm, but her eyes, God, her eyes were wild. They locked onto me with a terrifying intensity, and I knew in that instant that she wasn't done. She gripped the knife, now slick with blood, and started moving toward me. "Hey, stop," I said, my voice cracking with panic. I backed away, my hand instinctively going to my waistband where my Glock rested. "Don't do this." She didn't stop. Her steps were slow, deliberate, like a predator closing in on its prey. Her bloody hand raised the knife as she took another step forward, her gaze unwavering. I didn't think. I couldn't. My body acted on pure instinct. I drew the gun and fired. The shot rang out, deafening in the enclosed space. She jerked back, dropping the knife as she grabbed at her shoulder, blood blooming across her clavicle. She stumbled but didn't fall, her expression shifting from rage to shock as the weight of what had just happened seemed to hit her all at once. The restaurant erupted into chaos. People screamed, diving under tables or scrambling for the exits. Greg collapsed onto the floor, groaning weakly, while she stood there, swaying slightly, her hand still pressed against her wound. The police arrived within minutes. They found me standing there, the gun still in my hand, my body trembling uncontrollably. I quickly set it down and raised my hands, babbling about self-defense, about how she'd attacked him, and then came at me. Thankfully, the restaurant's cameras and the dozens of horrified witnesses corroborated my story. The officers reviewed the footage, and after a tense few hours of questioning, they determined that I'd acted in self-defense. Florida's Stand Your Ground law covered me, and I was cleared to go. As for her, she was taken to the hospital and later transferred to a psychiatric facility. The police told me she had a history of violent outbursts, likely exacerbated by untreated bipolar disorder. Greg survived, but I never found out what happened to him after that night. The whole experience shook me to my core. One minute, I thought I was on a promising first date. The next, I was fighting for my life against someone I barely knew.